June meeting. We have with us today the full complement of commissioners. Commissioner Woolley is en route, delayed in traffic, but we're going to start. And I want to thank the commissioners yesterday for a long but I think constructive discussion of wolf management in Oregon. Some of you were here. Went from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And I think we got some things hashed out and we gave some direction to the staff. And I want to thank your staff, Director Melcher, for being such willing and able participants. And with that, we'll start with the director's report.
Well, thank you, Chair Finley, and good morning. I want to echo those sentiments regarding yesterday's discussion. I thought that was really productive. I do want to also alter the order of the director's report here for a number of reasons. We did provide you field reports in written form. Our expenditure report would ordinarily come up first, but our budget is up before the full Ways and Means this morning at 9 a.m., and so I've asked Cameron Smith to sit in the hearing room in case there are questions. So Cameron, we would propose to give the expenditure report at the end of the day under other business when Cameron's available to do that. And he'll also give you an update on our 2017-19 budget process. Then the other alteration I'd like to make is I'd like to move the public forum piece to precede the temporary rule adoption. So we would go with the crab biotoxin item first, integrated water resource strategy second, and then we do public forum prior to the adoption and ratification of temporary rules.
Okay.
So with that, then, to begin the director's report, I'd like to have Dr. Karen Braby and Ms. Stephanie Page come up and provide you with an update on the crab biotoxin issue. This presentation, I believe, the original request was at the February Commission meeting when we were in the midst of a number of, or had a number of crab biotoxin issues, and the Commission asked for some additional details, so we're providing that here today.
Okay. Welcome, ladies.
Good morning, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, and Commissioners. My name is Karen Brady. I'm the manager of the Marine Resources Program, and I am here with my colleague.
Good morning, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, and members of the Commission. My name is Stephanie Page, and I'm the Director for Food Safety and Animal Health Programs with the Oregon Department of Agriculture.
And as Director Melcher said, we are here at your request, but we are also here to help share good news about how we are managing biotoxins in the crab fishery and what we're doing this summer. So we will be jointly presenting this information. We'll be going back and forth throughout the presentation. So over the course of these slides, we'll cover where biotoxins come from, how we detect them as a state, what types of biotoxin events have hit Oregon and the region recently in the recent years, and what impacts those have had on the crab fisheries. We'll focus specifically on a recap of the 2016-2017 season, which had a few issues associated with it. And then, as I said, we will tell you about going forward and the plans that we have to address these issues in the next season. So first, introduce you to the critters, so to speak, that cause these problems. And we have a number of different species of phytoplankton or planktonic plants that occur off of our coast. Dinoflagellates and diatoms, these are single-celled organisms that can produce toxins under certain conditions, and they cause a number of sicknesses in vertebrates that eat them, so it affects not just humans, but also other species like pinnipeds and birds. Alexandrium, the dinoflagellate, is a common group of species on our coast that causes or produces a neurotoxin. Pseudonychia, the diatom, causes amnesia through poisoning from domoic acid, which is also a neurotoxin. And then the dinoflagellates in the Dinophysis genus also produce toxins that affect us, causing diuretic shellfish poisoning by producing okadaic acid. So a variety of critters, a variety of toxins affecting different parts of vertebrate physiology. And each of these toxins or poisons affects vertebrates at a different concentration level. So each of these groups of species have different trigger points for when they are dangerous to us. And we don't typically, as humans, go out and drink a cup full of one of these critters. Instead, we're getting it secondhand through another consumer. Consumers like crab, clams, sardines, anchovies, things like that, that take in either the algae directly or consume other things and then accumulate that toxin in their tissue. So we can get very high levels of exposure to these toxins by eating some of these consumers of phytoplankton. One additional point about these toxins is that they cannot be processed out of the tissue by cooking. So unlike bacterial contamination, cooking does no good in getting rid of these toxins from these species.
So when I go to an all-you-eat seafood event, and I think that maybe something was cooked like the crab on my pasta or something, we could be getting, I'm trying to understand the unexplained illness that I have from time to time at a seafood event.
Chair Finley, we might be able to talk about that later.
That sounds like bad gin.
What are the symptoms so I can watch? Make sure.
Amnesia.
No, okay.
Yeah, amnesia.
Okay, that was good.
I'll talk very quickly about what ODA does broadly with regard to food safety, and then talk about our role in marine biotoxin monitoring. As you all probably know, the ODA has a dual role to promote and regulate Oregon agriculture and food products. So, and we certainly work with the crab industry in both of those roles. In our food safety program, we license and inspect about 12,000 establishments, and that includes retail, dairy farms, dairy processors, shellfish aquaculture growers, shellfish harvesters, meat plants, food processors, and the food processors include processors of seafood. So we do routine inspections on all of those establishments. We also, on contract with ODFW, conduct recreational shellfish monitoring for biotoxins. So our staff go out on a regular basis and gather razor clams and mussels in particular. Those are shipped to the ODA lab and analyzed for domoic acid and potentially paralytic shellfish toxin, depending on what we're seeing. We also work with the crab industry and ODFW to get samples of crab, and those are also received, they are cooked, and then they are shipped to our lab for analysis. So that's the scope of our work in terms of marine biotoxin monitoring. And we often use, jointly with ODFW, the results that we see from the recreational monitoring as an indicator for which toxins we should be looking at and tracking in crab because of the predator-prey relationship between razor clams in particular and crab.
So the monitoring that ODA conducts in collaboration with us, we work very carefully together to make sure we get coverage up and down the coast. We have the clam and mussel type of sampling, which is done year-round. The crab sampling is done both in the immediate preseason testing that you're familiar with, where we're testing for meat quality to make sure that the crab are ready to harvest. In that process, we also test for domoic acid. But then if there are indicators in the ecosystem that suggest that there's a bloom going on or a toxin level in the ecosystem in razor clams and something out there, then we will continue to test into the season even if crab are clear of the biotoxin in that initial testing. So the other type of monitoring that we do is more ad hoc in that we have relied on grant funding to establish phytoplankton and water monitoring programs in the state. And we are now in our second grant, long-term grant, to do this work in collaboration with researchers, federal agencies, and state agencies from Washington and California. So this is more of a projecting whether there's an issue happening that might lead to razor clam levels, that might lead to crab levels. So this is predicting what's happening through looking directly at the phytoplankton in the water. And that work is done through the Fish and Wildlife agencies, where the tissue testing is done by the public health agencies. So that's an insight into kind of who's causing this problem in terms of the organisms, what we're doing to understand when we have a problem with seafood, and now we can talk about the last 2 years, 3 years, where we've had unprecedented harmful algal blooms of multiple species, but the one that has been causing the most problem has been domoic acid from Pseudonychia. And you'll remember summer of 2015, there was a bloom that ranged from Mexico to Alaska, closed down all kinds of fisheries throughout that region, and was very, very concerning, was tracked all the way through high vertebrates in pinnipeds and bird behavior, so it really just swamped the ecosystem. That fall, December of 2015, we had delayed Dungeness crab season because of that remaining toxin from that summer bloom and event. And that toxin is likely still with us. It's still working itself through the system. In December 2016, the following December, we had a delay in Oregon and Washington. And so this was, again, there was a bloom in September of 2016 that helped contribute, but we had seen high levels of razor clam toxin throughout this period. So we delayed until January 1st. Then we had an in-season detection event in February of this year that you are familiar with, and which led to this report.
Sure, I'll talk a little bit about the thresholds and how the agencies work together in the event of a detection above the threshold. The Federal Food and Drug Administration has established thresholds for domoic acid in their fish and fishery products seafood guide, basically for food safety. So the thresholds for domoic acid for crab are 30 parts per million in the viscera, and then 20 parts per million in the tissue. Generally, as I mentioned, when we get samples, they are shipped to our lab for analysis. If we get a sample in the viscera that comes back above 30 parts per million, we will then test the meat to see at what level the domoic acid may have migrated into the meat. Generally, we do not expect to see levels of concern in the meat if levels in the viscera are below that 30 parts per million threshold. So as Dr. Braby mentioned, we did get a sample above the 30 parts per million threshold in earlier this year. And when we get a single detection, we work with ODFW to respond. In this case, we advised closing the fishery because we did not feel like we had a good handle on the live market side of the fishery. But in general, a result above the threshold would trigger a conversation about how best to respond. We also conducted a follow-up sample in that case, as I mentioned, as our practice to make sure that we were not seeing domoic acid levels in the meat above that 20 parts per million threshold.
The Oregon Department of Agriculture, when they detect these toxin events, advise us on their recommendations of opening and closing fisheries. And as I mentioned, the crab sampling protocol is to test both pre-season and then in-season if we have a reason to believe there's an issue. It's one sample over the threshold that causes a need for management action, and that management action is at the determination of ODA's recommendation to us. And in order to reverse that action, 2 subsequent clean samples need to be taken and documented. Right now, the protocol is to take those samples 7 days apart, and so it's a 15-day minimum between the date of landing of a contaminated crab and the potential reversal of that issue. And so the management action possibilities here are evisceration or closure. Evisceration, where the fishery and harvest would be able to continue as long as the crab were processed and the toxins concentrated and the viscera were removed. Closure, of course, would mean just cease and desist, no harvest from the given toxin area or harvest area that had shown biotoxins. So the season start delay that we had in December of 2016 was characterized by patchy biotoxin areas in the ocean. So it wasn't across all of Oregon, and in fact, it wasn't in Washington at all. And as you know, we manage our crab fishery through the tri-state agreement, where we're trying to coordinate openings and closings of the fishery with California, Oregon, and Washington. So we're trying to balance the coordinated approach to opening the fishery, patchiness in the biotoxin levels in the crab samples we were taking. And as it played out, we had a clean area in the south part of the state, which we were able to open in the middle of December, and then cleared the northern half of the state, which allowed the northern half of the state and Washington to open. So we had a split opener that started on January 1st. It was further delayed due to price negotiations, which were probably influenced indirectly by the biotoxin event, but were independent of the actual fishery opening and closing issue. So the in-season detection event occurred from the collection of crab from the Coos Bay area, and we have one sampling location where 6 crab were collected at 3 different depths, and one of those crab was above the threshold. It was 36 parts per million, where the threshold is 30 parts per million. And so we went through a discussion between ODA, ODFW, and the Oregon State Police to determine what that management response would be. The management, I'll run through management response specifically first, and then I'll ask Stephanie to talk about traceability issues. But the management response initially was to move towards a soft closure, where we had a few days of evisceration order, followed by a closure of that biotoxin area. Through additional research and communication through the market chain, we were able to issue additional rules to extend the evisceration indefinitely. And then third, we got the second clean sample from that area, and so we were able to open the fishery by February 10th, which was the target closure date. So it was a rapid succession of information coming in, temporary rules trying to modulate how the fishery was operating relative to this biotoxin event, all clear on the 10th, and it has remained so since then.
Sure. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, our main concern was traceability of live product. The Oregon Department of Agriculture licenses and inspects seafood processors, and so we felt confident that we would be able to reach folks who process seafood and let them know to reach out to their customers and educate them regarding removal of the viscera. Our marketing program also created a poster for our retail customers to use to reach out to their buyers to let them know we'll cook the crab for you, we'll clean it for you, we'll remove the viscera as an additional risk mitigation strategy. But we did not, at the beginning when we first got that sample result back, we did not feel like we had a good handle on the live market. That's not an aspect of the market until you get to our retail stores that have live tanks that we license and inspect. So we do know that some live crab went out of state that we were not able to track down, and that traceability was really our concern and reason that we recommended the closure. As Dr. Bravey said, our staff did a lot of work together with ODFW staff to understand where the pathways that those crab might have traveled after harvest. We, I think, got a list of all the dealers for crab caught along the entire coast, and our staff did a lot of work reaching out to all of the places in Oregon that crab might have gone. We worked with our Oregon Health Authority partners to try and reach restaurants that might have live tanks, and then we tried to think of all of the markets, including independent markets that we're aware of, that could be selling live crab, so that we really covered the potential consumers. And that made us more comfortable, combined with one round of tests all coming back below the threshold that we would be okay with evisceration.
So the impacts of the series of decisions that were made and temporary rules that were put in place were many. They were diffuse, and regardless of what happens with a biotoxin event, there is going to be disruption to the fishery. There's going to be economic cost. Our goal here in talking about how to make improvements is both to maximize the efficiency of the harvest or minimize disruption to the harvest, recognizing that there will be some, and maximize the protection of public health and our ability to communicate with the public about any risk that there is. So this is not 100% certain on either side. This is trying to make it the most efficient and effective program that we can. So we heard a lot, and I know several of you heard a lot about the costs that were incurred by different parts of the seafood industry for a variety of reasons. And there was a lot of confusion about how these regulations were rolling out, what they meant, what the intent was. And so there are a number of opportunities here, in addition to streamlining the efficiency of the fishery to make sure that the economics are as secure as possible. There's an opportunity to have more discussion and more transparent decision-making involving industry. So to that end, we are launching into a process right now, in fact, starting in a week and a half from now, that I'll let Stephanie describe to you.
Sure. We first met with the Crab Commission on March 14th to do basically a hot wash of the event that happened earlier in the year. And one next step that came out of that discussion was to set up a rules advisory committee so that ODA could adopt rules describing how we will deal with these events in the future, considerations for providing recommendations to ODFW on whether or not to keep the fishery open with evisceration, or what kind of considerations might lead to a closure. So our agencies asked for applications from the industry, and we received, I think, about 20 to 25 applications. We worked with the Crab Commission to look at different sectors of the industry, different sections of the coast, to make sure we had good representation. And we've put together a list of 11 advisory committee members. So their first meeting will be on June 20th. We'll share some working draft rules for them to react to, and also talk about additional strategies to help ensure traceability and communication.
So in the February event, when we were filing rules, the way that those rules looked was that ODA was the primary authority talking about the evisceration order. ODFW rules reflected those, mirrored those rules, or referred to those rules, and then spoke specifically about closing the fishery. We anticipate that the Rules Advisory Committee discussion will highlight areas where ODFW might change rules on a permanent basis to help streamline this process. And so we will be asking the Rules Advisory Committee specifically about those opportunities, but the focus of the Rules Advisory Committee at this point is specific to ODA rules, and those are the draft rules that we have in hand. We hope that we can have at least a temporary package in front of you by the December 1 start date period of time, so that all of this is in place for next season. So I wanted to leave you with a really positive note, which I can't do. And the positive or negative note is that these blooms are here with us for a while. And like I mentioned, I think that the bloom that we experienced over this past winter stems from that original event in 2015. And it's continuing to work itself through the ecosystem. We don't know how long it's going to take. And along the way, we've had additional bloom events that have occurred. This map here, those red dots on the map, those are really high pseudonychia counts from May of this year. Those are samples taken offshore, 2-3+ miles offshore. The graph on the right shows samples of water that have been taken and the phytoplankton count of pseudonychia right on the beach. So across that whole nearshore area where crab live, we've got pseudonychia blooming this spring. So that's a third year in a row. Additionally, we have a prediction that we're going to have an El Nino this coming winter again, which means that in 3 years, we've gone from an El Nino to a La Nina to another El Nino, which is really unusual. Warm water facilitates phytoplankton growth, which means we're going to have this problem this season. If I had money to put on it, right? That's a prediction. I think that the best thing that we can do is figure out how to set up the management framework to anticipate that they're going to happen on a routine basis so that we're prepared, regardless of whether my prediction is correct. So that's our presentation to you, and we are happy to entertain questions.
Commissioners, Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you. Information is invaluable, particularly to those of us who live on the coast and get asked questions on a regular basis. There was a lot of consternation last year, frustration. Sometimes I get nervous over temporary rules. The fact that there has been, to the extent that I've been contacted, there has been no lingering animosity towards the department, or either department, tells me that people felt, as subset as they were, they felt it was fair. It is the unfairness that lingers. It is the sense that somebody has been unreasonably harmed that lingers. And that does not appear to have happened in our community, and that's a testament to your good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woolley.
Thanks. Thanks, Karin and Stephanie. That was really interesting. I really enjoyed that. So maybe this question is for the benefit of Chair Finley. But so in so we understand that the bioaccumulation of toxins is really focused in the viscera. But how do you, in the evisceration process, how do you know the toxins don't migrate into the meat or haven't migrated into the meat of the animal?
Commissioner Woolley, we typically, if we have a crab come back above the threshold with viscera above that 30 parts per million threshold, we will test the meat to ensure that domoic acid has not migrated into the meat. But you may be asking more generally, if we're only testing the viscera, how do we know? We actually have a pilot project with our lab this winter that they are working in as they have the time to test the meat of any crab with viscera above 6 parts per million. And so far, we've been at extremely low levels in the meat, at levels of no concern.
So then the assumption is when that sampling is done and then you're doing the evisceration for the public, you're just eviscerating. You don't have any concerns about the meat after that point. I mean, you just you're full on. You're good.
Commissioner Wally, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Are you okay, Mr. Chair?
I got it. Thank you. Commissioner Atkinson.
Did you say that the industry reps are involved in that advisory committee? Okay.
Commissioner Atkinson, that's correct. I believe, oh yes, there we go.
Okay, great.
These are the folks involved.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
On a slightly different topic, particularly for, I noticed in the legislature this year we're looking, there were a couple bills looking at ocean acidification, and even though it's not on the topic today, and I don't know where it is within, I would like to know that, A, you are fully aware and it is something that you're supporting, and that we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Chair Finley and Commissioner Buckmaster. That the policy aspect of the bill that you're referring to, which is Senate Bill 1039, does designate the department as a co-chair of a coordinating council on ocean acidification for the purposes of making recommendations to the state on opportunities for better information, mitigation of ocean acidification, and so on. And as you know, that ocean acidification has had major impacts on our oyster culture industry and has potential impacts on the crab fishery as well. So I have been very involved in discussions in the state and regionally about ocean acidification. I think that increasing our knowledge and our ability to make science-based recommendations on how to address it are a good thing.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Anderson. And then Commissioner Weber.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple biological questions for Dr. Braby. I don't think I've ever called her that. I like that.
Does sound good.
It does sound good. So the biology of the critter itself, are there levels of the toxin that will affect the animal?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Anderson. To my knowledge, these toxins do not affect the invertebrates that accumulate them. I am not aware of any research that shows that. It's only when you get into the vertebrates that you start to see those responses. And I'm trying to shuffle through my memory bank about why that is, but different toxins affect different physiology, and there's got to be some core
Wondering if we might see a population response or something, but it doesn't sound like that's. Then the other the other part of that is one thing that you mentioned that I hadn't heard before, and I don't know if I was clear. So when the individual animal takes in the toxin, is it static and just stays there for the life of the animal, or does it flush out of the animal during the course of the year?
Yeah, I'll address that. Stephanie may know a little bit more, but that process of removing the toxin from the tissue is called depuration, and that happens at different rates for individual animals and different status conditions of the animal. So if the animal is eating a lot of non-toxic food, it can depurate quickly those toxins. So for example, razor clams that accumulate domoic acid, if they are then eating a lot of other non-toxic algae, they can remove the domoic acid from their tissue. If they're not, if they're in a starvation state, they will hold on to it, and that is probably what we're seeing in some of the populations we've had for the last 2 years that continue to have toxin levels in them. And so depending on the species, they may actually have to die to remove that toxin out of the ecosystem.
So are there enough data points at this point to try to determine if there's a safe seasonal aspect to this in terms of how the water temperatures change throughout the year and the blooms change in the winter?
Great question, and that's why we have grant money to address that. I mean, that's part of
of learning more. Great.
Yeah, trying to find what those correlations are and quantify those correlations between environmental characteristics and the toxin levels in the species, which species have them, under what conditions, how it moves through the trophic chain. Those are all somewhat understood, but but not well quantified.
One final question on the human risk part of it. Commissioner Buckmaster said that there is no residual animosity on the coast. I think that's true in regards to the department, both departments, but I do hear animosity regarding the standard set forth by the FDA, and if that is indeed a reasonable standard of 30 parts per million in terms of what the perceived risk is and what the actual risk is. There are some people who think it might be lower. I am, or higher rather, forgive me, higher. So I guess I'm just, were there any, how many reported cases of a human illness are we aware of in the last 2 to 3 years of this bloom epidemic that we've had on our coast?
Commissioner Anderson, I'm not aware of any illnesses associated with domoic acid reported in the last 2 to 3 years. I think that the recent cases that we have seen with biotoxin-related poisoning have been in Washington, and I believe those have been related to paralytic shellfish toxin. So a different toxin, different threshold.
It'll be interesting to see if the Crab Commission wants to pursue that from a research standpoint. I wouldn't want to be in that research study to find out what is the limit.
I've already been in it.
But yeah, thank you both for the very informative presentation. I appreciate it.
Okay, I have a question. You go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt your question, but I just wanted to make sure and thank Stephanie for being here today to help talk about this issue. ODA has been a great partner working through these issues, and we have a lot of work to do, but we're going to get there. And I also wanted to highlight the proactive and conservative approach that industry has taken. They really are concerned for both public health reasons and economic reasons. They're concerned about this issue, and they want to manage it. They want to make sure that their seafood that they're providing is safe for consumers. And even though there's frustration about the FDA standard and other issues, they are very concerned about protecting their brand and the product's quality across the board. And so I really appreciate that effort by them.
Commissioner Weber has a question.
Yeah, I don't know which of you would be best to answer it, but it seems to me that when we're dealing with this, that it would appear that the toxins move through the host, say the crab, fairly quickly. If you have to get to 30 before you start worrying about the meat, but it would seem to me that, at least logically, that it would stay in the meat longer. Even if the viscera went down, it would still be residing to some degree in the meat. And how do we address that?
Commissioner Weber, excellent question. I don't have a good handle on the speed with which it clears out of the meat compared with the viscera. I think what you're saying logically makes sense, but I'm not sure there's great information out there on that question. I think that's probably one of many questions that it would be valuable to have further research on. All I can say is that when we have tested the meat at levels of 30 parts per million or below in the viscera, we have not seen levels of concern in the meat.
And I just was going to apologize to Stephanie, because I'm always throwing you under the bus when people are hitting me up in the restaurant about what the heck are you guys doing. I go, oh, no, it's them. It's not us.
Commissioner Weber, I wanted to echo Dr. Bravy's comments, expressing appreciation for ODFW as a partner in dealing with us on this issue. We do have a lot of work to do. I think we got through a difficult time together with the industry, and we know that crab is one of our top 12 commodities in Oregon. It's in all of the ODA publications. We get calls not only during crab commercial closures, but also when we've had these recreational shellfish closures. People are calling us to find out whether they should cancel their hotel reservations along the coast, and it just reminds us that there is an economic impact to this, and we very much want to balance that with protecting public health.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Weber.
Commissioner Finley.
No, Commissioner Woolley.
Okay. Is that the effects of the shellfish? or
Yes,
what? Yeah,
yes.
okay. So, just related to, kind of a takeoff on Commissioner Anderson's question, and this would be more of a question really for the traditional medical establishment, but kind of the next place to go with this is, are there any studies on the long-term neurological impacts to humans on consumption of shellfish? And I'm thinking of dementia, 30, 40 years down the line. I'm just curious, obviously that's not research that our department would do, but are you aware if any of that kind of work is going on?
I thank you for the question, and I would venture to guess that all of the research that exists is on that acute effect of high levels of toxin and immediate disease or poisoning afterwards. And that is an ongoing question mark, is what is the effect of chronic exposure to very low levels even in shellfish. We don't know.
Yeah, just curious.
We know we enjoy crab. And so it's one of those issues where it is a wild product, and it's a wild product.
Works out fine.
Thank you, Dr.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
The evisceration, is my understanding that it is the whole cook market that was so impacted by this, but the majority of the frozen product is already sectioned. That most of it is not frozen as a whole cook, and so that we always have had a large amount of Oregon product that has been eviscerated and sectioned to go in to the warehouses for year-round. Is that still correct?
That's my understanding, Commissioner. I've been in this program about 2.5 years, so I don't have the level of seafood inspection experience that some of our staff have, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about this is that we don't have numbers, we don't have data on the product forms. That's proprietary information. We have information on pounds landed, and the ultimate dispersal or the form of that seafood beyond that first point of sale is not our knowledge. So we understand a lot at a qualitative level from the industry and understanding of those facilities. The thing that's really grown in size, as you probably know, over the last dozen years or so since the last biotoxin event, which was 2002, 2003 was the last time we had closures, is that we have a huge market of live crab, not just locally for summer tourists, that kind of market, but shipped to China and other places by cargo loads. And as a point of interest, the threshold level for China for live crab is 20 parts per million. It's the lower of the two thresholds. And so any part of that crab has to meet a 20 part per million threshold, not the 30 parts that we test for viscera in the U.S.
Interesting, since China's the largest seafood exporter in the world. I'm interested in if there's an opportunity for further research about some events that may occur from these that, we say they aren't reported, so forth, because many of us probably had events regarding food when we attribute it to food handling, unsafe food handling, or we may not know it's a toxin. It may be a bacteria, listeria or something. So there's that episodic event that people may have but may not report. And so as a component of research, I may call urgent care, but I may not go. And so that's at least a contact to know whether this has increased. That's just a comment. The question is, we have the ocean used to be basically basic, and we are acidifying it, and we've seen that here on the Oregon coast, Washington, you all know. We have areas of hypoxia off our coast. We have rising temperatures. So what's the kind of ecological ecosystem interaction of these organisms to these events? I know you reference heat, warming, El Nino. We have some other factors in warming also, but have we seen enough to know what's a stimulus for them? What controls some of these phytoplankton?
Those are great questions. Thank you for them. And I think the short answer is that yes, there are increasing signals between ocean acidification and other changing ocean conditions metrics and harmful algal bloom species specifically. And so one area of research is trying to understand those connections better. But that's part of the prediction in thinking that they will continue to increase in frequency and intensity is that connection to ocean acidification as well as warming.
I think you're right, they're here to stay, and our budget projections, I think, have to be looking at this as we have larger volumes and more frequent events. That protection. Final questions? Commissioner Atkinson.
This is a question maybe for Kurt. Am I correct that we are getting some funding through the general fund or lottery fund to help with monitoring demonic acid?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, there's, as was discussed earlier, there's a number of bills in the legislature associated with ocean acidification and other ocean issues. They're all, I believe, sitting at Ways and Means. So because they have fiscal impact associated with them and no funding identified, they're sitting down there waiting, and they could come back. Right now, I don't believe we have any new general fund or lottery fund in our budget for harmful algal bloom monitoring.
And we didn't have funding in past years, recent years?
Boy, I think Dr. Braby has mentioned it. We've had we've been funding the work largely in an ad hoc fashion with a series of grants. I think we've had policy option packages in the past requesting funding for that work, but have not received it.
Okay, ladies, thank you very much. Stephanie, thanks for taking the time and for being such a good partner working with the department.
And Mr. Chair, I'll, as we call our next panel up, I would also mention, while Dr. Braby could not end her presentation on a positive note, I will add a positive note. And that is that despite all the trauma and difficulties associated with delayed starts, seasonal starts, in-season actions, the Dungeness crab fishery on the Oregon coast is, I believe, already in the record ex-vessel value territory. At volume is good, not anywhere near record high, but about 20 million pounds with an ex-vessel value of a new record high in excess of $60 million. So I think our efforts to, one, manage the resource, to working with Department of Agriculture to protect the consumer, and also to maintain consumer confidence through these regulatory actions really served us well, and this year is a prime example. So thank you. I'd like to have then next up Director Tom Byler from the Water Resources Department and Alyssa Mucken come forward to talk to you about the integrated water resource strategy. Of course, the first strategy was adopted in, I believe, finished in 2012. Currently, there's a review process underway, and Director Byler and the Water Resources Department would like to update you a little bit on what's going on with that strategy.
Or 2 year, or whatever.
Well, welcome to both of you. Tom, it's time for another breakfast meeting, I think.
Sounds good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission members, Director Melcher. It's a real pleasure to be here today to talk about the update that we have ongoing relative to the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. I want to Alyssa Micken here is going to spend the time walking you through the details, and I would certainly encourage you to ask questions along the way or at the end, however you'd like to engage on the material here. I just wanted to say a couple things before I hand things off to Alyssa. One is how much we at the Water Resources Department appreciate the partnership and collaboration that we have with the staff at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We face a lot of complex and challenging issues together. We don't always have the same perspective and viewpoint based on the laws that we're responsible for administering, but I can tell you that we are very grateful that of the spirit of cooperation and collaboration that we get from your staff on a regular basis. The professionalism and the level of expertise is very impressive, and it really serves the state well. When I go to work every day, I'm always struck with how essential water is to virtually everything around us. You know, every day, all of us in our homes, water is a key component of us getting through our day. Water is essential to so many businesses, whether it's agriculture, irrigated agriculture, ranching business, industry, commercial endeavors of all kinds. And of course, water is essential to the habitat that supports fish and wildlife. It is a key ingredient indeed. The Oregon Water Resources Department is responsible for the management and distribution of water to a myriad of uses around the state. And we rely on the expertise of many others, like the Department of Fish and Wildlife and other agencies and others at local, state, federal, and NGOs and others to help us understand the many various perspectives on and values that water provides around the state. The Integrated Water Resources Strategy is a high-level strategic tool to help us navigate through that complexity. And as Kurt mentioned, it's relatively new. The legislature authorized and directed us to produce the strategy in 2009. The first strategy was adopted by our commission in concert with many other agencies and commissions and boards in 2012. And we're now at our 5-year update period. And we're very excited to be able to provide you a glimpse of the work that we have to expand on and update the framework that was developed in 2012. It's been a very useful document for us in terms of helping to serve as a compass to help us prioritize our activities and to expand and broaden awareness of how important water is in virtually everything that we do. So I think with that, I'll hand off to Alyssa, and she'll get us started walking through this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Alyssa Micken. I work with the Oregon Water Resources Department. I've been working on the integrated strategy now for about 8 years, so I'm very familiar with what it is and how helpful it's been in terms of pushing the conversation around water among stakeholders, among the public, even at the Oregon legislature. So what I wanted to do today is just give you a general overview of the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, just so that you have a sense of what's in it, but also what's new. We recently released a public review draft for public comment back in April, so there's some new items I wanted to highlight for you as well. We are in a public comment opportunity right now, so we'll talk a little bit about that, what we've done so far in terms of engaging the public and outreach and receiving comment, and then what we can expect to see this fall. We plan to take the 2017 Integrated Water Resources Strategy to our Water Resources Commission for adoption this November. So as Director Byler mentioned, we really got started on Oregon's first water strategy back in 2009 with the passage of House Bill 3369, which directed our agency, the Water Resources Department, to lead the efforts to better understand our water needs and our water supplies, but also figure out strategies and actions to meet those needs. Where we get to integration with this strategy, we are trying to take a balanced approach to this. We're looking not just at the consumptive use needs for irrigation or cities, but we're trying to balance that with a better understanding of in-stream needs and protections for both. This strategy is somewhat unique compared to other state water plans or strategies in that the integration we didn't want it to just be a water supply strategy. We really wanted to focus on how can we improve water supplies, but water quality as well as ecological or habitat needs. And as Director Byler mentioned, this is a high-level, broad framework. So we're thinking about needs today, but we're also looking out 50 years into the future. Knowing that we're just one of many natural resource agencies that touch upon water, the legislature directed us to work with our partner agencies, our sister agencies, namely the Department of Environmental Quality and Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Agriculture made up the project team responsible for developing and writing this strategy. And we also worked with other natural resource agencies as well, OWEB, Department of State Lands, Department of Land Conservation and Development, several of the natural resource agencies that play a role in water. However, the legislature didn't want us agencies just developing the strategy on our own. They really wanted to ensure that we had public involvement, that we are engaging with tribes across the state, and making sure that this strategy really reflected the voice and values of Oregonians around water. Lastly, House Bill 3369 directed us to look out into the future, to really think about what those coming pressures might be, and specifically asked us to address climate change and help water users adapt to those coming pressures, as well as land use change and population growth. So these were really our main marching orders when we started back in 2009. After 3.5 years of public comment, advisory group discussions, input and feedback from our agency partners, our Water Resources Commission did adopt the state's first water strategy in August of 2012. We want to make sure this strategy is relevant and that it doesn't sit on the shelf and collect dust. And so we're required to update this strategy every 5 years. One of the reasons we're here today is the law requires us to notify other boards and commissions regarding our adoption. The Fish and Wildlife Commission, the Board of Agriculture, and the Environmental Quality Commission. The reason behind that is that this strategy largely reflects many of your programs, and there are recommended actions in there that will be undertaken by other state agencies as well, including the Fish and Wildlife Department. We knew with this update, we're just a few years into implementation. We really didn't want to overhaul the integrated water resources strategy. We really wanted to focus on shoring up existing recommended actions. And in the first strategy, there were about 40 recommended actions, and looking at potential new recommended actions for the state to consider and implement. Somehow, we managed to miss drought and drought resiliency in the first integrated water resources strategy. That was not okay with Governor Brown. So in 2015, when we were experiencing one of our most severe droughts, Governor Brown directed our agency to incorporate drought resiliency into this next version. We continue to work closely with our partner team agencies. As Director Byler mentioned, Department of Fish and Wildlife has been a valuable partner. We work really closely with your water quantity, water quality program. I got to give a shout out to Anna Stevenson, your program manager, and Danette Fossera, your water policy coordinator. We interact with them all the time. They're tremendously valuable in the work that we do, and we've just really appreciated their time and expertise as we've worked on this over the years. So what has been retained, or what's the same in this new version? We've kept the goals the same. We did not adjust those. So our goals are to improve our understanding of Oregon's water resources, both groundwater and surface water, and the interaction between the two, as well as meeting Oregon's water resources needs, both in-stream and out-of-stream. We also developed a set of guiding principles. Hopefully in your meeting materials, you received a copy of what I call the cheat sheet to the integrated water resources strategy. It's this document. It basically shows you just about everything you'd need to know at a glance. On the back side are our guiding principles. So those largely remain the same from the previous version. And the general structure and the format of the document also remains the same. So largely, over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of research and new reports written, new publications. We've incorporated a lot of that into this new version, including the most recent climate assessment report that was released by the Oregon Climate Change Research Institute. And we've been doing some work on developing a strategy for monitoring around water. We've also incorporated new components of that into this version. But we've also made a tremendous amount of progress in recent years on implementation. This document really did give water a voice at the Oregon legislature. We saw new investments during the 2013 legislative session as well as the 2015 legislative session that really allowed us to expand our stream gauging network across the state as well as our observation wells so we can see how aquifers are doing. And we've been initiating a new planning effort, a locally led planning effort across the state. So this new version really does reflect the progress that we've made in recent years. We've also had some public and agency input as part of this update process. We held open houses across the state last June. In fact, Kurt allowed us to use this room as one of our open house venues, so thank you for that. We also had a policy advisory group of 18 different citizen members from all across the state that provided us input and met on several occasions in 2016 to provide us recommendations. We've also been working with partners across state lines, really talking about drought and drought management from experiences in California as well as Washington to help inform our strategy. So just real quickly, the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, the outline of it largely reflects that document you see in front of you, where the 4 main chapters definitely adhere to the 4 main boxes you see on that outline. So I'll walk through each of those chapters with you so you're more familiar with what they include. But it's not a huge document. It's definitely one in which we wrote for the general public, for a wide audience, so that the public and stakeholders and legislatures could understand what we do around water. So Chapter 1 is really focused on understanding water resources today. As I mentioned, it's both groundwater and surface water and the interaction between the two. Most of our stream systems across the state are fully allocated during the summer months, and we have groundwater challenges across the state as well. We've got areas that have been designated for declining groundwater levels, and we've also have other areas that we're concerned about from a water quality perspective. So you'll see some of those issues summarized in this first chapter. For ODFW, your role and kind of your portion of the strategy, we talk a lot about in-stream flows and in-stream water rights in this chapter, where they're located and how they're protected and how they work in the state of Oregon. Chapter 2 switches gears a little bit from focusing on the supply side or the resource side to really looking at our future needs or demands in the future. We recently completed a long-term water demand forecast, looking at how changing temperatures could affect irrigated agriculture and the demand for water for agriculture, as well as the demand for water for industry and municipal use. This is a statewide demand forecast, and what we found from that is potentially by the year 2050, we could see an additional 1.2 million acre-feet of water needed to help meet a growing population in changing temperatures. What we recognize as part of this work is that the state really needs to do a companion effort that focuses on a statewide in-stream demand forecast, what's needed within our rivers and streams to support aquatic species statewide. So our agency will work closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on a project. It's definitely something we heard as part of our public comment phase, that the state needs to take the same opportunity to look at in-stream flows statewide. So this chapter talks about the value, both economically and environmentally, of different water uses, both in-stream and out-of-stream. Chapter 3 moves into those coming pressures I mentioned earlier. Each chapter kind of grows somewhat in content, gets a little larger. This chapter starts off with the water and energy nexus, and really making sure that the state understands how energy development projects will have an impact on water, or vice versa. This chapter also talks about climate change. 2015 was really a wake-up call for us. It was a snow year unlike any other that we've seen in our lifetimes. It was a record low year for snowpack, and that's going to have definite implications for water resources and water users and aquatic species across the state. So we want to ensure that through this process, through the strategy, that we have good monitoring systems in place and that we are tracking trends over time to see how we need to adapt to a changing hydrologic regime. New in this version, as I mentioned earlier, is a new critical issue, really what we've categorized as extreme events. We want to ensure that we're properly planning for future droughts and really understanding which communities or resources are most vulnerable to multi-year droughts, but as well as floods. We've been seeing more intense precipitation events in recent years. How will our infrastructure, how will our systems be able to handle these large precipitation events? And lastly, we added a new section on preparing for the next big one on the Oregon coast with the Cascadia earthquake event, and we largely drew upon the recommendations of the Oregon Resiliency Plan that was developed back in 2013 to incorporate into this strategy. Also in this chapter, we speak a lot about infrastructure and the need for Oregon to address its aging water infrastructure. But this also includes dam safety. Our agency is the lead state agency responsible for dam safety in Oregon. This is a new section in the strategy. Most of our dam safety laws were developed back in the early 1920s, 1930s in an era of dam building. We really do need to modernize our laws where our responsibilities are shifting to ensure that those structures are safe, that they are rehabilitated if needed, and that we're working with our other local emergency managers to ensure that we have action plans in place for any potential catastrophic event. I think a lot was learned by what happened in California with the Oroville Dam, and certainly this is an important component of our strategy in the future. But this section of the strategy, this chapter, also speaks to education and outreach. I think, as Byler mentioned, water is essential to our livelihoods here in our state, but we often take it for granted and we don't truly recognize the value of water. So there are recommended actions related to enforcing or providing education through K through 12 related to water quality, habitat, but also making sure our water and wastewater industry workers are trained to handle new regulations and so on. Chapter 4 is the last main chapter of the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, and this really switches from kind of the understanding component of needs and demands and coming pressures to really kind of the traditional approaches to meeting long-term water needs here in our state. Our agency has been working with partner agencies to really take planning around water to a new level, one that we haven't seen before. So we're working on a new pilot program called Place-Based Planning, where local communities are trying to develop an integrated water plan for their particular area. We have 4 pilot areas currently in place right now that are trying to develop an integrated planning approach to water. So we're working in the Malheur Lake Basin, the Grand Ronde Basin, the Lower John Day, and on the Mid-Coast, bringing together diverse interests around water to plan for their water future. So this is kind of a newer, innovative outgrowth of the integrated water resources strategy. And we haven't done this type of water planning at a regional or sub-basin level in 20, 25 plus years. So a very exciting time for us. The strategy also speaks to other traditional water management tools, such as water conservation and efficiency, as well as storage. For storage, looking at ways that we can take existing storage, for example, and change the way we operate reservoirs to meet a variety of needs in the basin. Maybe needs we didn't anticipate when those reservoirs were constructed 50, 60 years ago. New to this version, we really want to make sure that agencies have an adequate field presence when it comes to water management and working with local communities. Our agency has about 20 water masters located across the state, some of which cover very large geographic areas, making it very challenging to regulate and distribute water in a timely manner. But what we've also heard is it's not just water masters that are needed out in the field, but we need the expertise of ODFW's fish biologists to be there helping us understand what's needed and what the issues are as well. So we wanted to make sure that this strategy called attention to the need for an adequate field presence throughout the state. We also added a new section on permitting both at our agency, so we permit water use applications. Sometimes that can be very complex and confusing. Our agency, as well as Oregon DEQ, we do have backlogs in those programs, so we want to make sure that we're addressing those backlogs and helping folks understand these permitting processes and what's actually required when a permit is issued in terms of conditions, for example. This part of the strategy, the critical issue on healthy ecosystems, largely pulls upon the work that you've all done as part of your Oregon conservation strategy efforts. We really integrated the recommendations in the Oregon conservation strategy, especially in relation to invasive species, aquatic invasive species, but the importance of in-stream protections and securing and protecting flows in the environment for fisheries needs. This section of the strategy also talks about your department's habitat and passage program, as well, and the importance of addressing those fish passage barriers over time. And we added a new section to healthy ecosystems. What we recognized is we had actions on in-stream protections within rivers and streams, but we didn't have an equivalent for groundwater. So there's a new section on groundwater protections and ensuring that we are using that resource in a sustainable manner over time. I was listening to Stephanie and Dr. Raby earlier talk about public health and toxics, and you'll largely see discussions of harmful algal blooms in the integrated water resources strategy, as well as work that agencies are doing related to toxics reductions and water quality plan developments as well. So there's a public health component of this strategy that also speaks to drinking water and source water protection. The last main section of Chapter 4 focuses on funding. What good is a strategy or a plan without funding to implement it? So we want to ensure that over time that the strategy is funded and that our partner agencies, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Agriculture, can continue working with us on this strategy, both from a development standpoint but also an implementation standpoint. You were talking earlier about budgeting. I think we've all recognized that funding for natural resource agencies is very difficult, especially when many of us are competing for the general fund. So our agency and our commission for years have been looking for opportunities or ways outside of the general fund to support agency work across natural resource agencies. I mentioned earlier that we're investing in this new planning approach. We've just got started back in 2015. We want to ensure that we have planning dollars available for local communities when they're trying to address these very complex issues at a local level, as well as project dollars to invest in water projects. Oregon Water Resources Department has not traditionally been an entity that's invested in water projects, but in 2013, the legislature provided us authority and some modest funding to invest in both in-stream and out-of-stream water projects, those that really have an economic, environmental, or social benefit. So we want to ensure that we can continue that new program into the future under the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. So if you really just want to get to the meat of where to find the recommended actions throughout the strategy, you can find them in different parts of the document. They're really sprinkled throughout. They're basically these small little text boxes that give you suggestions for how to implement the recommended action. But you can also find the recommended actions at the beginning of each chapter. We made it easy for users to understand which actions had been revised in this new version, as well as which actions are new. And you'll also see that on the document we provided to you as well. So just quickly, I didn't want to dwell on this slide too much. We tried really hard not to modify the recommended actions and try and keep them whole or the same, but in some cases we had to modify them to show progress. For example, we want to regularly do this work or continue to do this work over time. So we made modifications to about 10 of the recommended actions. And here, just for your notes so that you have it as part of your meeting materials, this is just a summary of all of the new recommended actions that I walked through with you today. So as I mentioned when we started, we're currently in a public review process for the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. We released it out through our public mailing list back in April. We've shared it with all of our agency partners, as well, including ODFW, and we've been giving briefings to various boards and commissions. So we've already met with the Board of Agriculture, Department of Land Conservation and Development, their commission, as well as OWEB. And we also have our commission that we briefed, and we'll be meeting with the Environmental Quality Commission in July. So the document is available online. We'll make sure that you have an electronic copy of it. We'll work with Michelle to make sure you have a copy of it. And we're looking for public comments are due by July 19th. So we have a 90-day public comment period. We've always been available for any staff briefings. If anyone in your community wants to learn more about the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, we're always available. And our Water Resources Commission is also taking public comment at their meetings as well. So what to expect over the next couple of months, we'll be compiling the comments that we receive from the public, and we'll be reconvening our state agency advisory group. This is the group that ODFW, DEQ, and other natural resource agencies participate in. They've been tremendously helpful in terms of writing and authoring and editing new sections of the strategy, so we'll give them another opportunity to do that following the public comment period. We're going to take all of the public comments to our commission at their meeting in mid-August, so they have an opportunity to review and provide input. And then we anticipate that we'll be asking our Water Resources Commission for adoption this coming November. So we may be coming back around as we get closer to the final stages of adoption, seeking either your support letter or an endorsement letter for this Integrated Water Resources Strategy. That's something that we've done in the past that this commission has participated in, and we're interested in exploring that for this new version as well. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I went through that very quickly. There's a lot of content in this document, but certainly happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments?
Alyssa, what's the driving force of this blue-green algae? In the southern part of our state, we see that quite often.
Chair Finley, Commissioner, that's a great question that I'm not sure I can answer for you. I think when we were experiencing the drought conditions more generally back in 2015, which really started in some places of our state back in 2012, 2013, 2014, I think it was an eye-opening experience how much drought, severe conditions can affect all aspects of natural resources. So in many cases, we've seen warm water temperatures contributing to all sorts of issues, of which maybe blue-green algae could be a part of that. That really, for us, for our agency, we don't play a role in that so much as our partner agency, like the Oregon Health Authority, for example.
Okay. I had another question, but it doesn't sound like you'd have the answer for it.
Yeah, probably not.
Thank you.
Mr. Woolley.
So you mentioned some of your agency partners, and I assume you work a little bit more on the local level as well. That you didn't mention, for instance, soil and water conservation districts or watershed councils. So I just wanted to get an idea of what sort of collaborative relationships or partnerships you have at that level.
Yes, thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioner. That's a great question. I think historically our agency hasn't had a strong working relationship with watershed councils or soil and water conservation districts. On occasion we have. A lot of times our water masters throughout the state interact with watershed councils by providing information, helping them research water rights, things like that, of that nature. But more recently, with this place-based planning program that we're just now launching, we are trying to foster those relationships with local watershed councils and watershed districts, or excuse me, SWCD. So even just on the coast, the mid-coast, for example, where we're initiating a planning program out there on water, the mid-coast watershed council has been very involved. I think some of the soil and water conservation districts are also participating in our collaborative planning program. So it's been great. We've largely learned from that model of watershed councils and trying to foster that interaction and dialogue that's been developed on habitat and species and water quality needs, and use that to have a broader conversation around water.
I just like to add, thank you for that question, because this is an emerging area for us, and the strategy has helped us, as Alyssa mentioned, leverage some new program areas for us. And traditionally, many folks have considered our agency kind of having two core functions. Making decisions about new permits, water transfers, water use authorizations, if you will, and then the management and distribution of water every year. And now we have a third arena that is more perspective, and it provides some carrots, if you will, through grants and loans to help communities plan for their water future, and to develop and to kind of test the viability of different project ideas that are helping them meet their future needs, and then to fund projects themselves. That's a very exciting area for us. This place-based planning collaborative approach, as well as the other grant opportunities, are areas where we're seeing SWCDs, watershed councils, and other local partners step up, and we're really thrilled to be able to strengthen and develop those partnerships.
Commissioner Weber.
I was just going to say for Greg that Director Byler's previous life was in OWEB, so he knows about soil conservation districts and watershed councils, and I'm sure that that has enhanced his ability to integrate them into the process.
Great. Commissioner Akins.
I was curious, what kinds of grant topics have you funded with the new grant program?
Sure. Well, are you talking about specific grants, or there are categories of grants that we have? And
yeah, I was wondering, like, are they
planning
grants?
Yeah.
Are they?
So we have these 4 place-based planning pilot grants that are where we're working with 4 communities around the state on collaborative planning, which, again, we're, given the sometimes reputation that Water Resources has of being conflict-ridden, we're very glad to have an opportunity to work collaboratively with communities representing all the different interests of the community to try to figure out what their future path will be around water. Mm-hmm. So that's an exciting arena for us. We've had another grant program for about 10 years that looks at the feasibility of project ideas. And those project ideas could range from groundwater recharge, surface water storage, water use efficiency, like piping canals, or even conservation-related work. So we've been using funds to help communities, again, kind of test the viability of that through these dollars. And then lastly, we have funds available for projects, and those projects range very widely as well, from storage, groundwater, surface water storage, and conservation efficiency types of projects. And we're seeing all sorts of projects come in. We're still pretty new. We've only had a couple years under our belts for some of these program areas, but we're seeing a lot of different ideas come in from folks around the state.
Okay, so the funds go either to local government or to nonprofits, typically?
Yeah, they are eligible for a wide array of persons. We've seen individuals apply. We've seen municipalities. We've seen tribal interests apply, as well as SWCDs and watershed councils and other types.
Buckmaster.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Let's look at Chapter 4 on your funding, investing in natural resource agencies. That brought up a question to me, the nexus between your organization and ODFW. Projects, water storage, impact, in-stream water rights, fish and wildlife. So can you give us some specific incidents or examples of how you work with ODFW, where you work with them, where we advise on advocating on these projects, if we do. And I'd also like to hear from our director, his perspective of working with your organization.
Absolutely. There are lots of examples that I could offer. I'll give some thoughts on some real kind of meat and potatoes areas that we have. As I mentioned earlier, one of the things that we're responsible for are requests for new authorizations for new permits for water or for changes of uses of water, whether it be water rights out of groundwater or surface water or storage. And we work closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They help inform our review process. We're experts in water distribution, but we are not experts in habitat and fish and aquatic species issues. And so it's one very important function is the Department of Fish and Wildlife staff informing our public interest review associated with some of these water-related decisions. And that's been a long-standing process, and it can be a challenging one at times as well. But it's a very important function for us. We also will run into issues that on a more of a basin scale. The Klamath Basin, for example, is an area where the use and management of water and fish and wildlife habitat issues are in high profile and often competing against each other. And we work closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and many other agencies, including and the governor's office, on issues related to trying to resolve kind of the big scale, broad scale issues in the Klamath Basin. The Deschutes Basin is yet another area where we have basin scale issues, multiple species, water quality issues, and water use issues, all kind of bundled together and affecting each other. And in the Deschutes in particular, you're dealing with, for many years, we've been grappling with how to contend with the needs for listed salmonids in that basin, and taking efforts from a conservation standpoint and looking at water as being the use of water being one element in there. And then more recently, the Oregon spotted frog affecting water use at the upper end of that basin has created really significant challenges, and that's another area where the collaboration between our agency and the Department of Fish and Wildlife is very important.
I know we began tracking as a department advisory work that we do with other agencies to inform ongoing funding issues through the legislature. Is the Water Resources Board one of those where we do a great deal of advising that we would expect, if this moves forward, that there will be a funding exchange of some sort?
Yes, it is, and Kurt might have more detail on that.
Sure, Chair Finley and Commissioner Buckmaster. Yes, House Bill 3415, which directs us to, beginning in 2019, start recovering the costs associated with our participation in other executive branch agency regulatory processes. Water Resources Department is, I believe, between Water Resources Department and Department of State Lands, they're probably in about equal in terms of they're the primary agencies that we do work with in a regulatory fashion, where we participate in their regulatory process. And we did just in the last several months deliver our first invoice for that work. It's an invoice for informational purposes only. We aren't recovering those costs yet, but so yeah, they are definitely covered.
Can you share, was it a big invoice?
Well, of course, our work in these in these areas is somewhat cyclical, and so a quarterly bill for the quarter ending in December of 2016, for instance, may not be indicative of what the bill will look like for a second or third quarter of the year. But I believe the Water Resources, this is strictly from memory, I believe that their bill, if you will, was around $10,000 or $9,000, something like that.
Thanks.
And I guess we do have, you also asked a question about the relationship between the agencies. Of course, we're both executive branch agencies. We work very closely with the Water Resources Department. We're also a regulated entity. The Department of Fish and Wildlife holds, it's in excess of 1,000 water rights, just in-stream rights, I believe it's in excess of 1,000. And then we also hold hundreds, perhaps approaching 1,000 water rights at all of our facilities and wildlife management areas, both consumptive water rights as well as non-consumptive water rights. So we work with them as a regulated entity as well as a partner agency in their doing their work. And I'm reminded of a time by previous deputy directors and directors when the other executive branch natural resource agencies wouldn't even talk to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, let alone consult in a formal fashion. And that is clear. I mean, we've come a long way in that regard. So,
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to compliment the architecture of the plan, and particularly the summary sheet, which is just a really useful overview. So are you the person responsible for that? Very well done.
Thank you.
We had a very robust discussion yesterday regarding our department's wolf plan, and there was some direction given by this commission to include more of a vision statement. And I didn't really add to that at the time, but I had written in my notes guiding principles as well. And I think this is just a really nice template that perhaps could be looked at as an example. When I look at the principles, the guiding principles, for those involved in it, these may seem like really obvious things, like, oh, we all know that we're going to work collaboratively, or we all know that we need to do this at a reasonable cost. But I don't think that's a safe assumption when documents go out to the broader public. And I think we can look at this with our own wolf plan as maybe we need to state some of the obvious guiding principles that we're using moving forward. So compliments to you on that, and appreciate it. Thank you.
To your point, Commissioner, I received a letter the other day from a woman who had read the mission statement for the department and wondered if the commission had a mission statement.
I wondered if we had read the mission statement.
Really?
That too. But that might be something that we want to look at. We've talked about, at one time, guiding principles for ourselves, and that's one of the things on the list, I think, that Holly, that we had as something to look at. I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at your Chapter 4 and your critical issues, and under permitting, where I live, we have, and this will maybe relate to your relationship with the OLCC, but we have a burgeoning marijuana industry that is watering their plants under a permit for a domestic well. and increased use of that groundwater way beyond what was considered in the permit for the domestic well. Is this an issue that's risen to you for discussion and some sort of remedy? Or is this outside your
Want me to
wheelhouse?
answer that one? It's an issue that we're well aware of.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of activity in your part of the state and starting in others as well that has neighbors are reaching out to the department wondering what's going on and what water is being used. Probably the area that what we're seeing is as cannabis grows, marijuana grows start to pop up around the state, there is a question about what water they're accessing. There are a lot of different sources that are available, but one of the challenges is moving into the commercial aspect of marijuana, which would require a permit, a water use authorization, whereas the medical, as long as you're not profiting from that use, would not. And that's created a lot of confusion as the industry is evolving. And so we've been working closely with OLCC and others. There's legislation that's pending currently that we've been involved with as well. And I think that's just one of those matters that's going to take some time to sort through.
Okay. Well, I thought you might be aware of it, but I thought we all might benefit because we know the critical link between surface water and groundwater, and it's critical for the department's mission and our concern. A little bit following up on that in relation to groundwater protection, are the authorities that you have adequate to address, for example, bottled water and those kinds of uses of groundwater?
I assume. Well, I think that's a matter of perception and opinion. We feel that from the Water Resources Department standpoint, there's a wide array of beneficial uses that can be made of water, and we really don't judge folks in terms of what uses are made, provided they can show some public benefit of the use. So from that standpoint, there are currently uses of groundwater for bottled water that are happening in all parts of the state, and that's not something that we judge folks on one way or the other, as long as they can show that they're making a beneficial use.
Is there a limitation on their permit, or can they just crank it up as much as they want and draw down their neighbors' wells or draw down adjacent streams?
So, Mr. Chair, any water user is going to have a permit, an authorization associated with their water use, and there are limitations on those, and they will have to abide by whatever those limitations are.
Okay. Looking to your conservation and efficiency, in the past I have used salt water and brackish water to flush toilets rather than fresh water out of our wells. And DOD does it a lot also. It's a little bit outside of the box from the way we usually think. We usually think, well, let's just allocate more water and find it, rather than saying, let's turn to another source to flush our toilets, at the very least. Are those kinds of things on your mind, or are they there?
Yes, Chair Finley, very much so. I think water reuse is an area of using like non-treated water for those basic purposes. That's an area where our state wants to explore that further. Oregon DEQ plays a role in that, as well as our agency. Our commission has been very engaged and interested in promoting water reuse and different non-traditional approaches to using water.
Okay, good. A typical Falcon waterless urinal will save up to 40,000 gallons a year. Mm-hmm. Are there programs in the state that are not just making that public education and interest, but driving that and pushing that as a conservation measure?
That's a great question. I think our agency, from our funding standpoint, I mean, as Byler mentioned, we do have the feasibility grant program, so you can explore those type of techniques or technologies. I think some of the driving forces behind being innovative when it comes to water is simply put that access to new and easy water is really days of the past. And so we are seeing municipalities, cities becoming more creative, embracing the conservation or sustainability ethic more long term. I'm not sure if there's other federal or state programs that would be helping incentivizing that, though.
There are. That's why I wanted to ask you. There's a type of PACE, it's called, property assessed clean energy. It was used in Atlanta, and in a previous job I helped fund that. These were voluntary goals, but for example, in Atlanta, we had over 100 million square feet of buildings that adopted a reduction in energy use by 20% by 2020 and water use by 2020. Many of those buildings went beyond 20% to 28 and 30% by a combination of things, but waterless urinals and so forth. This was not public money. This was either pension funds or others who would bring the money forth. What it is really, it's a win-win in a sense that we would all care about. It, as I said, it's no public money, but the entity, the building owner, has the opportunity, if you work with like the city, which we did the mayor's office, and actually have the property itself. You assess your own property and you get to deduct the cost. That was one way, but the other way was just to, it's like the old federal FEMP programs, Federal Energy Management, where a school district or building owner does not have the funds to invest in energy and water efficiency. So it's advanced, and then you use the savings for the next X amount to pay the agreed upon money that was loaned to you. Again, I remember sitting in a room with pension funds that had $300 and $400 million that were, able to do this. So as we look forward, all of us, to cutting out the waste, which is always the biggest payoff. I think I have some old materials that I'll be glad to share with you that are legislation models and stuff like that.
We'd love to see that. The one thing that I feel like Oregon is really at the threshold of is the necessity for making those kinds of decisions. While the department hasn't had a role of being overly prescriptive with our water users, the municipalities really have the responsibility for that kind of efficiency around their water use. And we do require for many municipalities what we call water management and conservation plans, and it forces them to go through the analysis of figuring out, how are they gearing up for the future and making smart use of their water. There are many small communities around the state who don't have the capacity to do that, and that's an area that is of particular interest for us, and trying to find some ways to help them go through that exercise. It's going to be extremely important. But we're really not that far away from where many of our other western states have already been, especially when you go to the Southwest, where they've had much more constrained resources, and they've really been forced into much more significant conservation measures. I think that's our future. We are at the point of full appropriation on surface water sources throughout the state. Groundwater is increasingly constrained, and winter flows are a difficult source to access. And I think conservation and efficiency is going to be more and more part of our conversation with the water user community, as well as transferring water around to different uses to meet needs.
Any final thoughts or questions, Commissioners? Well, thank you both very much. Tom,
Thank you very much.
We'll follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Alyssa. Sorry I mispronounced your last name.
It's okay.
Mr. Chair, as I described earlier, then in altering the order of the agenda, I would like then to now go to the public forum piece of the day. Of course, you all know that under public forum, this is an opportunity for folks to come and talk with you about specific issues that are not action items for the day. And we have, I believe, 6 folks signed up. Mr. Chair, I'll hand that over to you. And then after public forum, we would move on to the adoption of temporary rules or taking a break or whatever is on your list of things to do.
Actually, I thought we should probably take a break now.
It's your call. It's your prerogative.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, commissioners, and we'll be back. Okay, we're back in session, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioners, next on our revised agenda is the opportunity for public forum. As Director Melcher said, these are an opportunity for the public to bring concerns and opportunities before us. We have 6 people signed up for public forum, and we'll be giving them 3 minutes apiece. But we're going to start with our tribal chairman, Rand Leno. I'm from the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. Welcome back, Chairman.
Thank you.
Anyone want to join you? And government to government, we would extend that 3 minutes to 5, or what's appropriate for you.
Okay. Hopefully we'll get it in 5. Well, thank you.
We'll make it 6.
Okay. Thank you for having us here this morning, Chair Finley. Before we did start our testimony, we would like to present something to the commission. It was a very meaningful thing for us to been able to fish at Willamette Falls. We hadn't been able to take fish there for 150 years. This was actually a tribal member. His name's Andrew Freeman, taking our first fish last year. We got a picture for each one of the commission. It was a very meaningful day for us.
Cool.
We're going to make the presentation to every one of you. So if you want to come down or sit, it's fine.
Stand right here a minute. Look at this picture with this gentleman.
Don't give one to Bruce, he voted against it. I said, don't give one to you, you voted against it.
Don't get between Mike and a camera.
Okay. And we'll just let you give those to each other.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support and your work.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you. We'll see you. That's the big one.
Is this out of the 6 minutes?
We'll get a little. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Here, give me that one. You need to take that one over to the chair.
I have mine. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we're so glad that you're a good fish there. That was really great just to even envision that you're fishing there.
Great, thank you very much.
I wish I could have been there to see it.
All right, good. Thank you very much. We're going to hang that in the building. Okay.
That's a great smile.
I'd like to thank the commission once again, and Kurt, we have one for you too, but you're going to have to come to Grand Round to get it. So, and we'd like to update you on everything we're doing out there. So, we held on to your picture. Okay. So we're here on another issue for Willamette Falls, not salmon, but actually lamprey. So I'll give my testimony. My name is Ren Leno, and I'm the chairman of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde Community of Oregon. I'd like to thank the commission for the opportunity to talk with you today about the lamprey harvest at Willamette Falls. We are here today in the Willamette Valley, Grand Ronde ceded lands, and location of the Willamette Falls. The Clackamas, Clackahola, and Multnomah lived in the area along the Willamette River, including Willamette Falls. In fact, I and our Vice Chairman, Cheryl Kennedy, our tribal council, are direct descendants of the Klamath chief, John Wachino, who lived in the Willamette Falls and who was the Willamette Falls caretaker, and who signed the Willamette Valley Treaty. Though our ancestors were relocated to Grand Ronde Reservation, they continued to use and fish Willamette Falls and take lamprey there. This practice continues today. The Pacific lamprey is an Oregon State sensitive species, a federated species of concern. It is culturally significant species for Grand Ronde population,
Population numbers for lamprey continue to trend downward. Grand Round is very concerned about the health of the Pacific lamprey. The tribe is a steward of both its natural resources and its culturally significant resources. Protection and promotion of these resources is a core value of the tribe. The tribe engages in lamprey harvest, but recognizes that it must be done in a way that protects the health and vitality of the species. Examples of our efforts to protect lamprey include a multi-year partnership with OSU, Kramer Fisheries, and the Army Corps of Engineers to study lamprey migrations, timing, and range of use. Replacement of 13 roads and stream crossings with lamprey-friendly culverts and bridges, opening up 20 miles of fish-bearing streams. A project in 2010 with PGE to establish flows at Willamette Falls to aid in lamprey mitigation and reduce stranding. A project in 2013 to determine whether a self-sustaining population of Pacific lamprey could be reestablished above a flow-controlled structure. Lamprey were translocated from Willamette Falls to Fall Creek. Lamprey successfully spawned in Fall Creek in 2014 and 15. Lamprey returned to Fall Creek for the first time in nearly 50 years. The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife is well aware of the tribe's connection to and committed to the health of the remaining lamprey. In fact, I testified here 2 years ago on an issue-specific lamprey harvest season during an installation of a flashboard at the falls. At that time, we raised our serious concerns with this untraditional practice and harvesting lamprey in their most unnatural and vulnerable state. We formally request to work collaboratively with the ODFW to evaluate the impacts of the special harvest season, as it is unknown what impacts this practice has to health of lamprey population. 2 years later, we still believe that the data is necessary before a decision can be made on whether to continue the practice. For the lamprey harvest season we began on June 1, ODFW has issued a temporary rule change which extends the harvest from 4 to 6 days per week. The tribe received notice of ODFW's intent to change the rule on May 24th. On May 26th, we received the filed revised rule. Grand Round has a great relationship with ODFW staff, and we respect the work they do. Due to our concerns about sustainable harvest, we would have liked to have had the opportunity to provide ODFW with the tribe's input prior to the rule going into effect. We do understand the need for the temporary rules to address time-sensitive issues, but in this case, there was no reason not to seek tribes' input earlier in the spring. The lamprey summer harvest season dates have been the same for a number of years, and there are many months between seasons. The significance of this rule in relation to the vulnerable cultural resources certainly warrants careful planning and discussion. Adoption of the rule should have been done with adequate notice and consultation. Any rule that can lead to an increased harvest must be supported by science or data that demonstrates the resources can be sustained long-term for 7 generations to come. Whether it is expanded the season or adding special flashboard season, such rules can only lead to larger harvests. For this reason, these rules require the highest concentrations. Lamprey are in trouble. The increased number of and range of sea lions at the falls and their impact on lamprey has not escaped our attention either, and only puts the lamprey at a greater risk. For all of these reasons, we continue to seek opportunities to work with you to find solutions that protect Pacific lamprey. We ask that the Commission not ratify the change to open fishing days as contained in OR 635-017-0090 filed on May 26. We believe that the 4-day per week season should be reinstated. Also, we ask for the adoption of a rule that prohibits lamprey harvest during flashboard installations. We believe that no rule that leads to greater harvest should be adopted until the necessary work is done to determine sustainable harvest levels for this species of concern. We look forward to working together with ODFW to improve the health of the lamprey and species very important to our culture. And on behalf of our people and myself, I'd just like to thank you for our time to give this testimony. And for a tribe that's been terminated for 30 years, we've waited to get back these to where we could fish and take our lamprey. So any danger to affecting that would be a real setback for us.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments or questions for the chairman? Commissioner Atkinson.
Couple of questions. One, so you have a tribal lamprey season or take that you have that's different from this lamprey season?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
I got for any of our technical questions, we brought along our biologist. So
Okay.
he's right here.
Come on up. Help Commissioner Atkinson and the rest of us understand this issue.
So my name is Kelly Dirksen. I'm the Fish and Wildlife Program Manager for the tribe. The Tribal Wildlife Management Plan that you folks approved 3 years ago does provide for authority for lamprey fishing within tribal lands, so on the reservation. We have not implemented a fishing season yet. We don't have the data to support a harvest yet, so that's the only other authorized fishing for lamprey in the state of Oregon.
So is this season then specifically for the Grand Ronde tribe, or is it for other tribes, or is it for the public as well?
The lamprey season is open to all recognized tribe and tribal members. Your enrollment or tribal fishing and hunting license will suffice for a license. You still have to have a harvest card. With that, for the public, non-tribal folks need to apply for a permit and then also a harvest card, and then the season is from June 1st through the end of July.
And so do you see that this season, by increasing the number of days, that will increase the actual fishing use, or is it more just that would spread out that opportunity to be able to fish?
I'd have to say it's probably more about the use piece of it, the take for us. I think sea lions is going to bring a whole new issue to the table for Willamette Falls. I mean, I was just back in D.C. a couple of weeks ago, and we talked to the delegation about that back there, and they have a lot of concerns for what's going on with the sea lion issue and everything. And that's, I think, a piece that's increasing that could potentially impact, and we may be back here talking about that in coming time.
Okay, could you tell us about the flashboard installation? I don't understand what that is.
Sure. So PGE has generates power at Willamette Falls to increase the flows of water through the mill. Seasonally, each year they put flashboards that raise the water level at the falls. So they put a ring of wood boards around the top of the falls to raise that water level and shunt more water to the powerhouse. During the process of putting those flashboards up, lamprey are temporarily dewatered or stranded. And in the past, the state has granted a special harvest during that week of when the flashboards are going up so that tribes can go in and harvest fish that are especially vulnerable during the construction of the flashboards.
And that's a once-a-year event, or how often do they put the flashboards up?
It's usually once a year. It's never taken down. It's the winter will blow the flashboards out. This year it's questionable whether they will. They're doing work at the powerhouse, and so it's not uncertain if the flashboards will go up this year or not.
Okay.
Anyone else, commissioners? Commissioner Buckmaster.
How many members of how many tribes are utilizing the fishery at Willamette Falls? Do you have an idea?
Umatilla, Warm Springs, Grand Ronde, and I believe Siletz. The Siletz go and do them.
Yes, Yakima.
And Yakima, 5.
So 5.
5 basic ones.
Our chair brought up on a different issue a meeting or two ago about temporary rules coming in without having an opportunity to really address these issues. So we've got 5 tribes that are utilizing the area, And so now we have one that's coming in after we see a temporary rule. And I think, I would like to hear other tribal positions as well. So this seems, this is more responding to your concerns and addressing the chair that this is the kind of thing that I would like to be briefed on prior to. There doesn't seem to be an emergency. And as you brought up, this is not something that is brand new. It could have come to your attention much earlier. And I think I share that. I think it could come to our attention much earlier as well. So I would suggest we hold this in abeyance until we get give people a chance to, both staff and other tribes as well, a chance to talk to us about it.
Okay. We'll discuss that when we get to the temporary rules, all right? Okay. Commissioner Atkinson.
Can we have staff tell us what the intent is
Sure.
there?
We'll do that for you. Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, sir. And I'd just like to say, I think we would really be interested in knowing what the other tribes, but we'd also like to make sure the commission has clearly understood that the Willamette Falls falls within the treaty lands of the Grand Ronde, no others. They are here because they had visitation rights to do it before, but it actually falls. And our treaties were restored to us in 1983 when we were restored. So, thank you.
All right. Well, as usual, thank you for coming, Mr. Chairman. It's always
Thank
good
you.
to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the pictures.
Yes, and thank you for the pictures. Okay. Our next person to testify, now we're back on the 3-minute schedule. Actually, Tom, for you, it's 2. Come up here. I was being facetious.
That hurt.
No, it didn't hurt. You know it was meant in jest.
My last commission meeting, and you made hurtful jokes, so.
It's not over.
You realize
You just have to leave him alone, Tom.
I have my ex-best friend waiting for me to pick him up to go to Timothy Lake, so, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Tom Wolf. For a month and 1 day longer, I am the Executive Director of the Oregon Council of Trout Unlimited. I'm here today to share my thoughts on ODFW over the last 25 years. I'm just reminded of a story. 15 years ago, the director, the commissioner, the chair at the time, I was up testifying, and before I started, he asked me if I'd made a mistake on where I put my mark, because I said that I was in favor of the issue that I was going to testify on, and he thought, of course, I must have meant that I was opposed. So thinking back to that, I have a lot of comments I've sent in written forms on what I think can be improved in the agency, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those, because you've heard me say those many times before on making wild fish your #1 priority, improving funding, improving communication, things like that. What I want to share with today is, I think the most important part is vision. Because unfortunately, and I'm not meaning this as a criticism, ODFW is a bureaucracy, and I'm not saying Trout Unlimited is a bureaucracy, and if you think the 3 pages of comments I have on improving ODFW are a lot, I'm at 8 pages with Trout Unlimited National and moving forward, so you're much better shape than they are. But what I want to share tonight is, how do you break out of being a bureaucracy? And I think you've got a good safe, because you have an excellent commission right now, except for Commissioner Weber, who needs to be replaced. But because he gave me a bad time in the restroom, so I owed that to him. But as you move forward, one thing you need is vision on what this agency is going to look like, because we're facing some major changes. We have a population now of 4 million people in Oregon, and even though the numbers of hunters and fishers are down, that's still a lot of people out there using our resources. We are looking at an increased population of non-hunting and fishing people that want to be involved in what we do. How do you incorporate those people? How do you change? And you have major funding issues. Licensed sales are not cutting it anymore, and I know you realize that, but how do we change that? Because every chance, every opportunity we have to do that with the excellent work that was done in HB 2402, that's kind of on hold right now. So I don't have answers for you, and like I said, in a month and one day, I could care less on what you guys do. But I do care that as we move forward, that the commissioners, Chair Finley, the rest of you, Director Melcher, that you meet these with vision, that you look for unorthodox answers, that you not be satisfied with how things are right now, but you strive to meet those needs, whether it be funding, whether it be including others, whether it be working more with the Fish and Wildlife, because that's the answer that you need is vision. A vision for the future of fish and wildlife in Oregon that's not encumbered by what's worked in the past, but relies more on what could work in the future. And if I could leave you with anything from all the time that I've complained and done and made comments and worked with you, I want that to be my message. Move forward with vision, move forward with leadership, and move forward that you can be the best commission, the best Department of Fish and Wildlife in the nation, and do what's right for the people of Oregon and for the fish and wildlife in Oregon. And that's what I want to share. Thank you. And it has been a great honor to work with you for this time, and I would be remiss not to invite you and every person in this room to my retirement party on July 7th at Ritter's Restaurant in Salem at 100 Liberty Northeast. So you're all invited, as long as you say nice things about me. So thank you so much for this opportunity to work with you, and I just leave you hopefully with that message in the last time that I will ever testify before ODFW.
You know, I know you say that, but I will bet you that if we start taking action on one of your favorite streams and that you don't like it, you'll be right back in here.
No, I can write letters. I can do that.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments, questions? Commissioner Weber.
I'm just disappointed you didn't tell a story today. That was one of the hallmarks of all of your testimonies. You always had a story.
Well, I felt intimidated by that 3-minute limit, so I felt like I couldn't do.
I gave you 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, I know, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, no, I'd just like to thank you for all of the times that you did come and inform us on issues that you were passionate about and gave us your perspective. And I personally usually enjoyed it. Today I'm not sure, but usually enjoyed it and certainly valued it in terms of making decisions.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, don't make me cry. So.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
What was your name again?
I'm not sure because I think I'm 64 years old. I'm getting to that age where I forget things.
Too much crap.
It could be shellfish.
I was at the fish fry yesterday, so.
Okay. So, Tom, I don't know how many years, for many years since I started working on fish issues, native fish and all that, we've worked on largely the same side. We've seen the same humor on positions, and we've been on different sides as well. I remember seeing a Trout Unlimited TV show on the magnificent brown trout in the White River in Missouri, and I asked one of your Oregon Trout Unlimited people, how could Trout Unlimited have this brown trout, this introduced species, of this magnificent fish? And as God is my witness, they said, well, that's East Coast Trout Unlimited. They're not as pure as we are. So I appreciate that if it's a purity of Trout Unlimited from east to west, you're about as pure as they get. I wish you the very best. And my money's with Finley. If you get fired up, you'll be back. Thank you.
Commissioner Atkinson, did you have something?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for your contributions of information and perspectives over the years. It's been appreciated.
Okay. Commissioner Woolley?
I just want to say thanks to Tom, and just I appreciate passionate activism, and I know you go above and beyond what you have to do, for your organization. So I appreciate that. I mean, they say that well-behaved people rarely make history, and so an example of that. And I say that as a compliment. So thank you, Tom.
Was that backhanded?
That was a left-handed compliment. Okay. All right. Tom, I think the thing that I valued most was that you were always out in the resource, and you personally observed. And we can read studies. Often many people up here fish different waters throughout the state, but it seemed to me that you focused a lot of time in your waders or wet wading throughout the state, and we're willing to share that with us. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for your service. You'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, our next person up is Mr. Leigh Anderson, underwater spearfishing in fresh water. Mr. Anderson, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Leigh Anderson, 2324 May Street, Hood River, Oregon. So I thank you very much to ODFW and the Commission for hearing our proposal, and also for your service. I know some of you have come from a very long drive to get here. Oregon Spearfishing Association, who are we? We're come from all sorts of occupations, welders, insurance agents, carpenters, and so on. We have a few people who've been able to get vacation off from their work to come support the proposal. Almost all of us are avid anglers, as well as quite a few are bow hunters. So we're very involved in the fish and wildlife area. One of the reasons, if you follow the handout here, there was a picture of me on the right with a lingcod. One of the reasons we like to get some freshwater access is quite often the sea conditions in Oregon are quite rough, and it's actually not even safe to get in the water. So we're looking to broaden the opportunity. So if we go to the next page, there is a long history of responsible spearfishing in Oregon, as you know, in the marine and saltwater areas. There's some pictures from the 1960s, back when the gear was very primitive. They even had to make their own wetsuits out of sheet rubber. And you can see a diver there on the right doing a free dive. Next page is just describing the situation today, which is we have an allowed method of spearfishing for in the marine saltwater zones for typical species like lingcod, rockfish, cabezon, albacore. But there's currently not any allowed method of spearfishing for any freshwater game fish. We do have access to, and we sometimes do, is carp, which otherwise known as Dungeness crabbait, and northern pike minnow, which are, as you know, a significant salmon and predator. Why it hasn't come about? Well, for one thing, we've never probably asked for it. I don't know that there's ever been an organization recently formed, or tend to be kind of independent folks, and we finally figured out, well, we need to come together and speak with one voice. And I guess I got nominated because I wasn't terrified of public speaking. And there are other examples, like Utah is one of the benchmarks we looked at for fish and wildlife regulations that really fully support and well understood spearfishing. So on the next page is really the heart of what we're asking, which is fundamentally pretty simple. So we're asking for introducing a permitted freshwater fishing method of underwater spearfishing. There's a definition in the appendix, which is taken from the Utah regulations. But only for, asking, I think, for a fairly modest and reasonable proposal for flowing waters in no limit zones for the two fish, walleye and shad. And this would pretty much be in the no limit zones defined by ODFW for the Columbia and the Willamette systems. And we're hoping that it can be done in time for the 2018 season. Some of the rationale is both opportunity and conservation, which are certainly part of the ODFW's mission, expanded opportunity. Conservation, there is quite good science that walleye are a very significant juvenile salmonid predator. There's quite a few studies cited in the appendix. So the proposed no limits and flowing water zones for walleye are really located exactly in critical juvenile salmonid habitat.
And you're, I've given you a minute and a half almost over.
Okay, thanks. So that's really the heart of our proposal. Shad are extremely plentiful, and so sharing the bounty with our method seems reasonable. On the next page, you can see a walleye caught in the act of consuming a rather large juvenile salmon. So in some ways, they're more, they take some of the most robust salmon and juveniles. We tried to think of
okay,
what...
you're 2 minutes
okay.
over now. Okay.
At 2 minutes?
Hmm?
2 minutes over. Oh, excuse me. Well, you can see the rest of it.
I wanted the commissioners to hear this, but...
Yeah. So you can see in the handout some other backup
we have your
material
PowerPoint
appendix.
and so forth. Stay there.
And thank you very much.
Any questions or comments on this? Commissioner Atkinson.
So is this a recreational fishery you're proposing or commercial?
Oh, it's strictly recreational, yes.
I thought you did a good job of the potential angler objections because I was starting to formulate my own questions about what are the implications. So nice job on putting those out to start with.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to give you a few seconds to look this over, commissioners, while we have Mr. Anderson up here. Okay, as you know, we're not going to take action today. We can't because Public Notice and Administrative Procedures Act, but we do appreciate the presentation, and we'll take it under advisement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Jim Soares, Tag for Veterans Wounded in Combat.
Can I request that Corey Watson be allowed to testify
Yes, you may.
as well?
Yeah. Come up. Mr. Watts?
No, I got one.
Oh, well, I got two then.
Watson? Okay. I'm going to ask you both to state your name and address for the record.
I'm Jim Soares, and I'm from Wallowa, Oregon.
And Corey Watson from Bonnie Lake, Washington.
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the commission, thanks for the opportunity to address you today. I'm here representing Divide Camp, which is an organization established to use outdoor activities to help wounded veterans, kind of improve their quality of life, restore their spirits, and kind of help them gain a sense of purpose and self-confidence. Some of the activities include fishing, rafting, deer and elk hunting, wilderness hiking, and they have some rider workshops, things like that as well. But I'm here today to ask that a program be established to provide tags for veterans disabled in combat. You know, these individuals put their lives on the line for all of us, and as a result, many of them will suffer for the rest of their lives. There is a program for terminally ill youth that we would use as a model, you know, with some changes, and I've included a copy of that for you. I've also included a copy of our application that we give out to veterans, and a copy of our Divide Camp newsletter so you can kind of get an understanding of what our program is like. Please note the program for terminally ill youth allows for a total of 35 tags, with each organization being limited to 5 tags. In our initial conversations with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, our thought was that we would, rather than ask for special tags, we would go with tags, you know, within existing seasons. The deer and elk tags for terminally ill youth have a 3-month season. We would like to ask that 2 of the 5 tags issued for organizations for wounded veterans be either sex tags and for a 3-month season. The reason for this is that a severely disabled individual has little chance of competing, you know, in a normal season. A case in point, last fall we had a individual into Divide Camp. He was a triple amputee. I mean, and you know, his one leg was off at the hip, the other leg was off above the knee, and he had a 6-inch stub on one arm, and his remaining hand was also missing a finger. The struggles that he went through, you know, during the hunt and in life as well are monumental. I got involved doing hunts for Divide Camp about 2 years ago, and believe me, it's been the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life. The appreciation shown by these young men is humbling, you know, especially when you realize, you know, that I really owe them for their sacrifices. I hope you'll see fit to reward them with a few guaranteed tags. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want questions now or after Corey's done?
Well, Corey, you didn't sign up for this. I thought you were going to share your time, but I'll give you a couple minutes, Corey, and then we'll go to questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Finley. I'd just like to, I'll actually be real quick. I was one of the first veteran guests to be brought out to camp, and I just wanted to express how it has changed my life in general, my quality of life. I was medically retired from the Army, and I had, you know, I was just, excuse me, I was one of those guys that just sat on the couch, watched TV, didn't do much. Through camp and the opportunity to come out there and experience the outdoors and the wilderness, made me want to help out and to help others like myself. So I'm now the veteran liaison for Divide Camp. So I do all the scheduling and it's, you know, giving myself a purpose in life. You know, after service. I guess that's what I wanted to say, just,
okay.
You know, groups like Divide Camp, you know, beyond just the hunting and all that, it's not just taking guys and taking them hunting, it's changing lives is what we're doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Atkinson.
Yes, I was wondering, do your veterans use our current ODFW Disabled Hunter program, and why doesn't do you see that that doesn't meet the needs of the disabled vets?
You know, I wish I could answer that better, and I wish our president was here. You know, I just kind of do the hunts, so I kind of, you know, I'm not really involved. You have something
I guess I have maybe a little insight on that. Is the area where camp is at? They're all draw units. So on my end, trying to schedule veterans to come out to hunt, they have to, you know, first they had to get their buy the hunt licenses, then put in for the draw, and probably the hardest thing for myself in scheduling the veterans to come out is, you know, because I can't just tell everyone to go out and put in for a tag and try to get a tag, and then it's just almost impossible to schedule for the veterans to come out.
And how many hunters have you had per year, and what are you anticipating with this concept?
Typically in the past, we've been utilizing depredation tags from some of the ranches that have graciously donated them to us. But kind of some of the problem running into those is that we're extremely grateful to get those, but they're typically a short notice thing, and a lot of the folks that I call to schedule to come out, they have various doctor's appointments that they already have scheduled through the VA, and if you have a appointment with the VA, you cannot miss it. It takes a while to get another appointment. So it's getting the veterans to come out takes a lot of foreplanning to be able to get them to come out to camp.
Okay, thanks.
Divide Camp is in Joseph or near Joseph?
Yes, sir.
Physically located?
Yeah, it's actually, the camp itself is on the divide between Little Sheep and Big Sheep Creek.
Okay.
But they do have a building in Joseph as well.
I didn't have a chance to really look at the establishment date. Let's see. When was it established?
I think we had the first person came to camp in 2013.
Okay. All right. Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you for coming, both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Tal Levy. Coastal Martin research potential in need for rule change. Tal, did I get that right? Is it Levi or Levy? Levy, got it. Okay. State your name and address for the record, please.
Professor Tal Levy from Oregon State University in Corvallis, Oregon. I'd like to thank Chair Finley, Director Melcher, and the Commission. So you're getting a sheet now updating you on research we've been doing over the last few years. I want to talk about what I think is a wildlife emergency. The coastal martin was petitioned for listing under the Endangered Species Act in 2010. And Dr. Katie Moriarty, who's here from the Pacific Northwest Research Station, initiated research to map the current distribution of the species. At the time, we thought that the Coast Range of Oregon, with lots of protected area, would have quite a few marten. We observed roadkill on Highway 101. The assumption was that marten were leaving the forest for the coast. These are west of Highway 101, dunes, shrubby community. The first round of distribution data demonstrated that there were not marten in the forest of the Coast Range. Subsequent camera trapping, this is now one of the largest camera trapping efforts ever conducted. Thousands of camera stations throughout the state of Oregon. I'm not sure how many in the Coast Range, but around 1,000. Have not detected any marten east of Highway 101. This initiated further research. We've tried to understand the ecology of the marten, their space use, GPS collared 14 individuals. discovered that they're at very high density in this very localized area west of Highway 101. With genetic data, we have identified 2 subpopulations of only 30 individuals that remain in the entire central coast of Oregon. These 30 individual populations are separated by the Umpqua River. We subsequently did a population viability analysis on these 2 subpopulations, indicating that even a very small harvest leads to a high probability of extinction over the next 30 years. Currently, harvest is still allowed on this coast. It's not that harvest is currently a major issue in the sense that there's not a lot of trapping effort, but we feel unable to publish or do outreach efforts because we don't want to highlight the existence of a very vulnerable, isolated population for fear that a single trapper could extirpate the population in one season. I don't know if you're familiar with this small carnivore, but they're very trap happy. We get 20 to 30% trapping success with our method for GPS collaring. So one trapper with a trap line in a season could potentially extirpate the population. So we're here today asking for a rule change to protect these very isolated marten. And I should say that the plaintiffs in March won a court case against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So marten are still under consideration for listing. At the time, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wasn't aware that the species was so restricted to the coast and that the population was so small, but I anticipate that there will be increasing pressure for the state to mitigate things like trapping pressure on this population.
Okay. Commissioners, I know you're still reading the sheet, so I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that.
Well, I guess I have when you're describing the area north and south of the Umpqua and west of 101, I'm thinking sand dunes.
It's a very narrow stretch of habitat. They don't live on the sand themselves, but they live in the shrubby, huckleberry, rhododendron, salal-dominated understory, very thick, that we think that prevents, gives them some refuge from predators, such as bobcats or owls. It also gives them direct nutritional benefits from all those fruit that the salal produce and huckleberry produce. In the scats we've looked at, I think over 90% have had fruit in them. Otherwise, voles and songbirds seem to be key prey items. So it's a unique habitat for them. This is a sort of very unique behavior for marten. These are normally thought to be a boreal species or high elevation snow type habitat. So these marten living on the coast is quite unique, although it's been that way for a long time. The historical distribution on that map goes all the way from the Olympic Peninsula down through Northern California and the Coast Range. Why they're not using the forest anymore has been a big part of our recent research. We're trying to figure that out.
I just was thinking the Umpqua Lighthouse is a state park, I think, and there's a lot of park area in there, isn't there?
Katie? There is. That land is protected. There's Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area. I'm not sure about the various designations.
Hello, my name's Katie Moriarty. I'm a research wildlife ecologist and a principal investigator. And yes, they are using a lot of the smaller areas that are state land and preserved on the coast.
Commissioner Woolley.
So how are dog scat surveys helping you to determine the distribution, the population distribution?
So all the dogs are extremely good at identifying scats, species-specific scats. They can come in and find them, and then we bring them into our lab and use genetics to confirm the identity of the scats. So they can run transects through the forest.
Okay. And are these coastal populations, are they genetically distinct in any way, or are they pretty much similar to the other, the rest of the martens that are up and down the coast?
So we no longer have marten up and down the coast. We have populations in the Cascades. These coastal marten are very distinct. They don't share haplotypes with the Cascade marten. They're listed as unique species, Martis carina, and subspecies Humboldtensis. And the population that was petitioned for listing under the Endangered Species Act was My understanding is the coastal population alone, not including anything in the Cascades or Sierra Nevada.
Okay, thanks.
Do we know enough about the ecology of this that's like in the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area where you rent over sand vehicles, that they advise people, either the Forest Service or the contract with the vendor, to stay away from certain areas? Is there an educational program in place?
You mean with respect to coastal martin?
Yeah.
So this testimony here was prompted in part by our intention to initiate education programs, but we were reluctant to do so for fear of highlighting the existence of this population. So we've been working with Deanna Williams from the U.S. Forest Service to implement some education programs in the dunes, but we want to hopefully eliminate the trapping risk first before initiating that.
Okay. Commissioner Woolley.
You want to go? You haven't gone yet.
Commissioner Aikenson.
I was wondering if, so was the Oregon population of Humboldt martins part of that federal listing in 2010?
Yes.
What was the area that was included in that petition?
Northern California and all of coastal Oregon.
Okay. So do we know about any other populations in Oregon besides those that you've studied or you've determined to be here?
We are currently undergoing, as Dr. Levy mentioned, the largest camera and distributional survey ever known. So by the end of this year, we will have a very good idea if other populations exist. So far, there is no evidence to suggest that. Mm-hmm. So far, there's the central coast and the southern coast populations as highlighted in your map.
And are these, is this a different subspecies than the other martins in Oregon, and are they listed in our state sensitive species list separately from other martins?
No. So the genetics for these particular subpopulations have only been available in the last year, and although there's been extensive opportunities to try, I think that report will be coming out within 2017. They are not genetically related to the Cascades or Blue Mountains.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So what are the threats? I think Chair Finley was alluding to, ORVs and that sort of thing. Is deforestation an issue? Are there the predation? What are the threats to the population?
Well, we're trying to determine that because what's interesting about this population is they're not living in old forests. They're living in the shrub-dominated, relatively young forest. So the Forest Service is trying to improve understory shrub communities by actually cutting trees east of Highway 101 to increase light availability and shrub cover. It's not entirely clear why this population is so rare. It's possible that the late Seral, the old forest, is not quite old enough yet to allow for tree fall gaps, light availability to have dense shrub cover that they need, because marten are relatively slow reproducing. Small amounts of predation can really limit their abundance. At the moment, we don't have a direct human threat as a cause, but we know because their slow life history, they're very sensitive to harvest, and because there's so few individuals, even harvest of 3 individuals a year would be really detrimental. I should say that harvest includes things like roadkill. Any additional mortality could cause extinction in the next few decades.
Okay. Commissioner Buckmaster.
It seems to me that if we take the action that you're asking, that we will be eliminating trapping in that area forever. I mean, this doesn't seem to me to be a short-term issue. It is a can you envision when we would reintroduce trapping with a population like this?
I can actually, because of the abundance of federal land. If we can get recovery into that federal land, which was part of their historic habitat, which the U.S. Forest Service is committed to that. They're committed to thinning, logging, planting shrubs, restoration. We could potentially have a large enough population because the land area exists for that. But it would take quite a while for the marten population to expand to a harvestable level. At the moment, the area that currently has marten is extremely small, in many cases a kilometer wide or half a kilometer. It's really just west of the highway that runs up and down the coast. So I don't think there's really a lot of trapping effort there currently anyway, but if we start highlighting the existence of this population, like I said, one trapper could extirpate the population in a season, given how trap-happy marten populations are and how few there are left.
Do you think that banning trapping would actually draw poaching trapping? Because, I mean, that can have the opposite effect of what you want to happen.
I do worry about that because, you could imagine as this species becomes closer to listing under the Endangered Species Act, potential listing, given this new evidence, there are definitely potential economic implications to ESA listing. So it's a double-edged sword, right? If we highlight the existence of this population through outreach, through, the Forest Service wants to put up a kiosk and a sign talking about the unique ecology of the Humboldt marten, and then that's going to highlight the population. And then on the other hand, if you ban trapping, that's going to also highlight the existence of the population and potentially encourage poaching. There's no perfect solution, but at least on one hand, you've got the law on your side, and on the other, you have no recourse.
As a mortality sink, since the Highway 101 is there, are there any even anecdotal information collected on roadkill? Is that a factor, or do we just not know?
That is a factor. Roadkill are reported. I don't know what proportion of roadkill are identified. I think Dr. Moriarty has some information about the number of roadkill that we've collected.
During our intensive study in fall 2015, we, in 3 months, found 4 roadkill. Most of those animals were adults. So there are also conversations with the Oregon Department of Transportation and increasing culvert size or increasing corridors. I think a lot of different factors are influencing marten mortalities, and we hope to try to find solutions to each of those, or at least opportunities.
Okay. All right. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Thomas Como.
Chair Finley, Vice Chair Weber, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Thomas Cuomo, here on behalf of Salmon for All. I know you all have a busy agenda and much left to do, so appreciate your indulgence. My testimony will be brief. Purpose of our testimony this morning are we would like you as a commission to consider expanding the select areas June through the end of July at Youngs Bay and Tongue Point Blind Slough for the purpose of harvesting additional spring Chinook, which will still be coming into the river in addition to summer Chinook and sturgeon allocated for commercial harvest. Expanding these areas are justified with large mesh nets because there are no ESA concerns with Chinook, and the large mesh would allow steelhead to pass through. This is all within Oregon waters, our high-valued fish, and would be within the guidelines of the Commission's current management plan. Thank you for your time, and that actually concludes my testimony. Told you I'd be quick.
Yes, you did. You did. You did. Thank you. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Yes.
I thought you had your hand up.
No, I'm scratching my ear.
All right. Go ahead. You must know about this.
Well, I don't know a great deal about it. I know there's been discussion about the possibility of creating more of a bubble, just slightly moving the select areas out for fish that are milling about. Hopefully we will have a rule that allows the retention as incidental catch of legal sturgeon. With our latest rule, the chances of these guys picking up a few of those I think my concern was Steelhead moving into this with everything we're looking at, the concerns we have with Steelhead going forward. But if they're willing to use a 9-inch mesh, the chances of being able to get some of the summer fish we have allocated to them would be enhanced. So, to the extent that I know about, I don't know the exact boundaries, but if staff were to sit down with the commercial advisory group and work with this quickly, I think we might be able to serve, might be able to actually have a tool to do what we intended to do a couple meetings ago.
Mr. Como, have you discussed this with any of the staff?
Chair Finley, I have not personally discussed
Not personally,
this with
but has Salmon for All discussed this?
It's possible. I don't know. I'm but a messenger today.
Okay. All right. You're just illuminating the spotlight on it, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Atkinson.
I guess I'd like to find out from staff, have them look into whether this does meet within the criteria of our Columbia River reform package. If it does, I think it is a good opportunity to try to utilize some of that allocation in the summer that right now is currently unavailable to the commercial fishermen, even though we've allocated that to them. So I'd be interested in seeing if that is a viable
The rest
option.
of you feel similarly?
Yeah, I agree. I think that this may be an opportunity to enhance some connectivity geospatially in terms of accessing both the new sturgeon allocation that maybe wasn't anticipated when those area zones were being set up, as well as the summer fish, which there are really not really any other viable options for. So I concur.
Commissioner Weber, you have that posture that...
Well, I guess I would say I would need to see a little more definitive proposal and then find out what other stakeholders might think of it. I mean, I don't, if they're able to cleanly catch fish in Young's Bay, be a good deal.
Well, yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think there are some important caveats to this, and I don't know if Thomas knows the details, but if we're talking about temporarily expanding the summer fishing at Young's Bay, for instance, that's simply an Oregon state action. If we're talking about expanding the fishing area into downstream from the state waters boundary, then that is an action that would take both states, and it would essentially be opening a piece of the concurrent waters, if you will. So it's a little more difficult, you might say, in that we need to work with Washington and pursue that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't know exactly which or both, whether the request is one or the other or both.
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, I think it's the former that you described that is more what we're looking at.
So in the case of adding time, easy for us to look at that as a staff and provide opportunity within the fishing area. That's a unilateral action. We take them all the time. It's in state waters, so it's not a problem.
Okay.
I think it's area as well.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about answering that because I don't know that the sketches I've seen have been on backs of napkins. I don't believe that's adequate to what we're talking about. I mean, it's area coming outside Young's Bay, expanding that bubble that's there. At what point do we get into concurrent management? I'm not sure where the line is. They're clearly it's Oregon water, but or within the state of Oregon. The question is it concurrently managed waters? And I think staff will have to work where we would draw the line there at Tongue Point, inside, and Blind Channel, and those. So it's not just, I don't think we should say it's just temporal at this point.
Okay, so let's do this. I think you should get back to your client and get them to do an agreed-upon proposal that's a unified proposal, and then send it to the director so it can be vetted by the staff.
Will do. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for coming. Okay. Director.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the public forum. We do have the adoption of temporary rules still under the director's report, as well as an expenditure report from Cameron Smith, who is back from the Capitol now. So, would you prefer to do temporary rules next?
Well, whatever you think. Does Cameron have other work to do? Because we could hear from Cameron.
We've always got other work to do.
I know
We're
we do.
fine
Well,
doing-
that's
we're
why
fine doing
I
temporary
brought it
rules
up.
next.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Temporary rules.
So you have 9 rules highlighted on your TAN agenda. Happy to answer any questions, or we have staff here, I believe, that can answer any questions you might have about any of these specific rules.
Commissioner Weber.
Number 3, I think we heard about that, and I assume that's what they were discussing in terms of the expanded fisheries on lamprey.
Yes.
Can you
That
give
is
us a little background on why that was
Sure.
proposed?
And I think I have, I do have Chris Kern here, so I'll have Chris come up for some of the details. And I think it's important to remember that we certainly have, this fishery is truly open to all, not only tribal members, but residents. It is a state fishery. The practical reality of it, though, is over the last 15 to 20 years, this commission has taken numerous actions that have essentially eliminated all the non-tribal participation. And the first action that this commission took was eliminating the commercial fishery. There used to be literally tens of thousands of lamprey harvested annually at Willamette Falls in a commercial fishery, a fishery that provided both the educational institutions with lamprey for biology classes, as well as a pretty significant bait market. And a big portion of the bait market was directed at sturgeon fishing, in particular oversized sturgeon fishing. So first step, the commission eliminated the commercial fishery, which eliminated the large harvest component of the fishery at Willamette Falls. Then, subsequent to that, the commission adopted regulations that prohibit the use of lamprey for bait. So while there was no commercial fishery, there developed somewhat of an illicit market for lamprey that were harvested by non-tribal members and then either sold or bartered or somehow made it onto the market for sturgeon bait. Commission prohibited the use of lamprey for bait, not just for sturgeon fishing, but for all fisheries in Oregon. And so then at that time, the non-tribal harvest of lamprey essentially went to zero. So while the fishery is open to all participants, it's a state fishery, the only participants right now are tribal members. And I think we heard from the Grand Ronde tribe, a number of tribes that participate. There are some others. I believe the Nez Perce tribe has come down as well at times. And so there are a number of tribes that participate in this fishery. They also, and I'll let Chris talk about the biology, but right now harvest is essentially at quite low levels when compared to historic. We're providing this opportunity because of tribal interests, because of the importance of lamprey to them culturally. And Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Director Melcher. Not sure what else to add. Probably just answer questions, but a few points. There are several tribes that we issue permits to. I can count up to about 7 or 8, depending on year. They don't all fish every year, but Wanapum Tribe in eastern Washington has received permits. Cow Creek Tribe has, Coquel, as well as I think the 5 that were referenced earlier. So we've got several. The average, I look back at our catch records, the average since 2002 has been about 4,000 fish a year. Prior to that, it was about 30,000 a year. So that goes to what Director Melcher was saying about the regulations as they've gone through historically. So with that, I don't know what else to add other than I'm sure there's questions.
Commissioner Weber.
Well, I guess my question would be, I assume we don't change the rules unless somebody has a desire to have them changed. And I didn't know why these temporary rules were adopted.
Sure. Commissioner Weber, so this has been, as Kurt mentioned, since about 2004, it's been pretty static in terms of the set season. There have been, as you heard the members of the Grand Ronde tribe testify, the issues with flashboards. We have made in-season modifications for many years. Not every year, but in many years, to add the standard fisheries 4 days a week. We have at the past added another 3 during the flashboard week, usually on request. We don't usually do it unless somebody asks us for the opportunity. Over the last several years since I got in the role I'm in now, I've had conversations with many of the folks I work with as other managers, not speaking to tribal councils, but management staff from some of the other tribes. And so I've been hearing requests for some more flexibility over the 4 days in some way, whether that be a longer season, more hours per day, or more days per week. And the requests typically are around the fact that for some of the participants, there's a significant amount of travel coming over to the falls, and they've asked for some consideration of flexibility in getting over here. And so that's sort of where it came from. No sort of formal request, but in my discussions with them, it was clear there was at least a desire to see it considered. And so we put forward a temporary rule to see how that would work in a given year. And if the real goal is to provide that opportunity but not increase the total harvest, if we did see an increase, I wouldn't want to continue it because I don't think at this point we want to see harvest increased significantly in any way. So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Yeah, no, that does. Thank you.
Commissioner Atkinson.
So how much of an increase in harvest would be acceptable and still be conservative for this population of lamprey?
Commissioner Atkinson, that's an excellent question. At this point, I would say I just don't want to see it go up by very much at all, if at all. I'd rather see it stay around the average. The standard deviation for the catch over the last several years is about 2,000 fish. So if it went from 4,000 to 6,000, I would absolutely consider that significant. I think we'd be concerned about the potential for an increased harvest if it was even less than that. I don't have a hard number in mind. And there isn't, one of the difficulties we have with lamprey and have all along is trying to calculate a level of harvest rate or number that we know for certain is consistent with the productivity of the population. I think we've been very conservative because of that. We do have some population estimates over the last 4 or 5 years that the Warm Springs tribe has conducted in the Willamette. The average there tends to be, well, it ranged quite a bit, but the average is about 188,000 per year in the vicinity of Willamette Falls. So if you look at the average of 4,000 harvest versus the average of the population size, it's somewhere bounces around between 2 and 4% as a harvest rate, which I think is pretty low. But given the uncertainty that we don't have really good productivity estimates and the other things that we would traditionally rely on in fishery management, I think it's safe for us to say we don't want it to go higher.
And do you have data on what proportion of the catch is related to the flashboards versus the however else they're captured, nets or whatever?
Commissioner Atkinson, I don't offhand. We do require submitting the catch records from folks who harvest. Most of those, I believe, will have a date associated with them, so it may be possible to reconstruct it, but I couldn't tell you offhand. No, it comes in as an aggregate number for the season, which is June 1 through July 31st. And that's how we keep our records at this point.
Okay, thanks.
There's an implied, almost in my mind, research in this write-up the way it is. Staff will use harvest data from 2017 season to determine if the allowance of additional days significantly affects the overall levels or not. How are we going to monitor that?
Chair Finley, that would be the same. We would monitor the returned catch, and if it went up significantly, I would probably take the gross assumption that it was likely associated with the increased days. That's not a precise definition, but it's a conservative one, so I would be willing to make that.
Okay. So if you saw that rise exponentially moving in the wrong direction, you, assuming this was approved, you'd be back in here with another temporary rule to close it or to remove the days.
Chair Finley, during the season?
Yeah.
If we were advised that the catches were very large during the season, I don't want to give you the implication that I have that information readily available. I may just get it at the end of the season, but if we were to hear that, yes, I would.
Okay. Commissioner Buckmaster.
This looks like an accommodation for people traveling a long way. Is that fair?
To a large degree, yes, I think it is, Commissioner Buckmaster.
But we're not particularly interested in expanding the number of lamprey harvested, just accommodating travel issues.
Commissioner Buckmaster, yes, that's the intent. Now, as we discussed, catch could go up.
So why would we look at this a 60-day season? So 8 weeks. Did we consider the option of giving a couple weeks with an expanded time frame, or getting the expanded time frame for harvest without increasing the actual number of days that I mean, there are ways to accommodate the travel time issue while ensuring that you're not giving you're not creating more actual hours on the river. And yet we get this, which goes for the entire 60-day season, all 8 weeks, 2 days, increasing it by 50% each week. Or we could have tried it for a couple of those weeks instead of the whole 8 weeks. So I don't like getting in the position where, in the middle of tribal issues at all. I asked a question the last time we dealt with the with this wonderful picture. Are any of the other tribes going to have an issue with what we were asked to do and did? And the answer that I received at that meeting was, we've had no calls about it, which led me to believe that it was not an issue. Before I made it to my car in the parking lot, I had 3 phone calls. What in the world, that wasn't exactly what they said, did you do? Now, it worked out. It's fine, and I don't regret the vote at all. But on this one, it seems like we acquiesced quickly without maybe not considering talking to all the people involved. I'm not interested in ceding our authority to any other group where it is clearly our authority. But I think we could get the information you want to get, accommodate the travel issues without doing this as wholesale as this temporary rule appears to be.
Commissioner Weber.
Chris, is there the season is June and July. Is it better in June, better in July? Is it sort of just whenever they show up?
Commissioner Weber, I think I'd have to ask fishermen that. I think it's variable depending on the water conditions. This year, water conditions have been pretty high. I'm not aware that anybody's started fishing yet. They probably can't because you physically have to access the falls to do the fishing. So in this particular year, it's probably going to be late. June, I remember years where flashboards went in early June, which implies water coming down and abundance is there. There are lamprey around where one of the delays we're having in our salmon counts at Willamette Falls is associated with the fact that the lamprey attached to the ladder window, and we have a motion sensor that does our recording, and so our counter is now having to sort through the lamprey and the full day's taping because they are abundant right now. So they're present, but they don't become fishable until that water comes down and people can access the falls, because the open area is physically on the rock of the falls.
So, and is there any, I think it had been asked, but I didn't totally understand if there, or if I did, what my understanding was is that in determining the effect of this temporary rule, it would probably be after the season is done before we'd get the information. And do we get the information that would tell you that these 2 days added how much to the catch?
Commissioner Weber, as it's envisioned right now, it would be looking at the total for the season and comparing it to the average and sort of the range we've observed and seeing if it's significantly different. There may be opportunities to tease out more information than that, but I'm not ready to commit to that because I couldn't promise it. Warm Springs Tribe conducts a creel for some of the tribal catch at the facility. I may be able to tap into that. Again, at this point, the thing I'm certain is it would be a postseason assessment. If we could do better, we would, but I don't want to promise you more than I can deliver.
Commissioner Atkinson.
I would just like to suggest my view on the resolution of this issue is to acknowledge the concerns about conservation of the Grand Ronde tribe. But from the reading of this rule, it looks to me like Chris and ODFW are already looking at being conservative. We're looking at a 2% harvest rate that could become 3%. This is a temporary 1-year rule, and part of the purpose is to see whether this can be done. I think it's a good idea to test it out 1 year. We're not going to have any major conservation risks to lamprey populations, and then see after this 1 year period, if there is excess harvest, how do the tribes want to address it? Do they want to say, okay, no fishing with the flashboards going on, or do they want to go back to the four-day fishing per week? But I think it's a good test to see if there is that opportunity, and I don't see significant harm in a 1 year change in the rule.
I was just looking at the calendar. We're already 9 days into June. So if the water remains high, we may not have the availability to fish. Is that correct?
Well, and I think Commissioner Weber, thanks, Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber hit the nail on the head when he asked the question about the timing of the fishery. This is not, and it's been a while since I've been involved as the boots on the ground in this fishery, but this fishery generally, my recollection is it's not a stable drip, drip, drip of harvest over 60 days. There is literally no activity when the water levels are high, when the water drops, and then the flashboards are installed, which causes the water to basically drop further because the flashboards are diverting more water away from the falls. Then all the harvest occurs in a relatively short period of time. And then as the summer progresses, not a lot going on. So it's certainly understand and share the Grand Ronde Tribe's concerns over lamprey conservation. We do believe this is still a very conservative fishery. We are trying to provide opportunity for a number of tribes, and thus this temporary rule and this experimentation, I guess, if you will. If the flashboards don't go in, as we heard, there may not be much harvest at all this year. Whether you're at 7 days a week or 1 day a week, it may not make much difference if the water stays high and the flashboards are not installed.
Okay, so prior to considering a motion on this, we have basically two philosophical statements by two commissioners.
And I want to make a third, but...
Go right ahead.
Okay. So I hear and I'm agreeing with that 2 additional days may have an insignificant impact on the population. But one of the concerns that I'm hearing loud and clear from the Grand Ronde tribe was the lack of ability to provide input prior to the decision being made. And so I would like a consideration of that kind of input that's been lacking. And Chris, I don't know if you concur that there was not enough opportunity for the tribes to provide input or not, or you may want to just give us an idea of what kind of outreach and information gathering that you did do. But it sounds like that's just sort of another principle to consider, regardless of the ultimate impact. Again, I agree. It's a very conservative proposal, but again, in terms of just consideration and respect of the tribes, I just want to throw that into the mix for consideration. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mike, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Chris, the criteria of travel, how often has that been used to change a season?
Commissioner Biddle, I'd have to think hard to do that. Yeah.
I would think so.
The real take home for me was the implication that due to travel and other reasons, our regulations were more restrictive than they needed to be, which I'm quite sensitive to, particularly when it comes to tribal activities.
Well, I guess when the season's set, these people know, or the individuals
That's
know
true.
what the dates are. So
That's true.
That's
That's true.
Dicey excuse there.
Okay. So that I know how we should proceed on a vote, I'd just like to know if you identify, Holly has proposed a philosophical solution. Bruce has a concern, and how many identify with Bruce's position on this issue? Just show me your hands.
Could you restate what his
Bruce's
position is?
position is.
Well, he doesn't approve of this. Is that correct?
No, I was complaining about it. I think, honestly, I think this year we're not going to have much. I agree with our director. I don't see much harvest happening here. I don't think we're adding it's going to affect the harvest. I'm concerned more with, we came up with a solution that was the full meal deal. I share Commissioner Woolley's concerns that we did not, we got to be careful of the language. I don't know if I'm not suggesting consultation, but just talking to our, one of our major user groups, our major users on this. So I think we could have done it a little better. I will probably vote against it, but I'm not going to throw a hissy fit.
Okay, is anyone else, that's what I'm trying to get at. Can we adopt all these rules, or do we have to pull this one out and treat it separately so that we know? I'd like to adopt, the rules. Commissioner Weber?
Well, I agree with Holly. I think that I would vote to adopt all the rules, but I'd also suggest that we maybe look at how we contact affected stakeholders in terms of these types of decisions.
Commissioner Woolley?
So am I hearing that we're already into the season, that this rule is
Yes, 9
ruling
days.
on? So then even providing a comment period would be moot if these, are the days being extended?
Within the season.
So it's already on the 6-day week. Okay, so I don't know I guess we can express regrets, but and not do much else, it seems, at this point.
All right, well, then I'm going to call the question, and we'll just see what happens. Commissioner Weber?
I would move that we adopt the temporary rules numbered 1 through 9 set out on the TAN agenda.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Weber and seconded by Commissioner Atkinson. More thoughts or comments? Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Two opposed, 3 opposed. Okay, so we have Commissioner
Biddle, Buckmaster,
Buckmaster and Woolley. So it carries by 4-3.
All right, Mr. Chair, that would then take us to expenditure report.
That's what I was thinking. This is a really slow one.
Cameron Smith, the department's acting deputy director for administration. Looking at the time, I'll try to be brief. In your packet, you should have the standard commission report. Expenditures we're coming in under our budget. We're being tight on what we're spending. Revenues are staying strong. So for this biennium, we have no problems or issues that we recognize at this point, and are looking at it to be in the financial position that we had hoped to be, if not a little better as far as on our fund balances. With regards to our 2017-19 biennial budget, 2 weeks ago it was passed out of the Natural Resources Subcommittee of Ways and Means, and just this morning the full Ways and Means passed the budget with some modifications. And what that left for the budget, first of all, point out that this is the budget as it's passed at this point, still subject to change. Additional bills can be passed from the legislature. So, but as it stands as this point, we received basically our general fund was reduced by about $2.9 million. And a reduction of approximately, of 16 positions. Roughly 10 of these positions had people in them, staff in them, that were affected. All those we have worked trying to plan for and to fill into other positions. I think all but one, and that one is I believe accepting a voluntary layoff. That's the effect of the general fund cuts. We do have about $700,000 in other fund cuts, losing 2 positions, but those positions were vacant a long time. That's why the legislature cut them, reduced them. So there should not be any significant impact in those reductions. They did also reduce federal funds by $9.8 million for a total of 74 positions. But again, these are positions that had been vacant a long time. No one's losing their jobs. In these were vacant. Most of them were short-term seasonal positions where we've lost funding or funding didn't come in as we had originally planned. So they were excess positions, and the legislature chose to remove them. With that, the only other thing I would try to point out that may have changed from when the last time anyone had, from the governor's recommended budget, is that the Integrated Water Resource Strategy Program, we had 2 positions in a POP. They were limited duration. In the current biennium, we asked for them to continue, and the Ways and Means Committee chose not to continue those positions. And that's pretty much where our budget stands at this point for next biennium. And again, we hope and will work on trying to get some of those reductions back if we at all can. The only other point that in the report that I'd like to point out is that we did have a Secretary of State audit. It was a statewide audit. It was not specific to our department. Again, I've reported on this in the past, and they did find 2 findings, again, small findings. The first one, they said some of our documentation wasn't in place. We agreed with that. Part of the issue was the timeline with which they gave us to provide that documentation was pretty short, and we were a little slow in providing and didn't get some of the documentation to them on their schedule. And then the second point that they brought up was they wanted a second person to review our reports that go back for federal grants. And it's not clear that the federal agencies require this, but the Secretary of Audit recommended that we have a second person review those reports before they're sent out. And we're fine with both of those, and we comply with both of them. So that would end my financial report. Any questions?
Commissioner Atkinson.
First, just a general question. How's our cash flow doing?
Cash flow is doing well. With our revenues staying strong, and we are saving on some of our expenditures, so our fund balances are growing at this point. Which is what
Do you have a figure on that or no?
There is a figure in this report.
We had a number we were looking at that we were trying to keep above, and I just was.
Okay,
was
total,
30.
Roughly total fund balance as of the end of April is about $62 million. Again, that's all, fund types, and not all of our other funds is what we call our fungible. So, but we are strong. I think what we would consider our fungibles are getting close to about 30 million. I think it's around 27 million.
Yeah, I'd add, if I could, Mr. Chair, so at the end of April, our unrestricted cash balance was about $23 million after payroll. May is one of our large revenue months because of the controlled hunt application deadline, as well as a lot of fish licenses that come online. So we're sitting solidly where we've been for the last about 8 to 10 months in the 25 to 30 million range.
My second question was, which programs were affected by the budget cuts that were recently enacted by the legislature?
Again, our water resource, integrated water resource strategy, they eliminated the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's three critical things that are not in our budget right now, the budget that they passed out of the full Ways and Means. And these are things that we're still working on and hoping in the end of session bill that we'll have addressed to some degree at least. The 3 things that are left out, the Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program, which is about a $1.2 million general fund funded program, has I think about 6 employees on that program, is not funded. As Cameron mentioned, the integrated water resource strategy positions, we have about 1.5 FTEs that are working. We heard the update on the integrated water resource strategy this morning. They are funded to work on in-stream water rights. Those positions are currently not funded in our budget, as well as the sage grouse mitigation program. So those are all 3 things that we're working on as we come to the end of the session here, but they're not in our budget currently.
Okay, thank you.
There were also 3 salmon monitoring positions that were eliminated in there, and a few EBA positions dealing with the Columbia River Transition Fund.
So are those positions that were cut, do those overlap with the positions that were cut and reassigned or not? So I'm trying to understand how many, one of the concerns in our last budget cycle was the loss of field staff positions that work with the public and work with local communities. So I'm trying to get a sense of, are those, or any of those, the positions that were reassigned, where people didn't lose their jobs, but they still work for the department, but they're doing something different, but then we're not having those positions filled that are of interest to communities around the state.
Yes, that's exactly right. They will be reassigned to other duties. These programs will not be continue.
Right, so that's what I'm asking. So field biologists, for instance, that work with watershed councils and, you know, help them to write grants and, you know, things like that. So those are the kinds of positions that public have expressed concerns about. And so I'm just asking specifically about those positions. Have we lost some of those in this budget cycle? And are those being worked on?
Yes, those are the 5 positions with the Western Oregon Stream project. You know, they work a lot with councils and stuff, and those positions are eliminated. So that assistance will not be provided.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the director's report and takes us to Exhibit A.
Okay. Moving right along. Commission meeting, minutes. Exhibit A, April 21 and May 19. First of all, Commissioner Atkinson.
Yeah, I had a change to make on that.
Okay.
To the March 17th.
March 17th, Michelle.
March 17, page 8, line 28 through 33 is a repeat of the previous paragraph.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay.
I had one comment, and I mentioned it to Michelle.
Okay.
Which was for May 19th. I think from the afternoon break until the adjournment, that Chair Finley was absent due to his recent surgery.
In other words, I just didn't go fishing.
I'm assuming you didn't. I don't know that.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, only for the record here, I think it's obvious, but the modification that Commissioner Atkinson made was actually to the April 21st minutes, but the footer says March 17th.
Okay, thank you.
So you were modifying, it's only for the record, you were modifying it correctly, but it is actually the April 21st minutes. And
That's correct.
The footer should be corrected.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so we're asked to approve April 21 and May 19th. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for April 21st and May 19th, 2017.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Woolley. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioners. I think we'll go into Exhibit B, Marble Muralette petition. Where's that? That'll be a link.
No, I think it should be
short.
fine.
Okay. So Christina, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Finley.
Thanks for that.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Finley, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Christina Donahauer. I'm the Strategy Species Coordinator with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Christina, could you be a little closer to the mic, please?
Sure. Maybe I'll
Pull it up, yeah.
Commissioner Woolley, is that better? Okay, great, thank you. So for today's presentation, I'll begin with some brief background on marbled murrelet biology, life history, and current legal status. I'll review commission actions leading up to this point pertaining to the murrelet petition. I'll provide an update on consultation with interested and affected parties, as well as progress that we've made so far on the status review. And I'll discuss our anticipated timeline, proposed next steps, and the rationale behind our request for a 12-month extension until June 21st of 2018 to complete the status review and rulemaking process. The marbled murrelet is a small diving seabird. It's in the alcid family, so a very close relative of puffins, murres, and guillemots. Marbled murrelets breed along the Pacific coast from Alaska south to central California, and they spend most of their lives in nearshore marine waters, foraging at sea on small fish and invertebrates. But they're rather unique in that they fly inland for nesting, sometimes considerable distances, and they depend upon coastal old growth and late successional forests for nest sites. Marbled murrelets in Washington, Oregon, and California were federally listed under the U.S. Endangered Species Act in 1992. Subsequently, in Oregon, they were listed as state threatened in 1995 under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. Currently, marbled murrelets in both California and Washington state are state endangered. Loss and degradation of older forest nesting habitat were key factors in all of these state and federal listings.
Christina, I know we don't usually take questions, but I just can't see, what is the color coding on the map that you provided with the red and the lavender?
Oh, yes. Commissioner Anderson, the reddish shading is the breeding distribution, roughly, or range, and the lavender shading is more reflective of at-sea distribution or range. So as background, in June of 2016, Cascadia Wildlands and 5 other conservation groups petitioned the Commission to reclassify or uplist the marbled murrelet from threatened to endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. At the September 2016 Commission meeting, you found that the petition presented substantial scientific information to justify proceeding with the requested action, and so voted to accept the petition for further evaluation. So that decision initiated the rulemaking process, and the rulemaking process includes several key components. One is consultation. So in making a reclassification determination, the Commission is required to consult with certain entities by rule and by statute. So these include affected state and federal agencies, affected cities and counties, affected federally recognized Indian tribes, the Natural Heritage Advisory Council, other states having a common interest in the species, and interested persons. Input from these groups and individuals is really essential to the review process. A second aspect or component of the rulemaking process is the status review. So this is a scientific review of marbled murrelet biology, population trends and demographics, marine and terrestrial habitat conditions, threats, the adequacy of state and federal programs or regulations or other factors that might be relevant to the status of the species in Oregon. The status review really provides the core information needed to determine if circumstances meet legal criteria for reclassification. The status review itself must be based on both documented and verifiable scientific information. A third component of the rulemaking process is peer review of the department's status report. So peer review must be completed by independent experts without a vested interest in the process. So by rule, vested interest in the process means that the person who's reviewing the scientific information does not have a personal economic interest in the Commission's decision whether to list or reclassify a species. Also, at the September meeting, the Commission directed the Department to carry out the status review and associated rulemaking process. This diagram is really a very simplified overview of the petition process from receipt to final determination. So for reference, we're basically between steps 2 and 3 of the process for the Merlet petition. And in a moment, I'll be walking through the details of what's involved in completing the rulemaking process and revisiting a far more complex and detailed version of this timeline. Really, the rulemaking process is a resource-intense endeavor. It takes a substantial amount of staff time for planning, coordination, communications, administration, reporting, and other technical functions. Ultimately, the Commission is required to make a final determination on whether marbled murrelet reclassification is warranted within 1 year from the date of receipt of the petition. So in other words, by June 21st of 2017. By rule, the Commission may extend this deadline for up to 12 additional months if it finds that the information available is limited or other appropriate circumstances require an extension. In terms of consultation, we have initiated consultation with interested and affected parties. In February of this year, we sent out notification letters and an accompanying backgrounder to over 250 contacts. These letters informed different groups and individuals that we were going through this status review process. And they also requested any relevant scientific information that they may have to help inform our review. A full list of the agencies, organizations, researchers, and others that we contacted is provided as part of your Commission packet. We also put out a broader information request to the general public through a marbled murrelet webpage. We requested information by April 7th of this year, and we received many comments and documents in response, and these are also provided as part of the Commission packet. These are the 6 electronic PDFs labeled consultation. Currently, we are developing the status review report and working to archive public correspondence and other materials that we receive as part of the rulemaking process. We're also continuing to coordinate with other agencies and organizations to secure and interpret additional data relevant to our review. One of the challenges with this species is that relevant information on the murrelet is held by many different agencies, organizations, researchers, and others, both within Oregon as well as outside the state. So it's taking considerable staff time to track down, synthesize, and analyze that information. As an example, the Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon State University indicated that they hold survey data of potential interest to us in their databases. So over the last couple of months, we've been working with them to exchange that information and actually just obtained several large data sets. We're involving GIS and data analysts as needed so that we can get those data into our own centralized database. We're also coordinating currently with the Bureau of Land Management to see if a third data set can be incorporated. So this is inland survey data that could shed light on distribution, occupancy, or potentially the adequacy of state and federal programs or regulations. Overall, it is a time-consuming and labor-intensive process that extends beyond just writing of the status review report itself. We feel that an additional 12 months is really essential to the development of a quality status review report and informed reclassification recommendation. So specifically, we need additional time to prepare a comprehensive document that would address these 5 key components. One is consideration of additional data. So I mentioned previously that we're looking at some newly acquired data from the Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon State University, and we expect to have a complementary Bureau of Land Management data set in hand very shortly. We also need more time to prepare an in-depth review of best available information on the murrelet in Oregon, and to consider input from peer reviewers and the general public given the high level of interest in this issue. And finally, more time is needed to analyze the available information relative to the legal criteria for reclassification to determine if those criteria are met in this case, and to provide our staff recommendation on whether uplisting is warranted. So I've referred a few times to the legal reclassification criteria for uplisting a species from threatened to endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. So just as a quick refresher, these are the criteria. Really, it requires 2 key determinations as described in the administrative rules. So I'm paraphrasing here, but really there needs to be evidence that the status of the species has diminished to the point that it's at risk of extinction in Oregon. And then also that one or more of these other 3 factors exists: substantial habitat deterioration, overutilization, or inadequate regulatory mechanisms or programs. An extension may also allow us to review some additional information or analysis from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So that agency initiated a 5-year status review of the marbled murrelet across its federally listed range in Washington, Oregon, and California in April of this year. Prior reviews by the service were completed in 2009 and 2004. So moving forward, we're requesting a 12-month extension to complete the status review and rulemaking process. And this diagram lays out our anticipated timeline up to the point of a final decision by the Commission. So that could extend into June of 2018, depending on future findings and decisions. I realize this slide is a bit overwhelming. I'll try to walk through it in pieces. So just to orient you, here at the beginning, the blue items are commission actions, whereas the tan items are department or staff actions. The dates indicated on the timeline are approximate, but they are intended to allow sufficient time to meet state filing deadlines and public notice requirements. So next, I'll take a closer look at the evaluation phase of the timeline. Let's see. There we go. And then the finding and decision phase. So again, we're currently in the midst of developing our status review report and asking for Commission consideration of an extension today. Once our draft status report is complete, which we anticipate in September, we'll make that available for public comment and peer review for at least 30 days. After the close of the public comment and completion of peer review, we'll address comments that we've received and work to develop a final report by late fall. In December, we'll provide notice of an upcoming public hearing to be held in February of 2018. And at that February Commission meeting, that's when we would provide our final report and staff recommendation. So if there is a negative finding at the February meeting that uplisting is not warranted, the rulemaking process would end, petitioners would be notified, and the species would remain state threatened. On the other hand, if there's a positive finding at the February meeting that uplisting is warranted, we would then work to develop survival guidelines, and we would have those survival guidelines drafted by March and have those available for adoption in June, so that if the Commission decides to uplist, associated rulemaking could be addressed at the same time. So survival guidelines are quantifiable and measurable guidelines that the Commission finds necessary to ensure survival of individual members of the species. They might include take avoidance. They might include protecting resource sites such as nest sites or other sites critical to murrelets. In this case, survival guidelines would serve as interim protection measures until endangered species management plans are developed with applicable state landowning and managing agencies. So to summarize, the issue before the Commission today is to determine whether to accept or deny our staff request for an extension to complete the marbled murrelet status review and associated rulemaking process by June 21st of 2018. Option 1 is to approve our request for an extension. Option 2 is to deny that request. And we are recommending that the Commission approve an extension to allow completion of this process by June 21st of 2018.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Weber, then Commissioner Woolley, then Commissioner Buckmaster.
We do have one.
We got one, yeah.
I'm sorry. We have one member of the public who would like to testify. So, Mr. Joe Liebezeit. We have your name and address here, but just repeat it for the record, the tape record, please, Joe.
Sure, Chair Finley. My name is Joe Liebezeit, and my address is 3111 Southeast 67th Avenue, Portland, Oregon. Thanks for your time, Commission members and Chair Finley. I work for Audubon Society of Portland, who you know in the past presentation. We're one of the petitioners for this uplisting, and I appreciate the update on the process that Christina just gave. We certainly want to see a thorough, peer-reviewed process that takes in all the information possible. So at this time, I think our organization would support the extension. One update on our side of it, the petitioner side, we had 3 marbled murrelet experts review our petition document for that April public comment period that Christina mentioned. And because there had been about a year since we had submitted that petition, and based on that information, you can see it in the letter. I think it's part of your package. It only bolsters our case for the petition for uplisting. And one important point I want to stress is that in past years' analysis in Oregon, there's been indication that the population is declining. It's pretty strong. The most recent estimate shows no trend in Oregon, but this does not, and I want to stress, this does not mean that the population is stabilizing or increasing. What it does mean is that the data are variable and making it difficult to see in this most recent analysis what the population trajectory is. But based on the continued loss of habitat that they need, the poor nesting success in recent studies, and the fact that there is inadequate management guidelines and no comprehensive conservation strategy for Oregon, the likelihood for a continued population decline is high. And as Christina mentioned, in California, at the state level, they've gone from threatened to endangered. Just recently in Washington, I think it was just this past December, they did the same thing. So we believe Oregon should follow in those footsteps. And finally, I just want to mention that every July for the past few years, we've had a citizen science project On the coast, we have a 200-acre sanctuary at Cape Perpetua. And I encourage commission members and others at ODFW to join this opportunity. We have 2 sessions. It's just an overnight. It's a pretty pretty minimal commitment. You go to the coast. Kim Nelson, an OSU Merlet expert, and our staff member out there, Paula Anglemeyer, talk about the species. And then the next morning you go out and you try to find the species out in the forest and along the near shore. So I encourage folks to do a fact-finding mission / vacation and check it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioners, that was thorough.
Did you mention the dates of the citizen science project? I think I missed that.
Yeah, if I didn't, July 13th, 14th, and then July 19th, 20th. And you can find that on our website or contact me or our sanctuary manager, Paula Engelmeyer, on the coast about that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. Christina? Okay, now we're ready to go. Commissioner Weber, I think you were about to ask Christina a question.
Well, yeah, my only question was, if we deny your request, your report is due in 10 days?
Yes, Commissioner Weber, it's true that we do not have a status review report ready to give to you at this stage.
Did I hear someone else before? Commissioner Woolley?
Yeah. These are set up. Kind of time to take yours. We have a mass of wires and things that we deal with. So anyway, I had a few questions. You have more volume, Laura. You have more status than I do, or more? Sorry. So you mentioned that ODF and OSU were providing a data set. So I recall when we were provided the petition, we agreed to review the petition, and the ODF said that they were not going to review the petition. And so did they come around? I mean,
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, they changed. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, good. Thank you. That's good news. So with the guidelines, are the guidelines voluntary and non-regulatory? Is there any enforcement capability for the guidelines once the guidelines are developed? I know they're interim, but they're just guidelines. Is that true, or?
Commissioner Wally, for the survival guidelines.
Survival guidelines, right.
I don't know about the enforcement aspect, but yes, they would be interim in the sense that state landowning or managing agencies affected would comply with those survival guidelines, and they would be interim in the sense that the commission would determine the role that state lands can play in the conservation of the species, and as part of that would work to develop endangered species management plans in conjunction with those state landowning and managing agencies, and so that would be the longer term solution.
Okay, and yeah, I did hear that previously. I'm just wondering, in the meantime, are the interim survival guidelines voluntary? And you're saying they are or they aren't?
Perhaps legal counsel can speak better to that issue.
Those survival guidelines would be adopted into administrative rule, and so they have the legal effect of an administrative rule.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I have a couple more questions.
Okay.
Let's see. My comments are kind of spread out, so just bear with me. So you talked about peer review. So are these agency reviews also considered peer reviews, or are you talking about independent Merlet researchers or academic reviews? Just want to get clarification on that.
Commissioner Wally, we haven't yet selected peer reviewers, but they could be agency experts, they could be academic researchers. We'd probably want to have a variety of peer reviewers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Because I know for us as individuals, when we talk about individual economic gain, that's usually for a person. But I know that there are agencies that have potential for economic gain around the status, a status change for the marble murrelet. So is that individual gain, does that also relate to agencies as well as individuals when you're considering that? Economic gain.
I'm not sure that I know the answer to that question, Commissioner Wally, but my understanding is that if there's a personal economic interest, then the person could not be a peer reviewer. How we might interpret that at the organization or agency level, I think we'd have to look at that more carefully.
Okay. So in other words, if an agency tends to benefit from or detrimental for decreased timber harvest, for instance, versus more timber harvest in terms of agency revenue. I'm thinking of forestry again. Would they be considered as for a peer reviewer or not? Do you see where I'm going with that?
I definitely understand, Commissioner Wally, the question, and we haven't quite gotten that far yet, so I don't have a ready answer for you, but it's something that we would need to think about and look at carefully.
Okay. I think I'm done for now.
Okay. Commissioner Buckmaster?
Following up on Commissioner Woolley's subject, if an academic has received or money from advocacy groups, environmental groups, would that also place them in a position to be considered as having an economic interest?
Commissioner Buckmaster, again, that's another great question, and I don't have the answer at this point.
Council, do you have one?
Sorry, I missed that. I missed that last piece. So the language in the rule, and this is in the definition of verifiable, but this is what we get to the standard of peer review, is that let's see, vested interest in so the peer reviewer cannot have a vested interest in the process, which means that the person reviewing the scientific information does not have a personal economic interest in the commission's decision to list a species. And so when you're talking about state agencies, I think that, we'd look at each individual situation on its own, but I wouldn't think of a state agency as having a personal economic interest in the outcome. When you're looking at individual academics, we'd look at where, how that funding impacted them personally. So it's really a detailed look at that specific situation. There's also, just to put this out there here for the state agency examples, that would be within consultation as well, which is a different category of review, but would elicit, valuable information in a similar way.
So you're saying an agency would do a consultation, and that individuals within that agency would not provide individual peer review?
So the agency would do a consultation.
Yeah.
Individuals within that agency could be asked to do a peer review, or could provide one, I guess, on their own without being asked.
Okay, so you hear what I'm saying about that an individual giving a peer review representing an agency that has potential economic gain or loss from this decision, to me, that's, potentially a little problematic, so, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and by the language of the rule, it's whether it's a personal economic gain. I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any more questions or comments? All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the extension?
I move to approve the request for extension to allow completion of the marbled murrelet status review report and associated rulemaking process by June 21st, 2018.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Atkinson, seconded by Commissioner Weber. Any more final thoughts or comments? Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Christina. Commissioners, there's some interesting data that Christina put in the PowerPoint. Just a couple of pages to glance at that what happens if we vote either to or to do not uplist it. Okay, so we are now going to go into executive session. We have a couple of things we need to do, so you can plan your time, those of you who are in the audience, for other exhibits or agenda items. We're going to leave now, and we will not be back until 1:45. Is that correct? Hour and a half?
I did.
1:15, 1:45. Okay. All right, so I'm going to read this, and we'll be back here about 1:45. Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will meet in executive session. The executive session is held pursuant to ORS 192.660, parens 2, parens H, which allows the commission to consult with legal counsel concerning its legal rights and duties with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed, and to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive officer of any public body. Public officer, employee, or staff member who does not request an open hearing as authorized by ORS 192.660, parens 2, parens I. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience are asked to leave the room. We will be not in this room, so you don't have to leave this room except for security purposes. Are we going to lock it? Or have someone in here? Okay. Yes, we'll probably lock this room, so take your belongings with you. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session. As previously announced, no decision may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to the open public meeting and welcome the audience back to resume the meeting. That's at 1:45. Okay? Thinking. And we wanted to do the director's evaluation. And that is always a give and a take between how the commission performs and how the director performs, and whether we're working well together, and if we're not working as well as we want, how can we improve it? So that took a little extra time. We're going to move right along now with the Don and Isaac show. Exhibit C, 2018 Access and Habitat Auction and Raffle Tag Allocations. So, Don, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Finley, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. As you just pointed out, we're here to ask you to authorize the special auction and raffle tags for the 2018 season.
I don't know which one of these works.
Maybe.
Here comes Roxy, she's got it.
Or we can go without the pictures if you want, since that's not working.
Hit F5.
So basically, there's a few things we're going to cover. We're going to briefly go through the programs that we have, the allocation process, and then we're going to quickly hit on this year's efforts for the auction and raffle program and the 2018 proposal. So I guess we'll do it without the pretty pictures.
Okay.
We
We actually have the pretty pictures in
Right.
front of us.
Okay, so I just covered slide number 2. If we go to slide 3, Basically, we're asking you to authorize the auction tags and the raffle tags. There's two different programs here. One is the bighorn sheep, the pronghorn, and the Rocky Mountain goat, and the other is the Access and Habitat program. The allocation process for this is the auction tags will be discussed as to, we have a proposal process where the different organizations will apply to the department asking to auction off a tag. We evaluate those applications, and the Access and Habitat Board evaluates those applications, and we'll make recommendations from their July meeting. It's not working. From their July meeting, and those recommendations for the auction hosts will come to the commission at our September Big Game Commission meeting, where all of the seasons and tags are allocated for next year. These tags, or the raffle tags, are drawn in conjunction with the Oregon Hunters Association Annual State Convention. We've been doing it that way for a number of years. These tags are pretty popular because they have expanded hunt areas and expanded hunt season, and that's where a lot of their value comes from. So, moving right into the bighorn sheep auction and raffle. This has been kind of the cornerstone of the sheep program for a little more than 30 years. It started in 1987, and in that time frame, it's generated just short of $4 million. And that funding allowed the bighorn sheep program to go from essentially a 2x4 outfit trying to restore our sheep as we could come by them and dig up funds to do it, to becoming one of the leading restoration programs in the western United States. In the last few years, since about 2010, these two tags are providing for an annual income dedicated funds of about $170,000 a year. The 2017 auction, it sold for $135,000 this year in conjunction with the Wild Sheep Show in Reno, Nevada. The raffle drawing this year is pretty much tied as the record raffle sales for bighorn sheep at about $85,000, a little more than that. We're asking the commission today to continue with the bighorn auction and the bighorn raffle program. The auction tag for bighorn is really the one that we've already decided where we're going to go. It's hard to argue with the money that we get at the Wild Sheep Show for this tag. The purpose of these tags is to generate funds, and it does a pretty good job down there in Reno for us. And then we'll continue with the raffle program as we have for a long time, partnering up with OHA at their annual event. The pronghorn program, there's also an auction and a raffle program. They've been in place now for 14 years. Oregon Hunters Association, actually, and Wild Sheep Foundation and Elk Foundation, they all kind of lobbied about 14 years ago to add those three species to the auction and raffle program. And they're quite quickly starting to generate the funds that we need to really step up and ramp up our management and our research programs for pronghorn. In the 14 years, pronghorn funds have been generated to about $285,000, almost $286,000, and we're averaging about $22,000 a year income from pronghorn. This year, 2017, the pronghorn auction sold at the Tillamook OHA for $11,000. And I forgot to mention earlier that the auction programs, there's a sales price, and for the programs that I administer and the programs in the Access and Habitat that Isaac administers, for the auctions, when the host organization gets a tag, they sell it, they get a total bid price for the purchaser, and then 10% of that purchase price is actually left with the host organization, and 90% is the net back to the department. The organizations that keep that 10% in our application process, we also require that part of that funds is done back to the states or to the programs and grants. Obviously, the organizations have some overhead costs of managing the auction and the event and advertising and stuff like that. So our income on the auction is 90% of the total bid price for all of these tags. The raffle, was indeed the record year for the 14 years we've had it for pronghorn, generating just shy of $27,000. And again, we're proposing both tags for the 2018 season. The pronghorn tag auction will be evaluated in the rest of the pool cooperatively with the Access and Habitat Board allocation process for the auction tags. Raffle will be at OHA. Rocky Mountain Goat, it was established at the same time that the pronghorn tags were added, so it's been around for 14 years. The auction part of that program this year was only the second year that we auctioned a tag. We've had so few tags in general for the Rocky Mountain Goats that we felt that starting with the raffle, just working on the raffle for a number of years till our goat recovery efforts got to the point where we had enough tags that we felt we could justify adding the second auction tag. And last year was the first year we had it. Surprised everybody and sold for $30,000 last year, and we surprised everybody again this year, and it sold for $37,000 at the Oregon Foundation for Wild Sheep Show. So we're really pleased with the funds that tag is generating for us. In 2 years, just those two tags have generated $60,000, and we're averaging about $17,000 a year total income with auction and raffle on goats. Depending on how the auction price goes, that could increase. This year, I already mentioned we sold the Rocky Mountain Goat tag for $37,000, and Rocky Mountain raffle was a record year in the 14 years at just under $27,000 there too. So for goat, the last of my programs, we want to continue with the raffle and the auction again this year. The auction tag will be allocated as part of the process that we use for the rest of them. And we'll continue with the raffle with OHA. And with that, I'll turn it over to Isaac for the rest of the story.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. Isaac Sanders, Access and Habitat Coordinator. The Access and Habitat Board at our recent April meeting recommended the Commission approve 10 deer and 10 elk tags as a fundraiser for the Access and Habitat program. All the funds raised through the auction and raffle are dedicated to providing access and enhancing wildlife habitat. All the expenditures, as with all the other Access and Habitat funds, must be recommended by the board and approved by the Commission. So all the money collected here has to be approved how it's spent, and then you guys get to approve it. So a quick summary of our 2017 revenue from the auction and raffle sales of those tags. 2017 raffle, we generated about a little less than $175,000, which is about $14,000 more than we did last year, and 20%, easily 20% over our 5-year average. So we did well in the raffle this year. 2017 revenue from the auction tags is down about $40,000 from last year, but it still exceeds the 5-year average by over 10%. So again, all in all, a pretty good year for the auction and raffle revenue for the program with continued growth in sales. Pretty straightforward, no changes from last year's proposal. 10 tags for the auction. 2 of those tags are in a combination statewide tag. We refer to the governor's tag. And then 4 statewide deer and 4 statewide elk tags. These are the tags that we auction off. Again, no changes to how we are going to break up the raffle tags. 10 tags again, it's a combination tag once more. 1 statewide deer, and then this is where there's a little bit of difference. There's 3 regions for deer, northeast, central, and southeast. You guys have a little tiny map in your packet that you can look at. And then for the elk, similar composition, 1 statewide opportunity, and then 3 regional opportunities, northeast, Central Oregon, and then there's a Western Oregon elk. And you can, as I said, you can see the regions there. And, in summary, the department and the board recommend the commission allocate a total of 26 tags, 20 tags for access and habitat, and 2 each for dawn species. He talked about bighorn sheep, pronghorn, and Rocky Mountain goat. And that's all I had to blaze through.
Okay, we have no public testimony, so commissioners, any questions or comments regarding this presentation out of Exhibit C? Commissioner Aikenson.
Just a quick question, Don, on the auction tags. You said the host would be determined later this year, and people, organizations apply. What are the criteria that you use when selecting who's going to auction the tags?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Aikenson, that's a really good question. There's a number of criteria that Isaac and I and the Access and Habitat Board actually evaluate kind of jointly. The application form requires that they submit a number of things. First, we want some information on the events themselves. How many people are attending? How long-term has the event been? What's been their income at those events if they have that history, whether they've had tags in the past, those kinds of things. We also require now that those organizations be a 501c3 organization, and that's very critical for the auction program because in the agreements that we develop with those organizations, the buyer actually pays the host organization first. So they are paying a 501c3 organization, and they get tax credits for donating to that organization that way. And then we get the 90% in a check from that organization. So they have to show us or prove to us that they're a 501c3. That's important because it increases, in some cases, the willingness of buyers to spend a little bit more money. We also ask them what's their history of funding projects in the state of Oregon for the species or the access and habitat programs, so that we can ensure that that 10% that we leave there, part of it goes to their overhead, but we also are wanting them to contribute back in grant processes, like if it's an elk foundation, some of those funds will go into their PAC, their project allocations. Mule Deer Foundation or Oregon Hunters Association, they're all really good about contributing back, and this is one of the big ways that they generate funding.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like you've done a really great job with hosts and working together to mutual benefit.
Correct. I think mutual benefit's the key.
Commissioner Weber.
Don, did I understand you right that you deal with the 501c3 so the people can deduct what they pay in for these tags?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that is correct. The payment for an auction tag in the state of Oregon, and to my knowledge, everybody that I interact with in the entire West that has programs like this, the auctions themselves are hosted by 501c3 organizations, and the overwhelming majority of those checks are made to that organization for the purchase of that auction tag, so that there is tax opportunities for the purchasers of those auction tags specifically.
I hope no one's taking that as their tax advice.
No, oh no, these are people that work through their own tax lawyers, and we don't advise the buyers on that. The buyers that are in this
Price of a normal tag.
right, the buyers that are in this program are fully aware of what their tax liabilities are. We stay completely away from it, but we do know that process works well, and that's one of the reasons why that process works as well as it does.
Yeah, I think Bob and I were concerned about normally when you go to a dinner for a fundraiser, they'll give you the deducted price of the dinner, which is the value you received, and then the rest of it is your donation.
Right. It's the difference between...
Unless you're getting raffle tickets, then it's zero. Yeah. You know, it is... If you get something back, but that's...
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure we were all clear.
It's true. We're not tax attorneys, we're biologists, and we don't advise them, but we do know that the agreement process is structured the way it is because it does provide those buyers their opportunities to work down that process. And we're independent of that with them and their decisions there.
Now, just so, I think along with Holly's question is, you deal mostly with OHA, Mule Deer Foundation, I don't know, OBH or Rocky Mountain Elk, FNAS, but those people kind of work together and figure out which chapters they're going to pick, and you're not normally picking which chapter for those organizations to do it?
That's Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that's correct for Oregon Hunters Association, for Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and for Mule Deer Foundation. Many of the other organizations, the DUs, the Pheasants Forever, the SCIs and stuff, some of the chapters actually will submit independently as well. And OHA, Elk Foundation, and Mule Deer Foundation have taken the initiative to help coordinate that, to spread the tags around the various local chapters, and it's working, for the most part, it works pretty well for those organizations to do it that way as well. And it does filter things out for us as well, which is sometimes pretty helpful.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioners, do I hear a motion? Commissioner Atkinson.
I move to approve the 2018 auction and raffle big game tag allocations as proposed by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Atkinson, second by Commissioner Weber. Any further comments, thoughts? Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, both of you. Now, we're going to...
presentation, sorry.
We're going to change the... we're going to move and skip Exhibit D for right now. And I'd like Karn to come up, and we're going to talk about the Coquel tribal clamming.
Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, I'll just start while the slides are loading.
Do you have any
Is it not on there? I do. Nope, that's not the one.
I think we have your PowerPoint.
I do, and I can just walk you through it if that's okay. There should be another one.
Being every time we're supposed to turn it.
So, for the record, my name is Karin Brady, manager of the Marine Resources Program, and I'm here to talk to you today about a Coquel tribal clamming agreement that we are recommending for adoption by the Commission. The overview of what I wanted to talk about related to this MOU is that the rules that you'll see in attachment 4 essentially adopt the MOU into rule. And the MOU is the substance of the agreement between the department, or the commission, and the tribe. The overall goal of this MOU is to provide harvest opportunity to tribal members in order to access first foods for subsistence and ceremonial purposes, and specifically a series of clam species. The pretty slide that you can't see in color, perhaps on your handout in front of you, is of the 7 clam species that this MOU allows harvest access for. Razor clams, the bay clams, butters, native littlenecks, cockles, gapers, as well as softshell clams and purple varnish clams. There are a number of management provisions that exemplify the philosophy of both the department and the tribe in terms of sustainable management and harvest of ocean resources. So I'll go through some of those provisions for you. First of all, the terms of the MOU apply to tribal members as described in the Constitution of the tribe. And these opportunities are allowable only in the times when areas are actually open to sport harvest. So any of the areas that are closed for conservation management purposes would not be accessible under the terms of this MOU. And very importantly, there's strong tribal philosophy in no wastage of the resource, very similar to the department's philosophy. And so this is specified in tribal ordinance and is a core principle of the MOU. The agreement is for non-commercial purposes, harvest for non-commercial purposes, and between these two components, the no wastage provision and no commercial take provision, we're using that in lieu of any type of bag limit or other constraint on harvest. And then lastly, two additional components in terms of enforcement and monitoring. Both the tribe and the department are very keen on making sure that the people who are harvesting are only those who are authorized to do so by the tribe and the department. So there are provisions in the MOU speaking to that, as well as requiring that harvesters interact with ODFW samplers, interact with peace officers in the same way that any public member in the state of Oregon would. And then collaboration, the tribal representatives and department staff have talked at length about this, and we have established a couple of different ways to facilitate collaboration, including annual reporting in person and sharing of information, as well as talking about potential research collaborations that we might undertake together. I don't think I've mentioned yet that the MOU is applicable to Coos and Curry counties, and that is the end of the management provisions specified in the MOU. So I'll just say that it has been a very productive and fruitful discussion with the tribe, and in fact here in the audience today we have both the Tribal Council Chair, Brenda Mead, as well as Tribal Elder Joe Thomas to celebrate this agreement that we're recommending for adoption, as well as the Tribal Attorney, Brett Kenny. So I'd like to thank them for being here and for being really good collaborators on this project. So in short, I recommend, the staff recommendation is to adopt the rules as specified in Attachment 4, which brings this MOU into state rule. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Before we do that, I'd like to provide the opportunity for Chair Brenda Mead to come up, and if you'd like to say anything to the commission. You've been waiting a long time, and I apologize for that.
Sit with me.
But they have a beautiful drive home.
Daisla, greetings, friends.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed MOU with you today. I am Brenda Mead. I am the chairperson for the Coquille Tribe, and it's an honor to be here today with you all. I did also want to recognize my tribal elder here today. Joe Thomas is here in witness of this event. It is a good day for us today, and Joe is one of our elders that worked tirelessly on restoration to be recognized again as Coquille people, and he was one of the elders that gave testimony to Congress and was there when those promises were made by this United States government to the Coquille people. So it's always good to have one of our elders here today to witness this and to share those stories with our families at home as well. So I'm honored to have him here today. But I did want to share with you just a little bit of information, if that's all right, and I appreciate your time. I just wanted to share, in the 19th century, my tribal ancestors signed at least 3 treaties with the federal government in the lands now comprised of Coos and Curry counties. Even though we negotiated these treaties in good faith, none of them were ratified by the U.S. Senate. However, as a result of these treaties, all of our traditional lands were settled and we received nothing in exchange. In 1954, Congress passed the Western Oregon Termination Act, which terminated federal recognition of many tribes and bands in Western Oregon, including the Coquille. After years of crippling poverty and the loss of many traditional lifeways, my tribe was the last tribe in Oregon to be federally restored. Our 1989 Restoration Act returned to us all rights that we held prior to termination. The Coquille people are people of the forests, the valleys, and rivers of Southern Oregon. We are also very much people of the ocean. To this day, we subsist on waters, land, flora, fauna, and other resources in this region. Clams are a vital part of our diet. Just as important, however, is the process of gathering those clams. We gather and consume clams as a community. At times, one person will gather for multiple families. At other times, we meet in the tidelands as a group. With everything that we do, we live with the credo set forth by our elders for generations. Take only what you need and leave some for the others. That is what we teach our children today. Several years ago, we contacted the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to see if there was a way for us to reach an agreement on gathering clams that would uphold these teachings while leaving our adjudicated Aboriginal rights undisturbed. That's very important. Those conversations led to this MOU. I want to take an opportunity to thank Karen Braby and Dr. Steve Rumrell for their assistance and candor as we worked through this negotiation process. It was much appreciated. I would also like to show my appreciation for Director Melcher, whom expressed early on in this process his commitment to work with us in good faith. It was appreciated. This MOU, while not perfect, will allow my tribe to administer a permitting program that allows our tribal members to gather clams within our Aboriginal territory. Clams are to be gathered for non-commercial use only. As part of its permitting process, the tribe will gather clam gathering data to be shared with the state. We will also meet annually with the state to compare notes and to learn to improve our respective permitting programs. We have developed tribal law that has been reviewed and approved by ODFW. In the near future, we will be developing permitting rules and forms and begin an educational campaign for our tribal membership. We look forward very much to beginning this program and to enhancing our partnership with the state. This MOU will help to advance our cultural restoration, and for that, I want to thank ODFW for your support. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Would Mr. Thomas like to say something?
Very vital to our people. This MOU as a huge step. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we have the chairwoman of the Coquille tribe here. Any questions? I think we've all read the MOU, and now we've heard testimony. Mr. Buckmaster.
Chairwoman, personally, I'd just like to thank you for giving us the honor of returning to you what has always been yours. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? Commissioner Woolley.
Move to adopt OAR 635-041-0550 as proposed by staff.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Woolley, seconded by Commissioner Weber. Any other comments or questions? All right, call the question. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. You and I will sign a memorandum together.
That's
I
wonderful.
will sign on behalf of the commission and the department, and you will sign on behalf of the COQUEL.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
And I have, I understand that we have an invitation for an event in Medford.
Yes, we will be celebrating our restoration celebration at the end of June. We would love to have you and celebrate with our membership this day. I appreciate this.
Well, I will be there.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you both very much. Karn, thank you for your good work, and thank you for coming, and we're sorry for the delay.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay. I think we'll move back to access and habitat project funding. Exhibit D. Excuse me. Okay, Isaac, it's your show.
Hi, well, good afternoon, again. Chair Finley, members of the commission, Director Melcher, Isaac Sanders, Access and Habitat Coordinator. I have Craig Ely, the chair of the A&H board, with me here today. We have 9 projects for the commission to consider today. All projects are requesting access and habitat funds. There's no open fields dollars this time. With 9 projects today, I'll only be highlighting a few details for most of those. Here we have a map, geographic distribution. Most of the projects we're going to talk about today, which are all in blue, are on the east side of the state, with the exception of the New River project, kind of tucked away down there on the south coast. Put an oval on it for you. First project up is actually an amendment to a project that you approved last year. This is to add 2,000 acres, including some bottomland to the existing McKinsey access area. We're going to use the same per dollar rate for the other acres that he has. It creates an annual payment of a little over $16,000. $4,800 of that is for the new acreage that we're enrolling. That'll bring Mr. McKinsey's total acreage in the program to 6,813. The amendment offers really great hunting for pheasants, quail, some good pronghorn and mule deer hunting, and it actually attracts a lot of users from the nearby Boise metro area. Here on this map, the existing area is in that kind of violet color, and then the addition are these yellow polygons there in the oval. With the addition, it brings the total access area to just over 11,000 acres. There is about 4,100 acres that is enrolled that belongs to 2 other brothers. Originally, this was all one project. It's been broken up over the years. Troy Ranches and M.R. King Ranches, the next 2 projects I'll talk about, are important to the department's efforts for elk management in Baker District. Currently, the Lookout Mountain WMU, which we have up here, is at a winter elk estimate population of 1,200. The management objective for this unit is 600. So providing access to private property is really important for helping the department move that population closer to what we'd like to see with the MO for that unit. On the map here, BLM is in brown. Access areas are in colors. The 2 that we're talking about today are in the circle there. M.R. King is in yellow, kind of a little bit smaller, tucked away there, and then Troy Ranches is in green. Also, for reference, I-84 is basically that southern boundary of the WMU there. As I said, here's MR King Ranches, 4,500 acres of ranch land, majority of it in Lookout, some of it's in Sumter, provides great hunting. Again, real important for the department's efforts there for damage. This is the only A&H project we have on the South Coast. The New River project started about a decade ago to address Aleutian goose damage and provide some really good goose hunting. This project pays for a portion of the fertilizer that 5 landowners use on 1,200 acres of pasture each spring in order to help try to offset some of the forage consumed by Aleutian geese. The Aleutian geese utilize the strip here near Langlois almost exclusively in the spring to forage up before they head off to their summer grounds on the Aleutian Islands. The project also offers by permission hunting to over 3,500 acres of private land. It also facilitates some access to some of the New River property down by the ocean. We were, and I should add, the landowners handle all the reservations. There's various days open. The board was just down there recently. The landowners are really happy with the project. Everything we hear from the hunters is popular. Very happy with it. Supported by OHA, a couple of the chapters. One of them's actually contributing money towards the fertilizer, and the other one contributes some gift cards. There's a discrepancy in the total project cost between what's in your packet and on here. And the packet includes the $400 for gift cards. On this one, it doesn't. So you can include it however. Here's a map of the area. We had a new landowner join the project this year, Azevedo down there. He's right below Zone B3 on the bottom of the map. I put a little arrow there to highlight it. Birds were just picking up from the northern properties and just coming and settling right down on his, so he asked if he could join, and we were happy to have him enroll his 100 acres. Moving back to the east side of the state, the Otley Access Area is located roughly on the west side of the Steens Mountain area and provides over 15,000 acres of access to ranch lands. It also provides access, an important north-south access between Diamond and Steens Mountain Loop. The Otley Access Area is in the lower left on the map there in the oval. The Jenkins area stuff is on the upper right. That's a different project. Put them on the map for convenience. Moon Hill Road is the road I was talking about that travels through the access area. They keep it open, but there is actually no formal easement for public access to use that road through the ranch. The Jewel parcel of the lawn access area is a really popular pheasant hunting area close to Burns. The area has undergone extensive wetland habitat work by the NRCS, Ducks Unlimited, and the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. It's the westernmost parcel of our lawn access area. Malheur Lake is down there in the south, and Burns is off up to the northeast. In addition to pheasants, it provides some pronghorn deer and waterfowl hunting during wetter years. It's actually, my understanding is it's almost in continuous use during pheasant season. It's a quick trip from town, so. Moving on, a little bit further south and east, the Alvord Ranch access area, including A&H and some upland bird stamp funds. The Alvord Ranch will pay the ranch, Tom Davis Livestock, to provide access to just over 3,500 acres of private ranch land, as well as use of about 9 miles of ranch roads that access the eastern flank of Steens Mountain. When the department approached the ranch about continuing the access agreement, the ranch requested an increase in the rental payment or the fee. So we worked with them, and the total increase that was agreed to over the 3-year period is a little less than $8,000 or $2,652 annually. The board passed a recommendation to fund the project on a 4-2 vote. The 2 no votes, 2 board members did not support the project and the increased cost of the project, essentially. Trying to give you a little better context here, the ranch in kind of that violet color there on the map extends along nearly 11 miles of the east face of the Steens, so making it pretty hard to access that property without going through the ranch. As we mentioned, provides access to 8 roads. Put some arrows on there. They're kind of hard to see on the map, so we thought we'd highlight them for you. Again, those total about 9 miles. The ranch also operates a check-in station at Alvord Hot Springs. Down at the bottom of the map, it's the one reversed arrow, where hunters acquire a combination to the gates on those roads. Starting last August of last year, ranch staff started documenting the number of people that came in and requested the combination to those gates. And they had recorded over 400 users between then and the beginning of, I think it was the end of January of this year. In that time, we've had our survey cards and survey codes out there. We've only collected 175 since we started in 2012. So just again, a staff station does a really much better job of determining usage than our voluntary check-in stations. And so when you see those voluntary check-in numbers, they're obviously an underreporting of what the use is. Moving on a little bit further south down the road, CUNY Ranch provides over 4,000 acres of private ranch land as well as access to the Steens. Along with the ranch, the Alvord Ranch, these projects provide access to checker, quail, mule deer, bighorn sheep, pronghorn predators. Checker hunting is one of the big attractions, and then bighorn sheep hunting as well. Access to those parts of those areas there. Again, just another map, give you a context. Here's the CUNY Ranch circled, all the stuff in that kind of goldenrod. And again, the BLM is most all of those various colors of tan or gold. And the last one we have for you today, and one of our longer running A&H projects, it joined in 2005. The Bent's Access area is almost completely surrounded by public property, and by having it enrolled, it really offers some seamless access to for the public-private lands in Malheur County. Again, here's a map for you. As you can see, it's the projects in the red squares there. The Malheur Council, when reviewing this, noted that the project receives heavy use during the hunting season, and that the county road, oops, oh, I guess I didn't have an arrow on this one. Anyway, there's a road that runs through there. The county road in black provides good hunting opportunities off of it. And just plowing right along, staff recommends that the commission approve the 9 projects recommended by the Access and Habitat Board.
Okay. There's no public testimony, Commissioners, so we'll go right into questions or comments. Commissioner Woolley.
Did Greg want to talk, or was he just supporting?
I'm here to answer any questions about the board's decisions if you would like.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see what comes out here.
Okay, so Isaac, so as you know, I'm always on the lookout for the habitat improvement aspects of these projects as well as hunter access. And so I do see on 2 of the 9 that there is a mention of habitat improvement projects. So I wanted to sort of get an update on the status of those. So, for instance, back in 2012 with McKinsey, you mentioned that there's open field funding. So there was some work on Medusa Head, constructing spring improvements and repair water holes. So that was 5 years ago. So I'm just assuming those projects are completed, or
yeah, they were all completed. That's the earlier batch of open fields funds.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then for the Jewel access, we've got some wetlands work there, dike construction, water control structures. So are those starting up with this round of funding, or are those? What's the status of those projects?
No, that's work that's been done in the past. There's been quite a bit of effort and money spent on the project improving wetland habitat, and in talking with our upland bird coordinator, he's pretty sure that's why the pheasant hunting is so spectacular on the property as well. It has a lot to do with the wetland work that's been done.
Okay, and then my other question is, So there are surveys that are done of hunters, correct? So is hunter success or satisfaction factored in at all when deciding to refund these sites? In other words, if they're saying, we didn't have much success here, do you just continue, if they reapply, you just refund, and the success and satisfaction, is that factored in at all in those decisions to refund these projects?
Director Melcher, Chair Finley, rest of the commission, Craig Ely, Access and Habitat Board. The answer to your question is yes, it does include a 1 to 5 rating, and then they look at those ones that we receive back from completed hunters and determine whether that's one of the ones we want to keep in the program.
So that's one of the factors that are
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Aikenson.
I was interested to hear about the survey kiosks, and I was wondering how many or what proportion of the A&H projects have survey kiosks to document use.
Most of what I refer to as our access areas, we've tried to put out some sort of survey kiosk. We were referring to them as permits more, but it's really a survey. So most of the access areas, so most of the stuff on the east side of the state, the enhanced patrol areas or these travel management areas, we haven't really put out the survey cards there. They're large, they have a lot of in and outs. We feel we can do a little bit better job with the access areas, but as you can see with like the Alvord, it's still a pretty serious underreporting. There's also issues with some of them. I think there's some mention in there about cows knocking over the survey boxes, and people vandalizing or stealing the permits, so there's a lot of challenges with collecting the data. So that's why we're really just kind of saying it's a survey. It gives you an idea, and with the likeness scale and whatnot, most of the people who return these and who take the time to fill them out appear to be pretty happy with the hunting areas. We do get some people that are unhappy, but occasionally it's like shot a 3-point buck and gave it a 2. And you're like, well,
what's wrong with that?
Yeah. So, but I believe the board definitely looks at them, and we definitely are collecting. We've really only been doing this since 2012, and that was with just a few. So we're steadily trying to roll more and more of these out and get more information. So we're always interested in how we can get more information on how the users are using or how they view these areas.
So on the maps for each of these areas, are those brochures, does the brochure mention in it, please fill out a survey form, or send people to that to do?
I honestly don't recall, and if we don't, we should. I believe we probably could or should include something like that. And now that you mentioned, I've never really thought about it. Maybe even putting the COISC location on the map. So.
I like the idea of OHA's gift cards. Seems like that really upped the participation of people submitting something when they thought they could win a gift card.
Yeah, Commissioner Aikenson. We also do that. So we do that for New River has its own, and then the other properties we do the same thing. OHA Redmond chapter donates a firearm that we each year to one of the people who completed a survey wins that. So we've done that the last few years, and we did see an improvement in our reporting rates.
Good. I did have some concerns about the Alvord Ranch area. I was wondering, why is it that the rate there is more than twice the rate per acre on all of the other pieces?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Aikenson, I'll answer that one. I would characterize the discussion we had with the board as robust. When we considered this project, we looked at it in April, set it aside for a couple weeks, asked the staff to go back and have a discussion with the landowner about, some of the reasons why he would like the more money per acre. Then took a look at what are some of the benefits of that program to hunters, and it is big. I mean, we get a person that does the whole check-in, check-out thing for us, and as Isaac pointed out, we're terribly underreporting the number of hunters that utilize the area. They did not get compensated for that. I suppose you could say they are in now. And then the notion of the road maintenance that he is incurring by having those hunters use those roads. There's 9 miles of roads to gain to public access to the BLM ground. And you're familiar with the Steens Mountain. You start down off the top. If we didn't have these properties there, you'd have to go back to the top to keep from trespassing. So those were the things that we had a discussion about and thought that it was worth the additional dollars. Although, as pointed out, 2 members of our committee did not agree with that. So that's part of the process, is having that discussion.
And the check station, is that actually the place where people pay to go to the hot spring, to use the hot spring?
Yes.
So it really is a facility that's already manned for another purpose.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm just a little concerned that once one place says, hey, we're going to charge twice as much per acre for our area, why wouldn't all the other ones start doing that too? And are we getting good value for our money? Because even though we have $30,000 on A&H funds, we also have $13,000 from the bird stamp funds, from upland game bird funds, another ODFW source. So we're committing a significant amount to this particular project.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, we're equally concerned about that. In July, we're going to have a 2-day board meeting to have a discussion about the evaluation form that we use to evaluate these projects. And as you're aware of, we had a couple of months ago, we had Hancock come in and asking for $1 an acre. That's going to come up again, I assure you, probably in September, because there's that West Side proposal is now coming forward. We recognize that we cannot fund all of these projects, so there's got to be some prioritization of which are the most important to us. And my involvement with this program since '93 is it's evolved over time, and we have had to change and adapt during that time. And this is just, in my opinion, another one of those changes we're going to have to go through. We do have some financial opportunities, I think, with some limitation being held in some reserve funds with A&H that we can bring into the program. But we're going to have those discussions, and we're going to bring that back to you guys probably, I think in September is what we have decided.
So if we did not support this project this time, would there be no A&H project or no new funding for this A&H area? Or would you be able to come back and discuss with the landowners an alternative that might be a lesser funding? What would your direction be?
Well, Chair Finley, Commissioner Akins, if I understand your question, you're asking us to possibly, you would defer that back to us to go back to the landowner and have a discussion again about the funding stream or the funding amount? Is that what
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Is that an option that you could pursue? I mean, you meet like 4 times a year? When would it come back to us?
We have meetings 4 times a year, and sometimes we'll, like as I said, in July we're going to meet for 2 days. Probably July, and Isaac might be able to tell you. I'm not familiar enough with this project to know the timing is time sensitive or critical. So
August 1 through March 1.
Yeah. Chairman Finley, Commissioner Atkinson. My understanding in talking with Tom Siegel, who is the Malheur Regional Coordinator, he basically talked with Tom Davis. That was Tom's number. That's what he wants, basically. And he really wasn't interested in we already sort of had that conversation, at least at that level. You know, gee, this is more than we would like to pay. That's his number. Yeah, if we could try again. We could come back. It would be difficult. This agreement basically has ended, or you know, the grant agreement is basically done for this one. And so getting a new agreement in place for at least the early part of the season would be a challenge. So, but it's
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Woolley.
Okay, so when you come back in August, so you said in your meeting in July you're going to revise your application process. Could you bring us a draft at that time? Or I'm curious to see what that is. Or maybe we can get it electronically. I don't know.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, we could give you a copy of the evaluation form that we currently use, and then in July we'll be taking another look at that, and it was September commission meeting when we would bring that back.
September, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have your application, then you have your evaluation form, so two different forms. I'm interested in both of those. Okay, thank you.
Isaac could probably get those to you right away.
Commissioner, do you want to see them now or as a part of the information in September?
Well, the ones
Both
now
forms.
aren't going to be used again, right? So your next round for your west side will be using your updated forms. Is that correct?
Commissioner, or Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, we're going to have some additional projects that we'll consider in July that we'll bring to the September meeting. We'll be using the old forms, and then with the revisions, and my hope is to get some commission input in July about our revisions to make you aware of the process that we work ourselves through to make a decision on whether we should fund these or not. And then we'll make changes to those forms and then put that back out in the field. It's original folks are the ones that really are the key ones to get these, to make the evaluation forms and try to determine what are the benefits of a particular project, and then they bring those forward to us. So it would, the new revised form would come later.
Okay, yeah, so then if we could see the current ones, that would be fine.
Yeah.
And we're not meeting in July, so I don't know how anything would get to us in July, but we can talk about that with staff. So, thank you.
Let me ask a question. Do you other commissioners want to see the same forms as Commissioner Woolley? Because we can ask Isaac to, whatever he sends to Commissioner Woolley, send to each one of us.
Sure. Sure.
All right, why don't you do that, Isaac? Okay. Commissioner Buckmaster, and then Commissioner Weber.
During your July meeting, I would like you to consider that if you're seeing any of these projects that are reaching the cost benefit, at the upper end of the cost benefit ratio that Commissioner Hickinson was talking about, that you consider knowing that they're going to ask for, that's their number. Please consider only offering cutting back the years, saying, all right, maybe we'll do that, but we're only going to do it for 1 year. I think that way, as you start freeing up money, don't tie yourself up into the high-priced ones long-term. It'll help your negotiating stance as you move forward. And if something comes up in the interim that's a better bang for the buck, then you'll have the option to do it. So just please consider that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woolley. Weber. Toxins.
I don't know which one, Craig, would answer this, but is there some way you can articulate to me why we want to pay $4 versus $2 on the Alvord section of this? Because we're paying $2 for the property down south, and then we're paying $4 for this strip, and I recognize, I'm assuming that if we don't have access, and I don't know if that's the Folly Farms Road that comes out of Fields or whatever that goes up to
I mean, I believe that's
78?
Yeah, that is the highway or the main road.
Yeah.
It runs by Man Lake and the Alvord Ranch. I mean, the Man Ranch and all that. So.
And I guess I want to be able to say, yeah, good, this is a great project, but I need to have a reason why we're paying twice as much.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, I think for us in our discussion with the board, we really settled in on the notion that he is responsible for maintaining the 9 miles of road along his front there. The other thing, as Isaac pointed out, is the underreporting of the number of hunters that utilize these our access areas. I think when we continue, the board continues to ask our regional coordinators to get us better use data. And when you don't have a requirement for you to go to get a combination for a lock, and you got to come back and then report the kind of harvest you had, we thought that was an added value for us to consider the $4 an acre. If you do the math, it's about 300 miles or $300 per road for the additional money that he gets, in addition that he's collecting for the use data that we have. And as Commissioner Atkinson pointed out, the place is already staffed, so it's probably not a lot of additional money for him to collect that information. And but those were the things that went into the discussion.
No, I think it gives access to an incredible chunk of real estate.
Yes.
Have you hunted there?
No, but I've seen it from both sides, and it's spectacular. Right now, when the snow's melting, it's particularly nice.
Commissioners, any further questions or comments? Okay, do I hear a motion?
Well, I would move to approve the projects recommended by the A&H Board as presented in the staff summary attachment 2.
Do I hear a second?
So just for discussion, and then you brought this up, this methodology, Chair Finley, for earlier in the morning that we didn't do, but does anyone want to disaggregate for any reason Alfred Ranch and this boat and
Well, I'm looking at Commissioner Anderson's
provide a
face.
different consideration for that property?
Yeah, no,
I thought Commissioner Weber was going to make a motion to exclude the Alvord Ranch from it, so I was waiting to see that, because
And
I'm not going to have a huge bone to pick here, but I feel that from a standpoint of future negotiation, that this is, the place where the buck stops here with this commission, and given that the board was not unanimous on this, it is an exceptional piece of property, but we have an opportunity to revisit this in the future. My inclination would be to send this back to get consistency or some more detailed justification.
Well, if we approved it, where would we be if we said we would approve it for 1 year?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, we'd have to go back and talk to the landowner and see where they're at with that.
Or negotiate. Say, what about $3? Can you do that?
I don't know, it's. I'm just trying to figure out a way. I don't want to just lose it, but I would like to have some leverage to go down, maybe.
We have a motion without a second. Bob, do you want to amend your motion or withdraw it, and we'll have some more discussion?
I would be happy to amend my motion to approve the recommendations of the A&H Board for project funding, except for number 2017-10, which is the Alvord Ranch access area.
Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Okay. Commissioners, any further discussion? All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Weber, a second by Commissioner Atkinson. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Now, I'd
Mr.
like to
Chair.
figure out what we can,
I had one clarifying comment, not on that motion, but on the earlier discussion. While it is true that you all can hold off and consider this Alvord Ranch issue for September or some other meeting down the road, I think it's important to point out that the access that will be provided by this is scheduled to begin on August 1st. Yeah. And so, for all practical purposes, if you approve it in September, you're essentially eliminating the August, most of September 2017 access period from, which is, clearly, I think, probably the highest public use, in particular by non-hunters, in terms of anyway. So I only point that out, just so you know that it is slated to begin before your September meeting.
So what is the access by non-hunters? Who else is using the property for just outdoor recreation in general?
Well, Chair Finley and Commissioner Woolley, the Steens Mountain gets used a lot, and these access roads, which this is providing access through private property to public property, is used by a broad suite of constituents, not just hunting. And I don't know.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have you take the message back that the commission did not approve it, express the concerns, and if there's room and you renegotiate something, bring it back in August. This is June 9th. I know your meeting's in July, but couldn't we put it on the August docket if the picture changes?
Chair Finley, just another point of clarification, and maybe legal counsel could help us, but we have some public meeting notices issues if we want the board to re-engage this and bring it back to the full commission. And so that's real tight, and I don't have a calendar in front of me to know all the
Administrative
timeframes
Procedures
and
Act
days.
stuff.
This isn't a rulemaking, and so we're not looking at those
Okay.
legal requirements. It's
Chair
okay.
Finley?
Great.
I think we can send the correct message without jamming up everybody if we approve it for 1 year.
I would be comfortable with that.
It's $17,000, gives us a year. The message is clear from the commission that we are not comfortable with the disparity between this and comparable access projects. It's a clear message that you get to deliver, and then come back with if you want to go forward. But that gives you time, and doesn't create a huge problem. And if the commission if you feel that's workable, unless you can see a reason, then I would make that motion.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, I really support that notion, and it gives us an opportunity to take a look at our evaluation form and make some changes to it, and it gives the landowner some assurances for 1 year. We'll have to ask him if he wants to do it for 1 year, but I would think he would, given the amount of money we're talking about. So I like that idea. I think that's a second plan for us to move forward.
Okay, so the package number is 2017-10. 2017-10.
Can we add it
You
to
want
this
me to
motion?
I was just going to have a separate motion.
I would move to approve project 2017-10, the Alvord Ranch access area, for 1 year as opposed to the proposed 3 years.
4 years.
4 years.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Weber, seconded by Commissioner Aikenson.
We
Any more
never
dis-
did vote on the last one,
Yeah.
did we?
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did. It's 4 years here. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
3 years up here.
Okay, going to call the question. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously.
I had one more
I
comment.
think we need a field trip over there, too.
During chucker season.
I think this brings up the point that when we do these A&H votes in the summertime, most of our A&H projects do start like August 1. And so if we have a situation like this, it is going to push us to a bad situation where we don't really have the time to send back, and we rarely do send back a project proposal, but I think that's just a caution to all of us, particularly we've got a project that is coming in early on with the original board, had some questions about whether that was maybe too expensive for that program, and then we're looking at it right before it's actually going to be implemented, that maybe we should try to get some of these earlier, and it seems like that probably means like a year and a half in advance, which seems a little excessive. I'm sure the public would definitely think so. But if there are opportunities to do that, it would keep us from being in this situation where at the last minute, if we're saying we're not comfortable with it, there's not enough time to fix it before the start date.
Chair Finley, just a comment, Commissioner Atkinson, about that. We were planning to have the discussion in July about consolidating our projects in maybe 1 or 2 timeframes during the year, just for that exact reason that you mentioned. And the reason why is that we began a prioritization process of these things get more and more expensive. We're going to have to start saying, these we can't fund, these are our best priority, these are our best access programs, we should fund these. So we are in that, we're going to have that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Craig, I want to thank you on behalf of the commission for all of your continued good and faithful work.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we're moving to Exhibit F. Commercial Coastal Pelagic Species Fisheries Regulations. Troy Buell. Welcome, Troy.
Thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Troy Buell. I'm the State Fishery Management Program Leader with the Marine Resources Program. And today I'm presenting our staff recommendations for management of Oregon's coastal pelagic species fisheries. I'm just waiting one moment for the presentation to come up here. Sure. So we'll go ahead and get started while we're waiting for it to come up on the screen here. So we do have 2 issues for your consideration today. The first involves extending new federal regulations into state rule by reference. And there's 2 of these. The first addresses the sardine fishery for the fishing year, which goes from July 1/17 to June 30, 2018. And the second is a permanent change, which would allow some small-scale harvest of coastal pelagic species when a directed fishery is otherwise closed. Both of these were recommended for adoption by the Pacific Fishery Management Council at their April 2017 meeting. And as the Commission, you may set consistent or more restrictive regulations in these cases. This is a standard annual process we go through with these federal regulations for sardine in particular. One note here, the federal regulations are not actually yet final. They're expected to reflect the Council's recommendations, but we do need to wait to file the rules until we get those federal regulations. The second issue involves state regulations for commercial anchovy fishing in the Columbia River, which is in response to a rapid rise in catch in that fishery during the last summer of 2016. Should you adopt our staff recommendation related to the anchovy fishery, that would be filed immediately following this commission meeting. So moving on to slide 3, I understand you have that in paper form in front of you. Go over a little bit of background on the federal management process for coastal pelagic species. The Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan categorizes the managed species into several different classifications. First, Pacific sardine and Pacific mackerel are what we call actively managed stocks, and that means that they undergo periodic stock assessments, either annually for sardine or biennially for mackerel, and adjustments to harvest levels on that same schedule. Monitored stocks, which include jack mackerel, market squid, and northern anchovy, on the other hand, have static harvest limits that are set for several years at a time. Landings of those stocks are tracked and compared to available abundance information, and if there appears to be any type of concern, they can be moved to actively managed stocks. Krill is a prohibited stock under the FMP. That's self-explanatory. And then their herring and jack smelt are ecosystem component species, which means they're not targeted, they're not overfished, and they're not generally retained for sale or personal use, although there's no prohibition on that. So drilling down a little bit into the sardine specifications in particular, there was a full assessment conducted earlier this year for sardine, and the population dynamics model was vastly simplified from previous models. And this is a pretty important graph, so maybe I'll wait for just a second to get it up on the screen, and we're right there. One more. There we go. Okay, thanks, April. So yeah, there was a new model implemented this cycle, and it had several major changes to how it was structured, including a much reduced time period. So while many previous models had gone back to 1993, this population model started in 2005 and went to the current year. And in this graph on the right, you can see the population trajectory that was produced by both the last assessment and then the current assessment in the black line. So the last assessment is that blue line. So you can see it was a much shorter time series and some pretty dramatic differences in the scale of the population that was estimated in the mid-2000s there. And that stock is estimated to have been in decline steadily since 2006, and then there's just a little tiny uptick at the beginning of this year. The yellow dotted line on there is what we call the cutoff, and that is the level that when the population falls below, and it's 150,000 metric tons, there's no directed fishing allowed at that time. And the red dotted line is the minimum stock size threshold. Below that level, the population is considered overfished. We haven't got there yet, but it's quite close to that. I should mention that setting the scale or how big this population has been problematic for sardine assessments pretty much since their inception. And so it's not necessarily unusual to see some pretty dramatic changes from year to year when we get a new assessment model, especially one that has changed as much as this year's did. The end result of this is that we are below the cutoff to allow a directed sardine fishery. It's near the overfished level, but there are some indications of better recruitment in the most recent year. However, that's relative. Recruitment's been at record lows in the last several years, so it's slightly better than very bad. Federal harvest limits are derived directly from the sardine assessment, and they apply to the entire U.S. West Coast. And this graph illustrates the harvest limits in the dark blue bars and the U.S. harvest in the light blue bars over time. And so you can see that for the last 3 years, including this upcoming season, we've been at quite low harvest allowances, and that harvest levels have been even lower than that. That means that the council has recommended continuing the directed sardine closure for the third year in the row coming up here. But they still have to set harvest specifications to allow some harvest in some other sectors, for example, live bait fisheries, tribal fisheries, and incidental harvest in other CPS fisheries and in non-CPS fisheries. This slide gives the actual numbers that come out of the stock assessment and application of the harvest control rule. So the acceptable biological catch is just a direct formulaic calculation from the assessment, and that came out to be 15,479 metric tons. Council has the latitude to set a lower number than that for a variety of reasons. In this case, they did recommend a lower number, basically meant to accommodate the catches from some of those other sectors that aren't the directed sardine fishery, and that number came to 8,000 metric tons. That's what they selected for that. It's consistent with the last couple years. Of that 8,000 metric tons, the Quinault tribe in Washington requested an allocation of 800 metric tons. That's up to NIMS to approve, but it's expected that they will. And that leaves 7,200 tons for the incidental, research, and live bait sectors. The council also recommended some management measures to help keep harvest within that number. So this applies to incidental harvest and other fisheries. And they basically set a limit on the proportion of any given landing that may be sardine up to some trigger points. So 40% of in CPS fisheries, 40% of a landing can consist of sardine until 2,000 metric tons is harvested, 20% until 5,000 metric tons is reached, and then 10% of a landing thereafter. And if it looked like the annual catch limit would be reached, any harvest of sardine would be closed. And in non-CPS fisheries, that's just a flat rate of 2 metric tons per day that's allowed. So that wraps up the council recommendations related to sardine harvest specifications and management measures. Moving on to the second federal management measure that we have in front of you today. This relates to allowing some small-scale or minor-directed harvest of coastal pelagic species when a directed fishery is otherwise closed. So I just went over some of this information for sardine, but it does apply to any coastal pelagic species where when you have a directed fishery closure, directed harvest can still occur in live bait fisheries and tribal fisheries or research. And then there's limitations that are put on incidental catch and other CPS fisheries. However, under these current regulations, there are some small-scale traditional fisheries that are prohibited from operating. These are operations that might land more than the incidental amount, so they might get more than 40%, but they're really small scale, so they're considered directed. Some examples are businesses that sell dead bait rather than live bait, or maybe sell direct to restaurants, so they don't fall under these other exemptions either. But their actual harvest is much smaller in scale than those that are currently allowed, such as the live bait fishery. So you have this inequity that's created between the same type of operation that's selling dead bait or live bait. And so the council recommended some changes and some allowances for these very minor directed CPS fisheries, and these apply to sardine, anchovy, and mackerels, so not to squid or krill or the ecosystem component species. And it does allow directed harvest under certain conditions. The first condition is that the annual catch limit can't be exceeded. There's a default allowance for how much can be taken, and that is for a person or vessel up to 1 metric ton per day and only 1 trip per day. And you can compare that to directed CPS fisheries where a vessel might land 40, 50, 60 metric tons in a day. And NIMS or the council can reduce that default allowance as warranted. The council analyzed what the benefits and impacts of this would be. There's at least one existing Oregon business that would be able to take advantage of this new allowance. It's a beach seine operation in the Umpqua estuary that uses beach seines to harvest sardine and other bait fish for sale to recreational salmon fishermen primarily in the estuary there. And 95% of their sardine landings are less than the allowance of a metric ton per day, so they would mostly be able to operate their business, and they haven't been able to under, or at least for sardine, under the directed fishery closure for the last few years. In terms of impacts to CPS stocks or sardine, it's expected that the coast-wide landings would be less than 1% of all the West Coast landings for any given CPS based on historical patterns, so quite small. And specifically for sardine, this allowance might result in about 17 metric tons of landings, and you can compare that to the 8,000 metric ton ACL. It's quite small, and much smaller than we see in the California live bait fishery for sardine. So while these benefits might seem somewhat limited on a statewide or coastwide scale, it is important to some of these individual businesses and their customers, such as recreational fishermen who would like to purchase their bait locally. And the conservation risks to a sardine stock or a CPS stock are really de minimis to non-existent. So we do recommend that you adopt this rule as well by reference to match the federal regulations and provide this limited opportunity to those that can take advantage of it. So just to quickly summarize this first section and issue, our staff recommendation is to adopt the federal regulations by reference for the coastal pelagic species fisheries, which will close the directed sardine fishery and implement the incidental catch limits consistent with federal regulations, and to allow the small-scale directed harvest when a directed fishery is closed.
Okay, well, thank you. Commissioners, we have no public testimony.
Well, we have anchovies?
Chair Finley?
Anchovies.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got ahead of myself.
So our second issue for you today has to do with state regulations that we are recommending you adopt to limit catch and restrict commercial anchovy fishing to consistent with historical levels within the Columbia River estuary. The reasons for doing this are to protect bycatch species, especially Endangered Species Act listed salmon, to ensure protection of an adequate forage base in the Columbia River estuary, and to reduce potential conflicts with other fisheries. And here primarily we're talking about the buoy tin recreational salmon fishery that occurs in the same time and area as what we saw in this sort of new fishery that happened in 2016. First, I'm going to just give you a little bit of background on anchovy ecology. They are a small pelagic fish that filter feeds on plankton, mostly phytoplankton, but also some small zooplankton. They form large, dense schools, primarily in the upper 10 to 20 meters of the water column, and usually near shore or in estuaries, except in winter when they can be distributed more offshore. And that does make them vulnerable to capture by net gears such as seines, and they can catch quite a volume of anchovy in a short time. The population size varies quite dramatically with environmental conditions, similar to sardine. And they are known through many diet studies as important forage species for many other fishes, seabirds, marine mammals, and other predators. So a little more detailed background on federal anchovy management. As I mentioned, they are part of the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan, and the population we have off Oregon is part of the northern subpopulation of northern anchovy. That ranges from Northern California up to British Columbia. Of course, our council's FMP only applies to U.S. waters here, and they are a monitored stock, so they just have one set of harvest specifications that are set over multiple years, and they're not updated or changed from year to year. And the reason they're a monitored stock is because harvest has been small and stable for quite some time until 2016. The numbers behind this are there's an overfishing limit of 39,000 metric tons. That's based on a couple different biomass estimates, some from as old as the 1970s, one more recent one from 2008, sort of an average of those. And then that's sharply reduced to an annual catch limit, so that's the total amount that can be taken in any year, of 9,750 metric tons. And the reason for that big reduction, the 75%, is the uncertainty that's associated with the age of the data that these numbers are based on, as well as setting a static limit for what's really a dynamic stock. Furthermore, the council set an annual catch target of 1,500 metric tons. Annual catch target can mean a lot of different things depending on the context. In this case, the target triggers consultation between Oregon and Washington Departments of Fish and Wildlife, which are the areas that primarily fish on this stock. And that's to determine if any immediate action is needed on the part of the states before the council has an opportunity to reconsider. And this annual catch target also serves as sort of a flag for the council to take a look at this and say, you know, do we need to change the management? Do we need to re-examine these harvest specifications? That's going to be relevant as we move through the storyline here. In addition to the federal harvest specifications, that's about it for federal regulations, but we do have a number of rules that are Oregon state rules related to anchovy, both in the ocean and the Columbia River, so that those areas are open all year. There's no closed season. It's open access participation, so there's no special licenses or permits required to fish anchovy in Oregon, just your standard commercial fishing license, boat licenses, and the appropriate gear and vessel, and you can be an anchovy fisherman. The gear requirements, there are some gear requirements in the Columbia River. We require that the seines that they use have to have mesh sizes of over 1/2 inch and be less than 1,400 feet. and in the Columbia River, all other species are supposed to be immediately returned to the water. Some of you who were on the commission when we gave the coastal pelagic species exhibit last year may remember that we asked you to extend some of the regulations that had traditionally applied to sardine to all coastal pelagic species due to the sardine closure and some expectation that there would be some attempts to fish other types of coastal pelagic species. And some of these regulations were a logbook requirement, a set of regulations designed to reduce the potential for wastage and add protection for bycatch species. So we required that any groundfish or salmon be dip netted out of the seine and returned immediately to the water. Required a grate over the hold intake, so if fish weren't dip netted out and did make it on deck and to the hold intake, they'd be sorted out by that grate. And an allowance to pump catch from the purse seine of another vessel. So this is a regulation designed to reduce wastage. If a vessel makes a set around a larger school of fish than they can actually take on. And finally, you as the commission prohibited reduction fisheries for anchovy and all coastal pelagic species so that no more than 10% could be used for anything other than human consumption or fish bait, such as fertilizer or fish feed. Because we are talking about a shared system in the Columbia River here, a little bit on Washington's rules for anchovies. So they have some pretty restrictive daily and weekly trip limits on, and also possession limits on anchovy. So they allow no more than 5 metric tons per vessel, or 10 metric tons, 5 metric tons per day for a vessel, or 10 metric tons for a week. And as I mentioned, these are possession limits. So a vessel can't, for instance, go fish a higher amount of anchovy in federal waters or in waters off Oregon and then land them back into Washington. When they're in Washington waters, that would be a violation. Other regulations in Washington are similar to Oregon in terms of gear requirements, bycatch species, and limiting anchovy used for reduction. They also have a regulation that doesn't allow any fishing shallower than 20 feet in the Columbia River, and that's specific to that area. So moving on to a more detailed description of the historical fishery and what happened in 2016. This graph shows the annual landings over time since 2000, including 2016, and also the blue lines are the annual catch target and the annual catch limits that are set by the Pacific Council. As you can see, it's been pretty low and stable for some time. There's a couple of years where it was a little bit higher until 2016 when it really grew quite rapidly, and a little over 5,500 metric tons were landed in 2016. Prior to 2016, most of the landings you see on there were due to bait fisheries in Washington. That's what they set those trip limits to allow for. Some live bait operations that operate out of Oahu and Westport, and sell bait to salmon and tuna fishermen. There are some landings in the mix there that were for human consumption into Oregon, but it was always well below that 1,500 metric ton ACT. And then in 2016, we saw that rapid growth. And that was primarily into Oregon. The Washington and tribal fisheries in that year only accounted for about 275 metric tons of that 5,500 tons that were landed. That increased it and coincided with the first 2 years of the sardine closure, which was probably a factor, especially for processors that were looking for fish products to keep their operations going and supplement the other fisheries that they participate in. So the Oregon fishery in 2016 went from June 9 to September 27th with landings on a really frequent basis, daily in a lot of cases. There was 3 vessels that participated and 2 processors that bought anchovy in the Astoria area. A little over 5,000 metric tons and $1.15 million in ex-vessel value at 10 cents a pound for those fish. The majority of those landings did come from inside the Columbia River, and they're primarily sold overseas for human consumption. We don't track it, but our understanding from talking to the processors is that they were shipped to China where they were processed and then sold in European markets as a high-quality human food. When we on October 3rd, adopted a temporary rule which matched Washington's trip limits. And this was as a result of consultations with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, as in the spirit of the annual catch target we committed to do. And we also submitted 2 reports to the Pacific Fishery Management Council detailing most of the information that I just went over with you about when and where and how much of the fishery occurred. This illustrates from the required logbook data where the fishing occurred, and so these are individual set locations, and as you can see, the vast majority occurred inside the buoy tin line, which is the red line with the circle around it near the mouth there. There were some fishing that occurred in the nearshore ocean, just outside the river, but most of it was right in that area, pretty dense fishing, and that's what we saw from the logbook data. As I mentioned, one of our concerns is incidental impacts here to other species of fish, especially ESA-listed fish, and we have a few sources of records on that. So the logbooks are self-reported by commercial fishers, and they do include the retained catch and the released fish. And that's the left-hand column on this table. So they encountered 56 salmon, of which they reported 46 are released alive. And then we have some fish ticket records, which are, of course, reported by the dealers and reflect the landed catch. And we did sample portions of several of those offloads, and so had some verification of what we were seeing there. And we made some at-sea observations as well, which I'll go into more on the next slide. According to the fish ticket records, we did have 4 salmon that were actually landed, and that appears to be due to one of the vessels not having their excluder grate on board during part of the fishing season. Otherwise, most of this bycatch consisted of other coastal pelagic species such as sardine and mackerels, and a few hundred pounds each of crab, shad, flatfish, and pomfret, and 2 sturgeon. We collaborated with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to put out some observers on some of these trips, and we managed to get on 3 fishing trips during September 21st to 26th. Unfortunately, we were unable to observe any successful sets in the Columbia River. All the fishing trips that we observed occurred in the ocean, although there was, I think, at least one unsuccessful set in the Columbia River on one of those trips. There was 127 metric tons of anchovy landed. There were small amounts of sardine, mackerel, and crab that were seen, so not too different from the logbook records. But we didn't see any salmon at sea or on shore during those trips. And on at least 2 of those observed trips, we did what we call 100% dockside monitoring. So we stayed at the plant while the whole load was offloaded, which can take quite some time, lasts well into the night in many cases. So that was quite an effort. Finally, we did see some salmon smolts, aside from the 4 adult fish that were observed, and some other offloads that we were monitoring. So that was occurring, although not in great amounts. Finally, I'm going to really briefly go over some of the scientific information we considered in making this recommendation that's before you today in consultation with staff at our Columbia River program and also staff at National Marine Fisheries Service. So some of our Columbia River program staff, particularly Tucker Jones and John North, provided us with qualitative assessments of the relative abundance of adult ESA-listed fish that occur in the Columbia River during the time period. And I'm going to skip any graphs or figures on this, but the take-home message was that from June to September, there is at least 2 or 3 ESA-listed stocks that were at moderate to peak abundance in the lower Columbia River at any given time during the anchovy fishery. We also consulted with Dr. Lori Whitecamp of NMFS, who conducts a quantitative survey of juvenile salmon using purse seine gear similar to what's used in the anchovy fishery, which is unfortunately not stock specific, but it is species specific and in some cases life history stage specific. And the take-home message from that was that while they found that most of the juvenile salmon had exited that area by early July, sub-yearling Chinook, which to my understanding are an important life history stage and component of the stock, are present through October, and they can be abundant into the fall. And I think the take-home that we got from these consultations and from reviewing this information is that during the period of the anchovy fishery, there is a substantive risk of impacting ESA-listed stocks if a high-volume anchovy fishery were allowed to continue in that area due to their consistent presence throughout the time period. In addition to that, NIMS has advised our agency that any anchovy harvest above the historical norm for this fishery, which is clearly 2016 qualifies in that regard, would require reconsultation under the Endangered Species Act to assess what those impacts are and make sure that it's and to make a determination of whether that's causing any jeopardy. And they've suggested that could not be completed until at least 2018. And so that was their advice to us. And I think for our agency, the bottom line here is that in a system where the impacts to these ESA-listed stocks are already overallocated in some cases amongst fisheries and hydropower and other water uses, any additional impacts really need to be carefully considered and avoided if at all possible. As you might have gleaned from some of the bycatch data we shared, these impacts may not seem to be great, but they're not zero, and there's not impacts to give in the Columbia River system. So we are recommending today that you adopt the Columbia River landing limits for anchovy, similar to Washington's and similar to what we have in place through temporary rule today, which is a 5 metric ton per day and 10 metric ton per week landing limit. This is likely to eliminate the human food fish fishery inside the river, but leave some opportunity open in the ocean. For enforcement reasons, this would need to apply when any fishing occurs inside a buoy 10. So if you make a set inside buoy 10, you'd be under these types of limits. And then just as a reminder, back to the beginning, we are also recommending that you adopt the federal regulations by reference for coastal pelagic species fisheries. And just a couple bullets on what that means. That wraps up my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions. I guess I should also mention we do have, I believe you have in front of you 2 supplemental public comments which support the staff recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Troy. Commissioners, no public testimony. Have any questions or comments? Commissioner Woolley. I'm sorry.
Weber, I was waiting for Greg.
Fish talk.
Yeah, Troy, you said that there, I think on sardines, there's an 8,000 metric ton.
Yeah, an 8,000 metric ton annual catch limit. So that's the total amount that can be taken.
The whole West Coast, do we have an allocation, or is it just, if we caught 8,000 before anyone caught anything, it would be over, or how does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Weber. Yeah, that's correct. If that 8,000 metric ton limit was reached, it would close the fishery for the whole coast, and whatever state or sector had taken that fish would be responsible for essentially closing it for everyone. That said, that 8,000 metric ton level is pretty safe. Considering the historical patterns of what's been harvested in this fishery, there's very little chance that that's going to be reached, and there are those trigger mechanisms in place that will reduce sardine take in other fisheries as that take increases. So, the 40% until 2,000 metric tons, 20% until 5,000 metric tons. But indeed, it does apply to the whole West Coast and would close the entire fishery if that amount was taken.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Atkinson.
I was looking at the information provided by the woman that provided public comment on the brown pelicans, indicating that this change in the salmon or the sardines and anchovy that we're seeing further north now was related to the blob and warmer ocean temperatures or changes in ocean temperatures. So is that the case, and is this just an anomaly with changing or variable ocean current temperatures?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Atkinson. That's a great question. Deborah's very knowledgeable, and I respect her information. I find it these local distributions can be difficult to link to these basin-wide climatological phenomenon like the blob. In general, anchovy are thought to prefer colder water while sardine prefer warmer water, and there's a theory about how those populations fluctuate and phase with each other like that. But that said, again, I think what happened in the Columbia River here was a local distribution change, not necessarily something that was changing on a basin-wide scale. But clearly there was a high abundance of large and high-quality anchovy in the river that was unusual this year. And, there has been a unusual ocean the last couple years with the blob and other factors. So, I couldn't speak to exactly what that mechanism is, but did it play a role? It very well may have.
Commissioner Woolley.
So on your incidental catch, your testing that you did, your logbook records, so you had 56 salmon and 46 alive, so I assume that's 10 fish that mortality there, which is about 18% mortality. Let me know if I'm off on this. Were those, what were the number of ESA listed species in those 10 mortalities? Were they all ESA?
So we don't know. We didn't take any data that would allow us, such as coded, we didn't scan them for tags. We didn't take fin clips. Of course, these were self-reported by the fishermen, so we weren't there sampling these fish. In the sets that we did observe, there wasn't any adult salmon taken. So we can't really say other than to say that we know that ESA-listed species are present and can be at some of their highest abundances during the time and area that the fishery took place.
Okay. And then for the incidental catch, are most of those fisheries, are those salmon fisheries that are catching the incidental catch of sardine, or what fisheries are those that are
Sure.
that are catching?
So those actually, so now we're back to the percentages of sardine that can be taken. So those are primarily, those regulations specifically actually apply to other CPS fisheries. So the seine fleet exploits a variety of species. One of their mainstays is really market squid, and secondarily Pacific mackerel. And so when they're fishing for those species, they do mix with sardine, mackerel especially mix pretty heavily with sardine, squid less so, but they do catch sardine incidentally with squid. So those are the primary fisheries where you're seeing the incidental amounts of sardine taken. Just a quick anecdote. We had some attempts a year or two ago at some Pacific mackerel fishing in the Astoria area. They weren't able to fish cleanly enough. They got too much sardine, and so they weren't able to really prosecute that fishery because they couldn't meet those rates. But that's where that incidental catch comes from. That's what that's meant to manage.
Okay. And then in terms of the niche that the sardines fill as a forage species, and with the crash of the sardine populations, do you have a sense of what species have been impacted by that in terms of their predators, whether it's other fish or seabirds or?
Yeah, so there have been some pretty significant die-offs of marine mammals in Southern California that have been linked to the decline in sardine, and that's there's debate about whether that's related to the local distribution of sardine right around those areas versus the global population. But that's one of the primary examples that's been cited as an impact of the decline of sardine on other predators. I'm not aware of any other specific linkages, but they are predated on by salmon, by many other. Just about everything in the ocean eats sardine as well as anchovy.
Okay, thanks.
Question. Yeah, thanks, Troy. My question is on the slide regarding the Washington rules for anchovy. If I read this correctly, their limit of 5 per day, 10 metric ton per week is not just in the Columbia River, it's in all of their state waters? Is that how I'm reading this?
Yeah, that is correct, and it's actually it's also a possession and landing limit. So their regulations specifically say no matter where the fish were taken, this is what you're limited to. So our regulations are different that we're proposing, and that we would continue to allow higher levels of harvest than that in the open ocean, and that could be potentially delivered back into Astoria as long as they didn't make any sets inside of the buoy 10 line.
Yeah, that's a significant difference, because this is a really conservative, approach. I think when you look at what the catch limits could support. So when I was kind of looking at the 3 vessels that participated in the fishery last year for a little over 5,000 metric tons, they won't be able to achieve that inside buoy 10 under these limits. Do you anticipate that they'll just be pushing out to the open ocean, or is it such that those schools are just at where they're at?
I think it will be. I would not be surprised if there was some attempt to prosecute this fishery in the ocean in this upcoming year. I don't think that it'll necessarily be at the same volume or the same number of vessels, because it's not near as efficient to have to go out to the ocean to fish for anchovy. We're really concentrated in the Columbia River. That's one of our concerns, is this really large removal from a small area in a sensitive area ecologically. So, the processors also have to ramp up in a pretty major way to receive anchovy. It takes them quite a few employees to offload them off the boat, to package them and ship them out. And so, it'll just be dependent on whether they find that efficient enough to fish in the ocean. Apparently they did somewhat in this last year. They did some sets in the ocean and made a go of it. Whether that'll be enough to stimulate a fishery in the ocean in this coming year, we don't know. Something we keep a close eye on through the systems we have in place. We do have some resources available to sample and monitor the anchovy fishery, especially with no sardine fishery occurring. We have one sampler in Astoria that was dedicated to that fishery. So we'd be keeping a close eye on that. But whether it occurs or not is kind of an open question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll wait and see, huh? Thanks.
Okay, commissioners? You're all satisfied with the testimony? Thank you, Troy. I think we'll hold you there just for a minute, just in case. Do I hear a motion?
Is there 2 here?
Oh, you're right, there is.
I'll move to adopt the staff recommendations for coastal pelagic fisheries as proposed in attachment 3.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Weber. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, call the question. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Exhibit G.
Chair Finley, while we're waiting for this next exhibit to start, may I make a request that we contact the Grand Run who gave us this picture and ask them for the details on it. I'd love to have the date and the name of this fisherman and all that. So if we could do that and email it out to us, I'd love to. Because somebody's going to ask me about it hanging at my house, and I'm going to go, Grand Ron.
Something.
So,
I'm curious too.
okay.
I thought the same
Thank
thing.
you.
Like, did I miss? Does everybody else
Thanks,
know who
Kurt.
that is?
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, director's taking care of it for you. Okay, where's Art Mark?
Carmen can't leave because your toxin test hasn't come back yet.
I know I'm affected. Too many years of toxins, fish toxins.
Stuff kills me. It's so
Oh, yeah.
All right, Art.
Good afternoon, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Art Martin, the ODFW Fish Passage Liaison, and with me today is my colleague Bill Warnicki from ODOT.
Bill, what was your last name?
Warnicki?
Warnicki. Thank you, Bill.
And we have a purely informational presentation for you today. This is an update, a progress report, if you will, on the status of work under the Culvert Repair Programmatic Agreement Pilot Project. So I'll just start out by talking a little bit about the background. At the time this agreement was authorized by you all, I believe it was October 2014, ODOT found themselves in a fairly significant dilemma, if you will, with a disconnect between need for culvert repair and maintenance and resources. To make a long story short, ODOT has, as you'll see in the slide, ODOT has significant public responsibilities relative to maintaining the infrastructure in a safe and efficient manner, and that is in the context of likely fairly flat resources depending on a transportation package in this legislature, and basically an accelerating situation with the life expectancy of the infrastructure. More and more culverts are reaching their final life stage, and because of the high cost of providing fish passage, meeting criteria since 2001, a lot of maintenance deferral, if you will, on culverts. So let's take an opportunity to look at the picture in this particular slide here, and this is an example of the type of infrastructure we're talking about there on the landscape. Many of these culverts, if they're not repaired soon, will collapse, and whether we're not really here to argue about when and if this should have been repaired in the past, but this is the reality of where we're at today with much of our infrastructure. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about, and this is again review, the culvert repair programmatic. So the idea here, big picture idea here is that ODOT can do short-term repairs meaning not expected to last more than 25 years, with the idea that these repairs will help extend the life of these culverts to what they would have been from the perspective of their shelf life or engineering life. Many of the culverts that we have out there on the landscape today are deteriorating faster than anticipated, primarily due to bedload transport that's eroding them or deteriorating the exterior of the inside of the culvert, as well as water chemistry issues that can lead to rusting out of the culverts. So short-term repairs, again, we did want to limit the scope of the agreement to a 3-year pilot. This is a pilot project, 2015 through 2017 at ODOT's request. At each culvert that's repaired, ODOT will implement some type of incremental fish passage improvement. So we're not abandoning these culverts. We're not waiving fish passage at these culverts. We're providing an incremental fish passage benefit as opposed to meeting full fish passage criteria, so essentially creating a deferral between incremental fish passage and full fish passage criteria for a short amount of time. And in exchange, I should also mention that another restriction on the agreement was no high priority passage barriers. So the state of Oregon, ODOT and ODFW have worked together to inventory the culvert infrastructure, have identified 3 levels of priority, low, high, and medium. We don't want to be implementing this agreement on high priority passage barriers, for low and medium only. And then lastly, as compensation for the deferral in meeting full passage criteria, ODOT puts forward a compensation fund. And I'll get into a little bit more detail as we go as to how that compensation funding money was spent. But again, this is important to differentiate this agreement from a traditional waiver mitigation situation under fish passage. This is really an incremental improvement at the impact site and a compensation for the deferral to full fish passage. Okay, so this is a map of the service area for the agreement, both with this agreement and with the fish passage mitigation banking agreement, which are occurring concurrently. We wanted to separate the service area of the two so that we could differentiate the benefits that we expect to see, the monitoring of the economic benefits as well as the biological benefits between the two agreements. So essentially what you see in this picture here in the green is the service area for the culvert repair agreement, and so everything west of the Cascades, and then the white area up in the North Coast Basin was the service area for the mitigation banking agreement, which we excluded for this agreement. Okay, so what are we talking about here in terms of eligibility? So I talked a little bit about short-term repairs. Essentially, when a culvert is being repaired, there's a lot of different technologies that can be used. Everything from some of these shorter-term repair strategies like you see in these photos, things like spiral wound culverts inserted into or slip-lined into the existing culvert, adding or extending in treatments, invert paving, and the second picture over from the left is really an invert pave. And that, to date anyway, has been the most popular repair strategy ODOT's implemented under the agreement. Spiral round culverts, as I already mentioned, cure-in-place pipes, which is the picture of the flexible interior of the culvert, slide it in, heat it with water, it cures hard and creates a new liner. As opposed to long-term or much longer-term repairs, pipes such as slip liners with HDPE pipes, which could last up to 100 years, 75 years, or slip lining, traditional slip lining with another corrugated metal pipe. So the idea here is, again, to eligibility for short-term repairs to just get the culverts to their expected life expectancy as opposed to a type of repair that would essentially be equivalent to a replacement. Okay, and so for 2015, one of the things we learned about the agreement, we actually weren't able to get any projects implemented in 2015. Part of that is just sort of coming to grips with the fact that we have to go out on the landscape, identify these things. We need to strategize as to whether we can do a culvert repair that meets the criteria as well as the fish passage improvement, and then get that contracted. So one of the lessons learned so far in the agreement is that it may take a little bit more than 3 years to effectively implement a lot of culvert repairs on the ground. 2015, no culverts were repaired, but in 2016, we did implement 6 culvert repairs. And I've got them listed here on this slide: Potter Creek, Oak Point Creek, Wilson Creek, Fairgrounds Creek, Van Dyne Creek, and Blackwell Creek, and they're represented by the green dots. So fairly well distributed up and down the I-5 corridor area. Okay, so let's get right into some of our results. This is the table summarizing some of the information about the 2016 culverts that I've just showed you the location of. So a couple things to keep in mind here. Relative diameter of the culvert, length of the culvert varies quite a bit, but the real take-home message here are these 2 columns: the full fixed cost versus the repair cost. So what those represent is the repair cost is the actual cost of the 6 repairs that were implemented under the agreement in 2016, whereas the full fixed cost is an estimated cost based on the need to replace the structure to meet full fish passage criteria. Essentially, the deal is these culverts are undersized to start with, and it's impossible in most cases to meet fish passage criteria without a full replacement. And so the take-home message here is just in the first year, 6 pipes, we're looking at a repair cost of $700,000+ and a replacement cost of $36+ million. Huge cost savings for ODOT. Talk a little bit about each of these sites. So as I talked about, invert pave is the primary repair mechanism that ODOT used in the first set of repairs this year. So our strategy then is to look at each of these pipes and think about what type of hydraulic capacity is available for an in-barrel treatment. In this case, all these 6 I'm going to talk about are in-barrel treatments. And so you see, in this case, we have the invert pave, Oak Point Creek and Potter Creek, and we have fish rocks incorporated. The idea here is that the results or the benefits we expect from incremental fish passage improvement are measured in professional judgment. They're not measured in hydraulic analysis. So we're looking at what types of capacities are available in the pipe, what time of year do the pipes run, what kind of discharge regime do we see, high water to low water or no water in the summer, what species of native migratory fish are present, at what life stages, and when do they need to migrate. So what ends up happening is we're looking at targeting the periods when there's high discharge, where the velocities in the pipes are going to be a little bit too hot or too high for some species or life stages, and also trying to address any jumps into or out of the culvert or through the culvert, as well as low flow conditions in the culvert. So this fish rock idea is actually a pretty, we found it to be a pretty good use of dollars for the beneficial hydraulic effects that we saw on the landscape. We also tried with Wilson Creek and Van Dyne Creek. Again, you see the invert pave approach as the culvert repair treatment. We used a diagram out of a Caltrans hydraulic manual for a corner baffle. The idea here is this is a type of a baffle where we're that provides the greatest hydraulic benefit from the perspective of disrupting high discharge velocities and increasing water depth while taking up the lowest amount of capacity for the culvert to discharge a storm event, which is our deciding factor for what we can put in a culvert or not. The other advantages are the way the water works around the low corner of the baffle for lamprey. Lamprey can pass around the corner by affixing to the actual culvert treatment, and they don't have to actually try to pass the weir at all. What we found with lamprey is that they struggle with some of the approaches that we've taken in the past retrofitting culverts for salmonids. And the other last benefit of this approach is that this tends to be the best self-cleaning approach that we could come up with. In other words, as debris comes through the culvert, we do not want to be retrofitting culverts with things that catch debris, cause public safety issues. So this design helps quite a bit with being able to pass debris through the culvert. And then lastly, the last two culverts, Fairgrounds Creek and Blackwell Creek. Fairgrounds Creek, we're calling this approach, you'll see again, the invert pave is the culvert repair solution. These features right here are called roughness features. They're essentially small triangular objects or blocks with the idea, similar to fish rocks, to break up the velocities at high discharge and concentrate flow at low flow. The reasons we didn't use fish rocks in this particular circumstance is this is a 36-inch culvert, and the only way to get materials into the culvert was by manpower, and so the weight of the rocks that we'd have to use to achieve the same outcome created a constructability issue. So we're hoping, actually, we were pretty pleased with what we came up with here. It does have the downside of catching debris. So we're looking at, for 2017, the culverts we're working on this summer, we're looking at some modifications in shape here to still achieve the hydraulic condition we want to see without having that debris catching situation. And then lastly here in Blackwell Creek, this is what's known as a shallow V-weir notch. And some of the advantages to this design are it concentrates the flow at low flow. This particular creek is occupied by summer steelhead down on the road, and it dries up in the summer. So those juvenile fish have to get in and out before it dries out, or they're dead. And so what it does, it concentrates flow at the jump point in the culvert at the deepest place where the water will be in the culvert as opposed to a corner baffle. So that's one of the approaches that we wanted to try, and we went ahead and used in this circumstance. We'll talk just quickly about the 5 compensation projects. Again, East Fork, Millicoma, this is the same map that you've already seen. Odell Creek Dam removal, Oak Ranch Creek culvert replacement, Dairy Creek culvert replacement, and Opal Springs Dam fish passage remediation. And these are represented by the yellow dots to just get a rough distribution of the compensation sites relative to the repair sites. So quickly, a brief summary of the table. So far, we've implemented the Millicoma site and the Odell Creek Dam removal in 2016. They've already achieved close to 21.5 miles of access for native migratory fish. Bear in mind, this is good to excellent habitat we're talking about in these culverts. We're going to be implementing the Oak Ranch Creek in 2017, as well as the Dairy Creek project, and then we hope to complete the most important project you're seeing, the 110 miles of access in 2018. So just to give you a little bit of background, when I talked about the compensation funding that ODOT put forward for the deferral of meaningful fish passage, that was this $1.8 million here. ODFW then used the RFP process to competitively solicit bids, or not bids, but projects that were out there that were somewhat shovel-ready, that were high-priority passage projects for the state of Oregon. And these are the 5 that came to the top and were fundable with this amount of money. So this column here represents ODOT's contribution, but through money match, essentially, and partnering with other partners, we're able to take the $1.8 million and turn it into $17 million and address 139 miles of good to excellent habitat once we've finished construction. In just comparison, it's not really apples to apples comparison, but here's $17 million for 139 miles of good to excellent habitat. If ODOT would have been required to spend the $36 million on full replacement for the 6 repair pipes, we'd have been looking at about 11 miles of habitat for roughly the same species to poor to mediocre habitat. So lastly, anticipated work for 2017. We're going to continue to monitor the culvert repairs and the compensation sites. One of the requirements annually is to look at the performance of these culvert repairs, both at high water and at low water, so we're getting a real good feel for whether we're realizing the benefits we're hoping to realize from a biological perspective, and to learn and inform our future decisions. We're looking at constructing 2017 culvert repairs. So these are going to be a wider range of types of repairs. We've got a few spiral wounds in this group. We have a few cure-in-place pipe liners. And also we're looking at a broader range of fish passage enhancement strategies, including out-of-barrel treatments. I talked about the fact that the first 6 culverts had all in-barrel treatments. We can also do things outside the barrel, essentially create rough and shoots or rock weirs downstream to backwater back through the culverts. So we're getting a little bit more inventive in terms of using tailwater treatments in 2017, as well as combination in-barrel tailwater treatments. We are going to be reporting back to you all the results of the 2017, and ultimately, because the agreement ends next year in 2018, final report back on not only the economics, but also the biological benefits of the program. And lastly, and this is really a heads up, is that ODOT has seen the incredible amount of success we've seen on the program already, and ODFW as well. Not just success for wisely spending state dollars, but the kind of success that's pretty impressive from a fish passage, a native migratory fish passage benefit. So much so that ODOT wants to implement a second agreement, a second pilot agreement, directly on the tail of this agreement. The idea being no loss of service year to year. So as this agreement would end essentially at the end of 2017, we would be coming back and proposing a second agreement, probably expanded in scope statewide, probably expanded in years, 5 years rather than 3 years, to be put in place and have availability for ODOT to start implementing culvert repairs in summer of 2018. So basically, to summarize, modifications from the lessons learned in the current pilot. So this is an example of one of our compensation sites, Odell Creek Dam. This is an old low-head hydro dam that's not operable any longer, had a fish ladder that was largely inoperable or did not provide adequate passage. And it was pulled out with that money. And this is the restoration project that resulted. With that, I guess I'll offer Bill. Do you have a few comments for the group from ODOT's perspective?
Sure, I'll be brief. Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher, just to echo what Art has said from ODOT's perspective, we agree that this has been a tremendous success for us. We've been able to repair deteriorating infrastructure to ensure public safety and protect the public investment in infrastructure. We've done that extremely cost effectively. We're proud of the fish passage improvements that we've been able to include in all of these sites. I think that we can say with a straight face that we've provided a net benefit in terms of fish passage at these locations, and the compensation funding has addressed some of the highest fish passage barriers, highest priority fish passage barriers in the state. The partnership between our two agencies has been very effective and productive. We feel like we've developed a win-win solution for public safety and the environment that is consistent with the Oregon Plan and balances the needs of infrastructure condition and maintenance, economic value for public investment, and native migratory fish. And then finally, I'll just say a brief bit on funding. Most of you have probably heard that the legislature is considering a fairly significant transportation package. Assuming it passes, it will be a welcome investment to address the condition of the state highway system. However, we feel that the culvert repair programmatic agreement will still be a critical part in allowing us to maintain our culvert infrastructure while we catch up with the deferred maintenance that we've had over the past 20 years.
And I think with that, we'll take questions.
We have one public testimony.
Oh, yes.
And why don't you guys stay right there, and I'll ask Brian Posowitz to come up. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. Chair Finley, members of the commission, my name is Brian Posowitz. I am here today as a staff attorney for Water Watch of Oregon. Water Watch's primary mission is to protect and restore stream flow, but we also do a fair amount of work around fish passage, including the removal of several significant dams in recent years. To be honest, we haven't really been tracking this program that was just described to you, although it did pop up on our radar screen when it came up on your agenda, and we're definitely interested, and I just wanted to come up here and say we are tracking it now. We're probably going to have some comments for you before it comes up for a possible renewal. And I actually did prepare some written comments, but I stopped short of submitting them just because I wanted a chance to interface a little bit with staff and see if there wasn't anything significant that we were missing in our comments. Just a couple of real general statements, if I may, about what popped out to us. First of all, it does indeed look like there has been some good projects done under this program. We appreciate that. We totally get the issue of expense and how expensive it is to make these culverts or these crossings fully compliant with fish passage. We understand that issue. We also have a number of concerns, and I'll be really brief just to highlight a couple of those. Number one, I think what's really important to remember in these culvert repair projects you saw is that they're not being brought into full compliance with the department's fish passage requirements. So there's something about the fish passage that the department would say is still inadequate at all of these culverts. And I think the general philosophy is we'll sort of let them do a less than complete job at these crossings, and in exchange we'll get some resources funneled to some higher priority projects where we do full compliance with fish passage. In a general sense, we're a little bit concerned about a program like that essentially sacrificing fish passage and habitat on small but important streams in favor of these high-profile projects that, in our view, many of them would get done eventually anyway because they're high-profile projects. So instead of getting passage on both the small streams and the high-profile places, we end up with just complete passage at the high-profile places. And also, just really quickly, in reviewing the materials in the packet, we're concerned about whether the net benefit analysis here has been robust enough. You have to remember this program is basically operating under a concept of we're going to waive fish passage requirements at these culvert locations. The statute says if you do that, you have to do something that provides a net benefit for fish. We don't really see the analysis for that, at least in the materials we reviewed. We also don't see a standard for the repairs in terms of to what extent should the fish passage be improved, or to what extent are we still going to allow a less than complete job on that fish passage. In terms of, is it really saving that much money? I think what you heard is this is just a deferral. So if the expectation is at some point in time we're going to bring these crossings into complete compliance, aren't we just kind of kicking the can down the road? And if not, and it really is saving ODOT as much money as they say, I think the number would be about $35 million, maybe they should be contributing more than $1.8 million into this mitigation fund. We're also concerned about just the example this sets. If you tell ODOT that it doesn't have to fix its stream road crossings to make them fully compliant with fish passage requirements, how do you tell somebody else that they have to do that? And we're also finally concerned about the suggested expansions in the program to what I read the report, to small culverts where they can't really repair them effectively to provide good fish passage because they can't get inside them well enough, and also to higher priority streams. And given the concerns we have with the program as is, we would have significant concerns about an expansion of the program like that. So thank you for the chance to testify, and that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Posowitz? Commissioner Buckmaster.
None of Mr. Posowitz, no.
I have one. It was a robust testimony with sincerity and some good reasoning. I hope you're going to do that to the legislature for the DOT major funding initiative. We both win either way. And so the priority projects could be done. I think what you've said is true. I mean, I can understand, you know, some of these are being opened up temporarily. You know, it's a patch and allows the funds to be diverted. But I think this message, and maybe you're not the right person to deliver it, but maybe you are. Are they aware of this in the legislature, of this program, this triage that's going on, and this cooperation, which is quite frankly, it's not kumbaya, but it's comfortable. I'll let you comment on whether I assume too much from you.
Chair, family members of the commission, let me just say, first of all, if I gave the impression that we're totally opposed to the program, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to highlight some concerns we have and maybe some suggestions we'll be making for improvement. Number two, point well taken, and I'll definitely take that to heart, that if we want to advocate for better, more complete fish passage, maybe we need to advocate for more transportation funding, if I understood your drift.
You did.
So, yeah. I will look into that and see what I can find out.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we're...
Should I go
yeah,
back? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't have anything for Brian.
Okay, all right. We're going to go now to staff.
Yeah, I have
Go ahead.
a couple questions. When you're deciding the high, medium, low priority, is that an ODFW decision independent of ODOT?
Yes, Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that is an independent decision that was made originally by our districts back in 1996 when the first inventory of ODOT county culverts commenced. And then we periodically updated that through time, and we actually just got done updating that prioritization in 2017. I coordinated that with all of our districts across the state to make sure that we had the most up-to-date information we could on those priorities, as well as information about the high-priority culverts that had been addressed, to try to make that list as robust as possible for making good decisions on where to spend money.
I had another question. It's directly related, but you may not know the answer. Why is the Opal Springs Fish Passage not going to happen until 2018?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, I don't know the specific details. I'm not the staff involved with the specific negotiations on that, but my understanding it has to do with funding of other partners, and something to do with the situation whether part of the funding of that project is actually to provide the fish passage. Part of the funding for that project is also to raise the level of the dam to create more storage so that some of that water can be used to basically enhance use of the fish ladder without sacrificing irrigation water, is my understanding.
Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Weber, that's correct. There is some funding complications. I think the project ultimately is costing, or is going to cost more than was originally planned. So the full funds for implementation are not available. But we don't want to withdraw our commitment to that because it is truly a very high priority for the department.
Well, no, it seems like every time I turn around, an agency that I'm with is giving millions of dollars, and it never seems to happen. Yeah. And it's just frustrating.
Okay, Commissioner Atkinson, Commissioner Woolley, and Commissioner Buckmaster.
I wanted to say it looks like you've had tremendous success with this pilot project, and it's fascinating to see the techniques that you're using. I'm wondering if those techniques are also used in other programs for culvert repair, such as like OWEB or other agencies or organizations that help pay for fish passage types of projects. Partly I'm asking because I have a few culverts on my own property that I tried to get some funding to get better fish passage, but it's too expensive to do. But I mean, some of the techniques I saw there, I could do myself. So does OWEB use some of these techniques or other groups, do you know?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson. It's my understanding that in the past in Oregon, we used a lot of different approaches of this nature, including projects that were funded with ODOT funding, projects that were funded through OWEB and other types of approaches. When the fish passage law was revamped or the statute was revised in 2001, it required, because of the trigger mechanism in it, to bring culverts up to full fish passage criteria. Many of the approaches that we're using here and that you saw do not qualify for full fish passage criteria. So it's really the development of this type of agreement that provides that flexibility again, that's kind of reinvigorated the use of these types of approaches, at least with ODOT infrastructure. I will say that many of the design information we got was actually from Caltrans from California, so other states are using these approaches.
It looks like we could do a tremendous amount of benefit with repairs in culverts that we're not planning to replace. So thanks for that.
So you mentioned you'll be monitoring culvert performance. So is that monitoring, is that limited to just how well the culvert holds up, if it's bearing weight, if there's adequate water flow, or if there's debris accumulation? I mean, is that the sort of thing that you're talking about when you're talking about performance, culvert performance, as opposed to if fish are actually using it?
Yes, Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, you're absolutely right. Yes to all of the above. The idea here is we're looking at the culvert at high discharges and low discharges, and hopefully we're required to by the agreement, but hopefully across the whole range of discharges to see if the hydraulic, the evidence, the visual evidence of the hydraulic benefits are occurring or not. So it's all of those things. Is it holding up? Is it accumulating debris? Is it resulting in varied or lower velocities? Are we observing fish going through? We're not specifically going to be tagging fish and monitoring in that sense. However, oftentimes if you're there at the right time, you can observe fish moving through a culvert.
Has there been any discussion of installing cameras maybe to observe fish passing through there?
We certainly talked about it. It's not a requirement of the agreement, but we have talked about it.
And my other question is, in prioritizing these culverts, were you looking at upstream and downstream condition of riparian habitat in selecting these in context of that? So in other words, if your habitat's shot anyway, you have no shade and you have high water temperatures and you have no in-stream hiding cover or anything, improving the culvert, I mean, if it's biologically dead zone, it doesn't matter that much. So I'm just kind of wondering, what's your context with the system?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley, that's exactly the type of context we look at in this prioritization. We look at how many miles of habitat would be upstream, what the relative size of the stream is, what are the relative components of native migratory fish that would use the stream, not just salmonids, but lamprey and other species. What life stages do they use the stream for? Is it simply rearing habitat, or is it maybe providing access to the only spawning habitat available for that population, as well as the habitat conditions upstream and downstream, and to the extent that we have the information, other barriers upstream and downstream. And that's part of why we're trying to update that list periodically, because those things change. People do remediation projects, people put in new culverts and structures that are a problem, so we want to be adjusting our ability to strategically spend that money or implement these programs on the right locations.
Okay. And then just lastly, and this is probably a discussion for a different agency, but I remember I'm having some flashbacks about some discussions we had about waivers and mitigation for waiver sites. And I know that we expressed a lot of concerns about that in the past. And that's not a topic for now, but I'm just kind of remembering some discussions we had and some real concerns. And so maybe at some point as a commission, I think we'll probably revisit that. So, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Mr. Warnicki, Ed, thank you. Agencies only work together when the professionals can work together, and you obviously do that, and it shows. I would love to have you tell us who, anytime you can leverage 1.8 million for 17 million and 9-to-1 leverage. I'm just curious where the 17 million, some examples of where it came from. And so I'd like you to answer that. And the last is a comment. I agree, we did talk about what happens with waivers. We need to continue to talk about it. But A fish saved today is more important than a fish saved in 5 years. It's net present value. We get them, so as we're making progress now, those fish are important, and doesn't take away the need to continue and to do all the big work we have to do. But with the money that is available, doing what you're doing deserves a kudo. So tell us about the 17 million. Who's ponying that up?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, the answer is I'm not sure. I do know, as Art said, that ODFW submitted a request for proposals to find projects that were almost ready to go to construction but needed some extra funding, and that's what we provided. So I think in a lot of these cases, there's money from OWEB and maybe other organizations within the state. I don't
Yeah, I would second that. The other critical factor is because it's competitive. So when someone brings a project to us, we look at how much benefit could that project provide for how much ODOT money is spent. So if the other applicants are bringing money to the table, that project becomes more competitive at a, say, per mile basis per dollar. And so it behooves, by bringing those RFPs forward and having a competitive process, it behooves applicants, watershed councils, landowners, others of that nature, to come forward with extra match money. And that's the way we do it.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would just add one other
Okay.
comment. I think Commissioner Weber was referring to it on the Opal Springs Dam issue, in that there's multiple funding partners. Project's a $7.5 million project. There's OWEB dollars involved. There's irrigation district dollars involved. I'm not sure who all, but a number of different funding entities. And the main point I wanted to make is that absent the ability for ODOT to be able to do these short-term maintenance activities in exchange for providing these mitigation resources, the work won't occur. So those projects won't be improved, and then ultimately the culvert will fail, and in which case there'll be emergency repairs taken without, and obviously not only without mitigation but also with ecological damage associated with failed culverts as well as infrastructure costs. So, I mean, for us it is truly a win-win, and that's why we're pursuing it, and we think it's a good model that deserves additional exploration.
Okay, gentlemen. Bill, thank you for coming. Appreciate the partnership. Commissioner, it's been a full, long day. We've got a lot of work done.
I can't believe we got out at 2 minutes past 5.
I was
If
trying
you'd
for
have asked
5.
me that after executive session.
Yeah, I was thinking noon, and then it went to 5, then it went to 7, and then I was starting to.
We're adjourned.